It seems I've developed another unsightly growth. This one's coming out the back of my head. You know, she was physically preventing me from eating chicken nuggets earlier. I had a fork stabbing through a nugget, and I was trying to put it in my mouth, and she was, like, reaching down to try to bite it off my fork on its way towards my mouth. Dumbass little baby. Yeah, butt ass. Boop. Ooh, she's sleepy. Boop. So cute. That's what you get for eating nuggets with a fork. Well, I have them doused in, like, hot sauce and stuff. I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Oh, the AC is so loud. Warm today. How y'all doing? Dousing, not dipping. I have a program, okay? I have a program. Well, you know, I did just want to play Death Stranding, but there is some stuff we have to talk about before we get to that. My God. 6 days, 5 hours, 57 minutes till Goblin mode. I will strongly consider not allowing you to go Goblin mode. Oh, nice! Congratulations, Galley, on your girlfriend and your girlfriend's birthday. And at midnight, how romantic. Chud Logic is being cringe. He slammed you in his most recent video. I haven't seen the video. Apparently, Chud Logic is saying that the thumbnail for the video, as well as its title, were done by his editor, not him, and that he's, you know, he doesn't feel as though the thumbnail and so on was reflective of his attitudes in the video. It got changed rather quickly. Well, that happens. I'm not going to cast doubt on that. I've literally had that happen with me before, where my editors, who I trust very much, you know, gave a thumbnail that I didn't necessarily agree with. It happens, you know. I haven't seen the video though, so I can't really say. I still need to respond to Chud Logic on Discord. Mad and Banana Boner Locks debate made me sad. Yeah. Fuck, do we do TTS or do we just, like, listen to stuff? Man, I don't know. We probably shouldn't go over the Chud Logic video, because it was, like, 2 hours, and, like, we know. TTS is fun. Did you fix the TTS issue? Actually, it was White Nervosa's issue to fix, not mine. Huh. You go over Haas almost saying the T slur? No, that's funny. Oh, still hot. Very hot. There's something on your ear? Oh, it's almost gone. Isn't that crazy? Every day, the remaining abrasion on my earlobe grows smaller. And you know, if the keloid never grows back, that's the last I have to worry about it. Excuse me. Wow, that's really warm. Why is that so hot? Oh, I left the coffee machine on longer than I normally do. It probably heated the water. Destiny called you worse than Lauren Southern. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he finds me far less attractive than her as well. I have an idea for your possible future panel. I'm not doing no damn panel, you know. Looks like you had your earlobes pulled and stretched by heavy earrings with the red dot. I think my earlobes are like normal size. You know, in spite of everything, which is nice. I mean, especially when you compare it to like how the keloids are size-wise, like, you know? I mean, that's a pretty significant difference. They're a tad big. Well, that signifies, you know, wisdom in India or something, doesn't it? Yeah, because I'm the Buddha. What was the surgery for? Getting rid of the keloids. Why not do both at once? I have to have one side that I can sleep on in bed, you know? You didn't get them both done at the same time? No, that would have sucked. There's a wild animal behind you. Look at her. Look at how tucked up she is. That's what a cat loaf looks like when there's no fur. Beep. Nope. No depth perception. Beep. Beep. Hey, Merrick. I love her so much. Yeah, she's amazing. Well, I don't know if I've decided whether I want to do TTS or if I want to go over the Loner Box Bad Empanada debate for memes. I do know we have some politics to cover first. Yes, the chat font did change, and I'm actually fond of the change. That was White Nervosa. We can do the Loner Box, then TTS. Yeah, we'll probably just do that. First, we should do politics, though. Imagine imagine a stream without politics. God. How do people type so fast in here? It's a skill issue. I use the home screen app hack. Works very nicely. Yeah, doesn't it? You guys might notice, at least I believe this works. If you go to vosh.gg on Safari now... Does it do it for me? I have admin permission, so it might not do it for me. It came up on my Android phone. The little pop-up? Yeah, the little pop-up that auto-adds it as an app. Isn't that so cool? White did that. Okay, I don't think it'll work for me because I already have the app added. You know, it would make sense that it wouldn't function for me. Yeah, it definitely improves the thing. Could you actually engage in a little peeking out the Fortress store and watch Destiny being Destiny with your segments? No. I don't really have an interest in succumbing to the latest attempt at getting my attention. I was browsing the subreddit and I saw this tweet from Lycan, as it were. Where is it? I just saw it while scrolling through earlier. Where here it is. Yeah. Where you know, I'm assuming that he's not lying. Apparently, you can imagine him saying this. Can I try to do this in his voice? All right, buddy. How about this, huh? If you're so confident that a genocide of LGBT people will happen within the next 5 years, how about you put some money down on it, huh? 25,000 to your LGBT charity of choice if there ends up being a genocide of LGBT. if not, then you have to donate 25. Right. Yeah, you get the, yeah. This seems like some dumb shit Jimmy Dore would do to get, like, Ilhan Omar's attention. Yeah, it's up there in terms of, like, attention grabbing or whatever. I wonder who would have taken a $25,000 bet as to whether or not Republicans would back an attempted coup on the U.S. Capitol before January 6th happened. I'll tell you, I wouldn't have taken that bet, you know? Like, after all of the denialism about Biden winning the election, like, even then, if somebody was like, do you think there will be, like, an attack on the Capitol backed by the Republican Party, basically? I would have gone, like, I don't think it'll go that far. And I would have lost that bet, so... Master Pen. Let me see. The Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty is, like, super based. I would be honored to fuck the Statue of Liberty. You know, shit like this doesn't really happen anymore. You know, it was given to us by France. I mean, that's not exactly like a secret. Most of you probably know that. But, like, gestures like that don't really happen much anymore. Like, nowadays, when countries give gifts to other countries, it's like trade deals and, like, weapons, you know? But France and America were like big old buddies because France helped with the Revolutionary War. So it was like, yeah, here's your freedom statue, and it was like they just sent a giant statue across the ocean. Isn't that cool? I think that's cool, personally. I don't know. The funny thing is that the Statue of Liberty being gifted, it feels like one of the only times we've ever done like that, like Soviet era Cold War style, like camaraderie between countries in terms of gift giving, you know? Like, you know that whole thing with like the socialist countries where it's like, we give you this as sign of unified intentions behind both countries and glorious pursuit of socialist outcome, or something like that, and it's like some statue of Lenin that's the size of like Mount Everest or whatever. But now with the yeah. I'm sorry, you're beefing me. Do you think the Statue of Liberty has a statusi? Well, I saw the most recent Spider-Man movie and I didn't see it there, so probably not. Mushroom growing in your chair? She smells like mushrooms. She's cute. It's pretty dumb to predict an actual genocide within the next 8 years, though, right? Oh, you're mistaken. The thing, Lycan said is 5 years, not 8 years. So if we shorten that to 5 years, it would be... I don't think I ever gave it... Did I ever say, like, a time period? I just said that if the Republicans win, they would undermine democracy, and once they had, like, largely uncontested power, they would cement that power by directing, like, hatred against minority groups, which is what they've always done. I mean, that could take a long time, I don't know. I suspect it'll happen within my lifetime. At least the effort will happen. I hope they lose. That would be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if everything the Republicans think we're going to do happens and then they lose? If, like, they do a coup attempt and then the military is like, actually, coups are bad, and they just, like, arrest the Republicans and they're like, the elections continue? That'd be cool. I mean, I'd prefer that, you know? Yes, the woke military. Critical race theory loving military stepping in. Are you trying to start a Marvel Stunlock by mentioning the latest Spider-Man movie? No, it was relevant to the statue thing. Also, by the way, I did like that Spider-Man movie. I thought it was nice. I think it's dumb fun, which is all the Marvel movies have ever really managed to be, just different levels of quality of dumb fun. But I thought it was pretty okay dumb fun. Um, it's not my favorite dumb fun. My favorite dumb fun would probably be in the Marvel series. Would probably be the second... No, not the second Thor movie. Sorry, the second Guardians of the Galaxy movie and the third Thor movie. So Thor Ragnarok and Volume 2 of... Yeah, those two are the only Marvel movies that I saw after the first Spider-Man, the first Iron Man, that, like, I sat there and I actually, like, really got into it. And I have high hopes for the next Thor movie. I really like Christian Bale as the Godslayer. One thing one thing that a lot of people don't realize, and this is one of the things that, like, Soymaster, like Reddit Lord Soymaster Marvel Cuckboys, like, don't understand, is that, like, Thanos sucked as an acting character. You can't emote with CGI monster dudes. You can't. Like, Thanos is cool in, like, a mimetic, like, oh, he's a big guy kind of guy. But, like, in terms of a character, like, people were making fun of Christian Bale's faces here, but I think what they're trying to demonstrate is why they got Christian Bale. Like, this is not an expression that CGI artists are going to make their character make. Like, you can make fun of it if you want, but this is an actor, a very good one, mind you, acting. And by the way, I like this shot. He does look, like, kind of ridiculous, but in a deeply unsettling way. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. This you could get in the CG. Like, this is like the stoic, like, stone-faced kind of look that they would go for. But, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like this. Yeah, CGI just doesn't look as good as people pretend it does. Whenever I watch, like, CGI shit, have you guys seen that bit that went viral on Twitter with the bit of the Halo TV series where it's like Master Chief fighting a bunch of big dudes or whatever, and everything just looks like yeah, it just looks like shit because like all the money in the world can't make CGI like look good unless there's like strong creative direction going behind it. Yeah. Can you show it? No, I'd get copyright striked. I'd get copyright striked. Yeah. Yeah, it's so floating. There's no weight to anything because it's all like it's just computer bullshit, you know. I don't know. I'm actually looking forward to this because of the Christian Bale. Yeah. I hope it's like a good yeah. There's a clip of behind the scenes Doctor Strange movie where there's an actual physical set design. It looks so good. People don't understand how important physical set design is. Like the Lord of the Rings trilogy cost less to make than The Hobbit, even though the Lord of the Rings trilogy used overwhelmingly like practical effects and real environments that have been touched up with like with CG, whereas Hobbit is like just all a fucking computer game with like some actors green screened in, you know? But like the original Lord of the Rings trilogy looks fucking awesome and The Hobbit doesn't. The Hobbit looks like shit. Go and watch The Hobbit, dude. Like, go watch it on your TV or your computer screen or whatever, however you like to watch stuff. Just watch it. It looks like garbage. Nothing looks real. Everything looks like it's happening as part of like a computer screensaver. But go back and watch Lord of the Rings, 20 years old, still looks great. And it always will look great because they filmed real fucking grass. Grass is always going to look like that, at least for the foreseeable future. Smaug is cool though. Yeah, Smaug is cool. It's a well-designed character. Though you'll note that the thing that made Smaug cool wasn't the CGI. It was Cumberbatch's performance. Again, actors sell movies, not not CG, not on their own. The thing that made Smaug cool is not unironically with Smaug's voice, and the voice is what you remember about him, by the way, the voice and the mannerisms. But he did the mannerisms when he was being mocapped for the role, you know, to convey the mood, the attitude of his behavior. And I guarantee you that like Smaug's dragon design could have been replaced with a bunch of different things. As long as it moved like that and talked like that, you would have remembered it because Cumberbatch was what sold that. You know, that was. Did Avatar not look good? I don't think Avatar. Listen, okay, Avatar looks good in the sense that it's a phenomenal CG creation, but I am very disdainful of like the total creation of CG worlds when practical environments would have been like could have been used, you know? Like obviously there's shit we do in movies these days that you can't do without CG. I'm not saying CG is bad. My father's job is as a computer graphics artist. I think he does wonderful work. It's important stuff. But there's a difference between using computer graphics to supplement and enhance a story, you know, a movie, and using it just like through and through, start to finish, top to bottom. Like modern movies, like Marvel movies and stuff, literally like nobody is anywhere but a green screen. Everything happens in a soundstage. I wonder how that feels for the actors. Like you can like cut your teeth like being an amateur actor in like art films and like small budget projects which involve you actually physically being in a real place in the real world, and then you graduate to the big scenes in like Marvel movies and all of the acting that you do is in a soundstage with green walls, green ceiling, green floor, and you stand there and you like talk to people who are waving popsicle sticks with masks on them because they haven't CG'd in like the guy you're talking to. So you have to like character act at like this literally happened, by the way. Wasn't it Ian McKellen in the Hobbit movie who got really upset because he worked he was Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. And then in Hobbit, he comes back to reprise the role like 20 years later. And they're like, yeah, here, do some acting. And they have like a popsicle stick. Yeah, he cried. He's like this 9 trillion-year-old dude, and he's like been an actor his whole life. And he cries because it's like, oh yeah, you know, here's acting now. Like act at this stick we're waving in front of you in this big green room. It's like, fuck. They flew out to New Zealand in the original, you know, but did a whole, you know, they had practical effects. We watched that, didn't we? Didn't we watch that behind the scenes on the practical effects of The Lord of the Rings? Like, yeah, here we go. Hold on. Just really quick. It's 2 minutes. How Lord of the Rings used forced perspective shots, the moving camera. So, like, the hobbits in the Lord of the Rings movies, they didn't use any computer graphics for that. They used physical effects. Yeah, I've shown this before, but like it's been like a year ago. Like, hold on.
What we've done with some of our forced perspective shots is be able to move the camera for the first time. That they were always techniques that required the camera to be locked off, because once you started to move the camera, it would give away the illusion of one person being further away.
Look!
Because once you started to move the camera, it would give away the illusion of one person being further away when you're really wanting them to look like they're side by side.
In order to get the camera alive, we started thinking about ways of using motion control in order to doing what we call moving force perspective shots using slave motion control bases.
You do a motion control move where you have the one actor on a moving platform. So when the camera moves, you're doing your moves all relative. So you're literally sliding the guy along on the floor as your motion control move motion control camera is moving along.
You have the camera on a motion control dolly, making it move in and out or side to side. But you have another smaller dolly that's electronically hooked to it and does the exact same motion, but sort of in a counter movement. But every time you move one way on one dolly, the other one immediately responds.
When you're actually viewing it, you're basically doing a split. And if you're doing a move around, when you do this split, it looks like they're moving in sync with each other. And it's because you're moving the two guys around relative to this moving camera.
In the shot where
Frodo
is pouring tea for Gandalf at a table, and the camera kind of crabs past from one side of the table to the other side. And in that instance, Ian McKellen was actually sitting on a dolly that was actually moving him slightly on a small-scale table with small-scale props. And it was not too far from a full-size table, a Frodo-sized table with larger Frodo-sized props.
I've got a look there.
When he's standing?
Yeah, but I don't, and I got a look there for when Nigel's sitting. What I don't have is a look when he's crouching, which is the beginning of the shot.
Okay, we can give you that. We can go back to number ones and make sure that you've got that.
Through camera, at one end of the move, everything lines up. When you move to the other end of the track, everything still lines up because that smaller table and Ian McKellen on that other dolly has moved slightly.
It's kind of fun to actually build these things and see them in camera. It's wonderful.
Look at that scene. This is real. This was just captured with a camera. They didn't have to do any CG for this. There are two dollies, the camera and the one rotating the other end of the desk, to make it look as though they're closer than they are, but it's actually smaller miniature stuff back here, and he's way further back than it looks like he should be.
It's fun to actually just, get...
Look at how cohesive the desk looks. We're looking at it. It looks seamless from here. But
Daly's back and the shot's done.
It worked pretty seamlessly, and everyone was really amazed with the results.
Ridiculous. I can't... yeah. I don't know. Just... yeah, and it cost less to make than The Hobbit, It's just... Surely there was some touch-up. Oh, I'm sure there was touch-up. I'm just saying that... Guys, I'm telling you. Watch the original series back again. I'll have to look that up later, Sam. I'm already over on this. Go watch the original Lord of the Rings again, okay? You will never question the height of the hobbits relative to everyone else. It will not happen. There is not a scene in that movie where you will go like, they shrunk the Hobbit, like, they edited, the whole trilogy, you can watch it through. And yeah, it's so good. There are good reasons. I'm okay with CGI. I just don't think CGI should be used as a crutch to avoid doing other like pieces of the filmmaking art, Look, the reason we were talking about this is because I was just saying big CGI monster men can't really emote. And I think if you want any proof of that, I think you just have to go to like this guy. This guy exists in like every modern fucking superhero movie. This guy from Avengers Infinity War, one of the children of Thanos, and like nobody cares. Who knows this guy? Did he have any like pop off acting moments? No, he didn't, because he's not acting. He's CGI. All anyone ever did was make fun of this guy. For all Ebony Maw, thank you. For all of the like mastery of CGI that went into creating and animating him, like, we're humans. We want to see humans acting. It's a real life movie with real life actors. I want to see acting from actors, you know. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Mad Max Fury Road is so good. Heavy use of practical effects. Okay, well, this is cheating. Everyone knows about the Scorpion King looking like shit. That's cheating. We all know about this one. We all. Ebony Maw is not known for his range of emotions, to be fair. Yeah, but like, haven't you guys seen movies before where there's a character in the movie who's not very emotionally like there's not a lot of emotional range, but there's still a really memorable character? The Matrix has both Morpheus and Neo, who are both really, really though to be fair, you could argue that Neo wasn't super well acted. I guess you could say the performance there was memorable from Reeves. Morbius? Yeah, Morbius, exactly. Yeah. And plus the monsters, the monsters in Lord of the Rings were the Uruk-hai. Yeah, they were just dudes in makeup, yeah. You know. I'm gonna morb. I'm morbing. Ooh. It's worth pointing out 90% of shit CGI is the fault of the execs who don't know shit about fire. Oh, guys, just to be clear, none of this is anti-CGI artist, okay? Do you know why all these movies rely on CGI? Because lazy fucking directors being ordered by lazy fucking producers know that everything's way simpler when they just get the big budget actors with $10 million like contracts, you know, in the movie, get their shits like shot on the soundstage, get the extra footage, then just throw it to the CG guys to work with. Like, whatever, fix it in post, you know? Actors cost so much money and it's so expensive to keep them there, and like it's so, and also there's no union for CGI artists, but there is a union for like everything else in film. So all the stuff for Lord of the Rings that they did with like construction, set design, those are union boys and they get paid well. But my dad's job, those guys don't have a union, the visual effects union, even though they've been fighting for it for decades. So when they want to do any CGI stuff, they basically just like outsource it to a bunch of dudes in Vancouver, because Canada has like this massive, they do a lot of CG work up there and they all get paid like dirt cheap, and then it gets brought down to the studios. So as always, it's capitalism. Why are they the only ones not in a union? My guess is probably because it's a relatively new department. Light, sound, set design, construction, visual effects, practical effects, these have been around for over a century. Computer-generated effects is newer, you know, so I'm guessing that, so to put it another way, all the other departments that do have unions were around for America's union boom in like the 30s to 50s, but CGI came after Reagan. There you go. Yeah, that's the best. CGI only started to exist like functionally after the unions died in America, so that's why there's no union. Just, yeah. They didn't die, they were killed. Yeah. Yes, man. No, I still haven't, Sam. Yes, interesting. God, we gotta do politics. Art is politics. Do you guys remember how cool the first Iron Man movie was? It really was. I still think that. I mean, maybe it's been kind of like, maybe ruined a little bit, like retroactively, but back then, when superhero movies weren't like everything everywhere, like it wasn't the whole fucking movie industry, having just like an unapologetically confident superhero movie executed that well was pretty cool, I think. There was a trans joke? Oh, I don't remember. Sorry, I haven't watched it in a while. The villain was kind of shit. The big bald guy. I think he was fine. You know, I mean, I don't think it was like a groundbreaking villain performance, but better than the second Iron Man movie's villain. It also tackled a real IRL issue there. Yeah, I do think it's kind of funny how like the first Iron Man movie had like a pretty direct and specific pacifist message about like anti-warmongering, and then they just forgot about it like forever on from that point forward. You know what I mean? Like the very first movie in the modern Marvel Cinematic Universe was Iron Man having a bender, realizing, oh shit, maybe being like a weapons manufacturer is like kind of cringe, and then not only stopping but going out of his way to try to like destroy the weapons that his company sold to people already. But like they never really went anywhere from there. And it doesn't escape my notice, by the way, that the example of his weapons are being used for bad was when, like, terrorists in the desert got a hold of them, as opposed to, like, the US government. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad that I make these weapons. They might fall into the hands of Muslims. You know? Like, I get they were terrorists or whatever, but it's like, okay, but, like, what about when they're in the hands of like governments? You know, maybe a little bit. The biggest issue with superhero movies is that at the end of the day, superheroes fight supervillains, but like that always kind of abstracts the issue, doesn't it? You know, like you have a systemic problem, but then it your villains trying to fight, or sorry, your heroes trying to fight like oil and gas companies ruining the world. Like they're an environmentalist, they're trying to stop global warming. But then like midway through the movie, the big bad like oil CEO falls into a vat of acid and becomes like oily I can't pronounce that. Oiler. Becomes the big oiler and like turns into a big oil monster and starts sludging people. And then the movie just becomes about beating that guy. But after you beat that guy, the company that he headed still exists. The stockholders are just going to appoint another CEO. Like, it doesn't change. It doesn't change it. You guys get what I mean, right? They do this all the time in superhero movies. In fact, if we go over the plots of all... Wait, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm sorry. Hold on. All Marvel... All MCU movies. Give me a chart. Wow, there are a lot. What's the most? I can't even tell which of these are the most recent. This one has the most things on it, but it's also so low res that I can't even. Here. Okay. I think this is like a couple years old. I don't really know. You said you wouldn't stun lock? Yeah, when do I ever tell the truth with you guys? Okay, what do we have? How many of these have I even seen? Wait, can we not get this in chronological order? Wait, I obviously want this in chronological order. I don't... Hold on. Isn't there like a big chart like phase 1 and phase 2 or some shit? Like... No, this is saying chronological order like the way nerds would. Like chronological is in when... I'm gonna lose my mind. This shouldn't be this difficult. Do a tier list? I'm not doing a tier list. I just want like by release date. But chronological order, fucking... Have there been this few? I feel like there have been a billion. Okay, We talked about the Iron Man. I don't remember the Incredible Hulk. The Iron Man 2, didn't it suck? Wasn't the bad guy in Iron Man 2 the guy who always plays like a cartel? The cartel guy with the mustache? He always has the same mustache? Like, he plays himself in every movie. Yeah, the whip dude. Yeah. Whiplash? Mickey Rourke, yeah. Who was the villain in the first Thor movie? Who? Loki? Was Loki? Okay. Captain America the First Avenger. Oh, yeah. They do this in Captain America the First Avenger. They do this exact same thing. Because they're like Nazis, whatnot. Like, it's like, oh, well, sure, Nazis were a thing, but these are the secret double Nazis that history books won't tell you about. What was the thing that Lindsay Ellis said while mentioning this movie? Holocaust? What Holocaust? Like, yeah. And the funny thing is, like, nothing Hydra ever does is worse than what we know the Nazis did. Like, you're telling me Hydra's like the super ultra mega bad group, but all we ever saw them do was like be spies? The Nazis did a Holocaust. They do the hang glider thing. But yeah, they're like kid-friendly Nazis, you know? But that's kind of weird. I don't know. That's pretty weird. I don't know. They're Cobra commanders. They do human experiments in Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You'll never guess what the Nazis did during the Holocaust. They tried to nuke New York, though. Oh, who hasn't tried to nuke New York? They're kid-friendly Nazis. The Avengers was pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. Wait, in the Avengers, they do try to nuke New York. Or wait, was that because of Hydra? Did they retcon that? Was it because all the guys up top were like Hydra guys, so they were like, yeah, let's nuke New York for no reason? Do you think they did that just because they realized how fucking stupid it was? The idea that, like, the powers that be in New York or in America would be like, yeah, there are 3 aliens. Let's nuke one of the world's largest cities. Avengers was Loki and interdimensional aliens, not Hydra. Wasn't Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time? I don't remember Iron Man 3, except for a fight scene in it. Thor Dark World really sucked. I don't remember Captain America Winter Soldier. Avengers Age of Ultron sucked. And also, this was the debut of the worst character in all of the Avengers. Fucking Scarlet Witch. Holy shit, I'm tired of her shit. Oh my fucking god. I feel like she exists exclusively to make me sexist, like personally. Holy fuck. Insane. She's dead now? Good. I haven't seen the most recent Doctor Strange. I hope. No, it's literally like, no, fuck her. Fuck her. It's not misogyny, dude. She sucks. She has no, okay, first of all, she has like no fucking personality. She had no chemistry with the robot guy. She's never had a moment on scene that demonstrated any like real pathos. And also, she's like a crybaby. She's like, oh yeah, dude, like, you're all mean to me. All I ever did was like lock an entire American city in like eternal torment because I'm like sad. Dude, you don't know the pain. The robot boyfriend I had for 6 months like died or something. I have no choice but to tear the country apart. What was that line for the most recent Doctor Strange everyone's making fun of? The like, when you break the rules, you're a hero. When I break them, I'm a villain. It's like, yeah, well, when he broke the rules, he was like trying to help people, and when you broke the rules, it was because you were trying to made things worse for everyone. To be fair, she's a villain. She's a girl boss. No, I know she's a villain of that movie, but first of all, I don't buy it, and second of all, I'm tired of the girl bossing, okay? People sympathize with her like fuck, and it's because they're not sexist enough. Okay, anyway, Age of Ultron was dumb. The character of Ultron was dumb. The premise of trying to, like, lift a city up and then drop it back down is really fucking dumb. I can't believe they did that. Do you have any idea how quickly, like, a segment of Earth would have to land into Earth to do the, like, just nuke it. Just buy a suitcase nuke. Like, what? You're Ultron. Just go, like, sneak into, like, we know that, like, the Russian nuclear stores are guarded by, like, one drunk guy. Just go in there and, like, pick up a nuke and just fly over somewhere and nuke it, you know? Like, okay. Nukes were blocked by Jarvis. Do more. Ah, yes, realism, my superhero movies. Shut up. Oh my god. Jesus. Fuck you. Captain America Civil War, incredibly fucking stupid. Obviously, superhuman should be registered, okay? The reason people defend gun rights is because guns are a force equalizer. Superheroes are by definition a force non-equalizer. And also, a superhuman is significantly stronger than like anything a gun can make you. Like the shit Scarlet Witch can do shouldn't just be on a fucking registry. It should be on like the Scarlet Witch should have a bomb in her brain that like every government on Earth can detonate by pressing a red button on their desk, you know? Just like Jesus Christ. Holy shit. But then working for the American government cringe though? Yeah, well they can point that out. You can say like, I think we should be like registered, but I don't think we should be like on the employment of the US government. Anyway, Ant-Man was boring. Does anyone care about the characters here? Pym and the wife? I just don't... The funny thing is that the most personality they ever had in this goddamn cinematic universe was Tony Stark. And he was at his most personality-driven in the first movie. And then, like, everything else has been inferior to that in terms of, like, the character, you know? That's good, Shu. Don't think about the Marvel movies. I'm thinking about them too much as it is. Thor kind of has one. I mean, yeah, like a dumb one. Thor's character is pretty mid. Okay. Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange was okay. I mostly like Doctor Strange for the effects work. This is one of the few times that I've ever actually seen, speaking of good use of CGI, one of the few times I've ever seen CGI, or like magic, demonstrated in a way that looks really cool and inventive, you know? Like, everyone can render, like, fireballs being thrown or whatever, but this felt like magic. They made Doctor Strange powers look, like, aesthetically different to the powers of all the other characters ever shown. You know, like, everyone else, like, in comparison, his magic looks like magic, and their magic looks like technology magic. You know, like, Scarlet Witch has, like, cool psychokinetic powers, but he has magic. It felt different. I like that. Oh, did I miss Guardians of the Galaxy 1? Oh, fuck, I totally did. Guardians of the Galaxy 1 was good. It was pretty good. So yeah, it's good. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was really good because it was so critical of its characters. And it just slapped in general. It's really, really good. Yeah. It was, yeah, really, really good. I don't remember anything from Winter Soldier. Yeah. Spider-Man Homecoming. I saw this, didn't I? Did I? Did I see Homecoming? I don't know if I saw Homecoming. I actually don't think I saw Homecoming. No, I don't think I did. Thor Ragnarok was really good. I really, really liked it. Really enjoyed Thor Ragnarok. Black Panther was fine. I mostly remember Black Panther for all like the alt-right or internet discourse about how T'Challa is like a based ethnostater and how if you like Wakanda, you have to be alt-right or whatever. Or some shit, and all the Ruth Konda forever. I basically just remember like the memes. I think Black Panther was like fine. I don't think it was exceptional, though. I don't think it was special. They threw Killmonger under the bus. I just don't think it was special. Yeah. I like the Afrofuturist stuff. Yeah, okay, listen, all I'm going to say, and I've said this before, I'm just going to point this out again. The premise that a futuristic, like, secret African country would have magic shields and magic spears is very racist. Okay? Like, it's not as though, like, a futuristic Greek society would have people with, like, laser triremes that they're like rowing to throw like laser Greek fire before the laser phalanx, like with the laser like poofy hack. Like, yeah, dude, it's Italy, and they all look like Roman soldiers, except they have like laser cloaks or something. Like, no. Look, all I'm saying is that, listen, all I'm saying is that I feel like they leaned a little bit too hard into trying to make it all look African. And as a product of that, it just makes me feel like, I don't know. This is Marvel, yes they do, but they wouldn't. Okay, no, I'm not getting into this. Listen, there's nothing wrong with doing that. All I'm saying is that they don't do that anywhere else. They just did that here, okay? I want cyber Romans. I want cyber, like, Indian imperial, like, troops. I want cyber samurai. I want cyber samurai. You know I want cyber... What, Asgard is like that? Asgard is in space. Wait, you guys are kidding right now, right? You're making my point. The only time they did this futurism via 1,000-year-old aesthetics is with aliens and Africans. No, I'm not. No. No, I'm done. Moving on. Anyway. Asgard looks boring, though. True. Very true. They never sold me on Asgard. Was Asgard really supposed to be like one city of like 1,000 people or something? Like, it's like, here's Asgard. They just show one city. Like, I thought it was a plane of existence. Whatever. Asgard. It's one city. It's not even a big city. LA is way bigger than that. And send Thor down to fucking Tokyo, the Tokyo metropolitan area, and have some cringe dialogue. You know, by Odin's beard. Never before have I seen a city of this size. And it's like 8,000 times the size and population of Asgard. So, and they're supposed to be like gods or something? Okay, whatever. Anyway, also, ripped off Anor Londo. Okay, moving on. Infinity War. Infinity War was pretty good. I think Infinity War is mostly worthwhile as, like, how do we turn all of this into a climax in one movie? Or like a half climax, you know, like a cliffhanger climax. I think it's valuable mostly as like the planning that would have had to go into the execution of that much shit into like one, you know, one thing. Yeah, Infinity War is ruined by Endgame because they should have just lost, you know? If, like, can you imagine how much better it would have been if he'd done the Thanos snap, won, left, and there was no bullshit time travel, whatever? Like, it's just like, oh, we just lost half the universe. And Thanos, like, just retires and later shows up in another, like, different movie because, like, there's no point in going after him. You can't change anything. What if he stayed strong? I don't know. Then Spider-Man would have been gone. Well, they would have had to choose different people to kill then. Yeah. Ant-Man and the Wasp, never saw, probably boring. Captain Marvel, never saw, probably boring. Avengers Endgame, did see, very boring. Also, God, imagine having one of the biggest cinematic moments in all of the history, and then following it up the next year with like, okay, then they do some time travel shenanigans to like undo the events of the last movie. Okay, great. Redo. Okay. No balls. No balls. There wasn't even a sacrifice. They didn't undo any events. They brought the snapped people back. The only person you lost was Iron Man, and they've been signal posting Tony Stark's death for like half the fucking MCU. Black Widow died too. Literally nobody cares about Black Widow. Black Widow's death, like, detracts zero from the MCU. She was worthless in every imaginable sense. Oh, you people stay mad. No, she was worthless. And you're never going to sell me on the idea that, like, oh, yeah, dude, here's our team, bro. We've got Captain America, Hulk, Iron Man, and we've got, like, a Russian spy. Okay, great. Like, I look forward to the next giant city-rupturing blast that blows out the eardrums of everyone within a mile radius. And, like, Captain America gets, like, knocked back and she gets incinerated. They could have kept Spider-Man dead and introduced Miles. How fucking base would that have been if he'd had... The new Spider-Man had one movie, and then they killed him. Holy shit, that would have been fucking funny. That would have been so funny. I didn't even give a shit about Miles. I just think it would have been funny. Yeah, Shu, I know that, she's hot. Actually, I take that back. I actually think that, I actually think Black Widow is like one of the least hot incarnations of Scarlett Johansson that I've ever seen. Like, I'll find a good photo so that I'm not trying to like bias it or whatever. I genuinely don't get it. I mean, obviously she's a very attractive woman. I'm not saying she's not. I'm just saying, like, I feel like she's hotter in everything else. I don't know. Maybe it's because they try to make her into like a badass action chick when Scarlett Johansson has the body and the personality and the face of somebody who should be like reclining on a bar table manipulating men into buying her drinks. I don't know. Like, maybe that's part of the appeal, but like there's something, I don't think they've effectively blended the parts here. Bosch doesn't like strong women. She's not a strong woman. She's actually the weakest Avenger. What do you mean strong woman? She's physically like the weakest thing that has any speaking lines in the fucking MCU. Assuming she'd lose in arm wrestling to goddamn Hawkeye, also worthless, by the way. Seriously, Hawkeye as a character, did anyone care? Okay. It's not even, by the way, that they don't have superpowers. It's just they don't have personalities. They don't have super personalities. Yeah, but he has different arrows. What are your thoughts on Captain Marvel? All I've seen of her is in the fucking Avengers Endgame, where she didn't do anything. I heard she was going to play a big role. Because in her movie, which I never saw, she's like super, super strong, which I know how strong she is from like the lore or whatever. And then in Endgame, she's like, yo, what's up? Like destroys a Thanos ship and then dips. So or like does like fights for the gauntlet for like 2 seconds or something. Like, okay. I wonder if they dialed back her role in Endgame after they realized people didn't like her that much. Maybe, did people even dislike her? I don't know. What was a good role for Scarlett Johansson that I got a Bernard in? Honest to God, I would take Scarlett Johansson in fucking what's the thing that was racist? Ghost in the Shell. There we go. That's what we need. We need some goddamn cultural appropriacy is what we need. Her was really good. What, wasn't she just an AI in her? Did she didn't have a body in her? Yeah, she was just a voice. Don't get me wrong, I'd fuck the voice, but like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, lads. I don't know. The cultural appropriacy is looking pretty solid right now. I like the haircut. I like the I have drug problems haircut in chicks. I don't know. You can fucking judge me later, okay? Yeah, the problem bangs. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. Is this a figurine? This is a 3D rendering. Is this 3D rendering? She's just so stacked. I don't know. What are some other roles that she was in? Like, give me one more role where Scarlett Johansson was good in. Was she in Red? Or am I thinking of a different... I'm thinking of a different character. Jojo Rabbit? Are you really gonna make me talk about the not Zussi? The German Tradussi? We really... Listen, she was hanged for being a collaborator with the Resistance, okay? I think that's based as fuck. She literally was hanged... Oh, wait, spoilers. No, she wasn't. No, it's not spoilers. I'm just saying random stuff. I would just sort of randomly... Fuck. She played in Lucy? What? Hey, wait, Lucy! Wasn't Lucy the worst film ever made? I had an aneurysm watching this one. But fuck, she's hot. I fucking hated Lucy. Yeah, the human body uses 10%. But she's using 11% of her brain. Nani? Fucking. It's literally, you know the meme where like Shaggy looks at the camera and he's like, she's zoinks, I only had to use 2% of my power for that one. Like, it's literally that, except it's Scarlett Johansson and she's talking about how much of her brain she's using. And that's the whole fucking movie. And then she reaches 100%, becomes God. What do you... Okay. Yeah, I was saying Scarlett Johansson is hung. That's what I meant. Not that she gets hanged, but she was hung. At one point, she controls gravity. Yeah, I'm a computation. And then she leaves all her knowledge behind in a fucking flash drive. It's like, bro, a flash drive carries a specific file format, okay? I don't think your God information is going to be readable to your average fucking USB port in a computer. It's not... Okay. It was a God flash drive? Yeah, it was a very good flash drive, okay. Fuck. Okay, wait, hold on, we're almost done. Get me out of here. We were supposed to talk politics. Fuck. I'm at Captain Marvel, Avengers Endgame. Spider-Man Far From Home. Pretty mid. Mid to like okay, I think. True Estio. Black Widow I didn't see. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings I didn't see. But I do like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's the fat one, right? The fat guy? I like him as a character. I think I like watching him. I've never been like annoyed with him. No, it wasn't him? Who's the fat guy? Oh, people are mad. Is it Wong? I don't know why you would expect me to remember the names of characters in Marvel movies. Mix the Asian guys up. Is Shang-Chi a guy or a girl? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Also, by the way, if I'd gotten it wrong the other direction, I think he would have been more mad at me because misattributing an Asian name as Wong sounds like it sounds like this, you know, like, oh, is that Wong? Like, it'd be like, oh, is that Tyrone? You know, if you're talking about a black guy, like, it's more stereotypical or whatever. Plus, I wouldn't have been able to resist going, oh, that was wrong. You know, okay, anyway. The Eternals didn't see, but it looked like shit. Looked like actual, like, massive dog shit. The Eternals. Spider-Man No Way Home. I literally just saw this one. What happened in No Way Home? What was the plot again? Oh, right. That was all the different Spider-Mans. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Spider-Man becoming trans. Yeah. Okay, I think we did it. Thank God. Except I never looked at the TV shows. What TV shows are there? I'm just kidding. The only TV show that I ever saw in the MCU, the only ones that I saw were WandaVision, and I saw half of the Loki show. And the first half of WandaVision was really good. And the second half was dog shit. And the Loki was It's so fucking frustrating, dude. The beginning of the Scarlet Witch television, Scarlet Vision, whatever, the beginning of it was so clearly, like, so much direction was being given to the artists, you know? Like, there was so much leeway they were given to structure things in a way that, like, corresponded to the research they did for tropes of all the different sitcoms of different decades. And then they were like, nope, time for us to do the standard Marvel bullshit. Good job, Pigeon. Why do you keep going to lick your armpit and then not doing it? Ooh, face rub. Ooh. Friendly baby. Fraby. Ooh. I can hear her purring. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Lick the foot. Very good. Or whatever it is you're licking. No, my head is woozy from having it tilted at that angle. Ugh, okay. Right, politics. Okay, we have to. Have I seen Severance? No. I found a 6-hour P227 for sale. Oh, Peacekeeper 911. It's not just a P227. It's a P227 Gen 2 carry. AUX carry, I think. I sincerely appreciate the offer, but it was a subset of the 6-hour P227. Speaking of guns. Okay, hold on. Pigeon? You're never gonna find that gun? I know. Yeah, so, thank you though, Peacekeeper. I appreciate you keeping me... Okay, we have to talk. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Pigeon. When I'm in the chair, it moves sometimes. Are you gonna go? Wait. Put on my hand. Yeah. Uh-huh. Now we're on our desk now, huh? Yeah? Ooh. Yeah, STL, I saw. Here, but I'll see again in a second. Pigeon. Pigeon. Pigeon, you can't be here. You'll distract me with your cute, stinky face. Yeah? She must like the mic because the fucking cotton guard over it smells like my breath. You're disgusting, Pigeon. She's just gonna keep doing this. I'm glad she's in a good mood. Oh. Licking our foot. The tail whip, it actually really hurts to be hit in the back of the neck by her tail. Can you not hit random keys? You'll delete my tax info. Pigeon, ooh, just jam your fucking eye socket into my finger. Great, that's great for your health. You're so smart, Pigeon. Show your asshole off to thousands of people. That's so smart of you. You're such a wonderful baby. We going anywhere in particular? Just clawing at my desk ornaments. And now we're sitting. And your tail is going to hit buttons because it's whipping back and forth. Okay. Yeah, Posada Sean, I saw a very transparent effort to try to get my attention. Oh, did Lycan delete the tweet? I didn't see that. Huh. Pigeon, you are going to distract the ever-loving fuck out of me. I've got to set you down. She's eating her tail now. I wonder if I can get that shown on stream. Pigeon, can we... No, I can't. She's determined to just remain there in this. Pigeon. Lycan deleted it because everyone was yelling at him for being a shit ghoul. Oh, reasonable. Just move her, but she's so cute. Look at this. She's being ridiculously friendly. Do you want chicken? I don't have chicken. Okay, I will try to do this segment. Wait, I can't access the keyboard. God damn it. Okay. Pigeon, I can't type without looking at the keyboard. I never learned how to type. Please. Go into my lap. Go. All right, Pigeon. Okay. Disgusting rat fuck. All right, please, God, let's actually get along with the stream, please. I'm begging. I'm begging you. And myself, and... Okay, she's gone. Holy fuck, I need a haircut. God damn it. I couldn't get through the fucking New York Times thing. The paywall, they blocked the 12foot.io. You look very British today. I know. Okay, not a moment longer. All right. In the past, in the past, I have been accused of cop hate, if you can believe it, on this here platform, in large part because I have, I've noted a tendency on the part of police officers in the past to run off with the guns, so to speak. I never thought I'd get angry at them for not doing that, but, here we are. The police who were present at the Texas school shooting, I'm not going to waste time with the fancy run-up and intro. You all know more or less what happened there. The shooter engaged with the police officers outside of the school. The shooter made their way into the school, undeterred by the presence of those police officers, and then the police officers spent nearly an hour waiting outside of the building, scared to go in, listening to gunshots echo inside the school while they waited on backup. How? I'm not overstating the case here. That's literally and directly what's said. This is the New York Post. There's a New York Times article that says this as well. 12foot.io wasn't working for me. Here you go. Police waited to enter Texas school. A shooter went on a killing spree. Texas elementary school mass shooting suspect spent more than 40 minutes slaughtering young students inside as witnesses desperately urged police to charge into the building. So there were people shouting at the cops, go in there, because you can hear the gunshots inside of the school as the shooter just has free reign to kill whoever they want, while teachers inside of the school are dying to protect the students. The police officers are sitting outside, vibing, going goblin mode. Now, the interesting thing here is that the initial report is that the shooter was too heavily armed and armored for the police officers to take to begin with, so they had to wait for, backup, like SWAT or whatever, with people with heavier arms and armor. But here's the thing, folks. So the shooter had guns, which is, funnily enough, what police officers also have. They both have those. They said it was heavily armored, Initially, the reports, you guys remember, right? The initial reports, this guy's, he's just too tough. He comes in here, he's armored. He wasn't armored. He was wearing a vest with pockets to slot ballistic armor into, those plates that you put on. He was unarmored. A bullet would have gone through him, which means they didn't shoot him. They tried to lie about it, but they were caught on the lie. He wasn't armored. No, he wasn't armored. Those plates are expensive. Yeah, they are. The excuse I've heard is that he barricaded himself in that room. No cops could get in, but at least try. Cops can get into an elementary school room if they want to. There is nothing inside of a school that can prevent police officers from entering that room if they really want to. They have discretion to do basically anything they want when it comes to navigating that space. And as for whether or not the police officers, you guys think it's a bravery issue. Well, don't worry, folks. It's not that the cops aren't brave enough to go into the school, because they did. Police officers rushed into the school to get their own children, he added. And then they left. So they skedaddled on in, elementary school. So the police officers, I'm here to help. Sprint right in there, get their kids. All right, little Timmy, you're safe. Let's go back to hiding, behind the police cars. That's actually hysterical. Well, it is darkly funny. It definitely is. It's also, unbearable conceptually. The bulk of the kids and teachers were in a single room and were massacred all at once while the police did fuck all. The police, so, hold on, it gets worse. They may have been the ones to barricade the shooter in the room. Oh, don't tell me. DPS director Steve McGraw said twice the cops were the ones who barricaded the shooter into a classroom. That contradicts previous statements by other DPS Spocks, who said the gunman barricaded himself and immediately began shooting kids. Now this right here, the police timeline of the Texas school shooting has a lot of holes. I can't parse together the truth. We're only like a day and a half out from the incidents, and also I'm not a journalist, but usually when there are inconsistencies in the story offered by police, it's because they fucked up really badly, and they're trying to keep the press from getting onto it. Unfortunately for them, rather than most of the times that police fuck up really badly, this is a massive national issue, so it's getting a lot of attention, which means journalistic inquiry, which means lies get found out. Like the lie about the armor. Maybe we'll find out that the police basically directly caused more kids to get killed by barricading the shooter instead of confronting him directly, you know? Who's to say? Now, I'm not, people like to respond to behavior like this with like well, you're not a police officer. You have to be there. You don't know what their job demands are. And you're right, I don't. And I don't care either. Any situation where police officers are moseying on outside of the school while dozens of children are being gunned down, completely unimpeded by a school shooter for at minimum 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Think 40 minutes. You could watch like 2 TV show episodes in that time. You could start that, finish one, hit next episode, watch all that one through, and the whole time gunshots firing inside the school, and then you run in. 40 minutes in a situation like this. Unfathomable. Absolutely insane. A whole TNG episode. Now, the police officers are, of course, facing a tremendous amount of criticism for this, but I think it's important to understand that what we're seeing right here, it's not unique. I want to share a bit of a story with you, and I only learned about this, by the way, not because I was taught it in school, which is where I should have been taught this information, but I was taught this by a Knowing Better video, a video which all of you, by the way, should watch. Spectacular stuff. It is about the Columbine Massacre. This is basically the origin of the modern American school shooter thing. So, I want to talk about the behavior. Yes, Knowing Better is great. I want to talk about the behavior of the SWAT team here. See, SWAT teams exploded in popularity after Columbine. What if something big and special happens? We need the extra fancy boys with the big armor and guns to come on in. But the SWAT teams didn't do shit at Columbine. I will demonstrate by reading through Wikipedia, the only reliable source on Earth. All right? Scroll up. 12:08 p.m. suicides. I'd read the whole paragraph, but it's not relevant. At 12:08 p.m., they shot themselves. Why did they shoot themselves? How exactly did they shoot themselves? Doesn't matter. They're dead. 8 minutes before they kill themselves, at noon, SWAT teams stationed outside the school, ambulances started taking the wounded to local hospitals. A call for additional ammunition in case of a shootout came at 12:20. By this point, the 2 boys have been dead for 12 minutes. So keep in mind, the fire alarms are ringing inside the high school, which muffles gunshots. When fire alarms are ringing, it's kind of hard to tell if anyone's shooting inside. I'll give them that. That's fair to say, I think. If the fire alarms, those things are loud as fuck, are ringing, you're not going to be able to confidently determine whether or not, shooting is going on. So I don't expect the police to instantly know that the boys inside have committed suicide. I don't believe that. However, authorities reported pipe bombs by 1 o'clock, and 2 SWAT teams entered the school at 1:09. 1:09. 1 hour and 1 minute after the 2 shooters killed themselves, the SWAT team, the basically militarily equipped police, finally dare to enter the school. Moving from classroom to classroom, discovering hidden students and faculty, they entered at the end of the school opposite the library. This isn't a joke. Hampered by old maps and unaware a new wing had recently been added. It boggles the mind the level of incompetence necessary to not know the layout of the school that you're about to be storming for a shooter situation when wings added to schools take literal years to plan and build. Okay. They were also hampered by the sound of the fire alarms. That's fair. Those are very, very loud. We go forward a bit. Patrick Ireland had regained lost consciousness several times after being shot by Klebold. Paralyzed on his right side, he crawled to the library windows where, on live television at 2:38 p.m., 2 hours and 30 minutes after all shooters in the building had shot themselves, 2 hours 30, he stretched out the window, intending to fall into the arms of 2 SWAT team members standing on the roof of the emergency vehicle, instead falling directly onto the vehicle's roof in a pool of blood. He became known as the boy in the window. The team members, Don Kramer and John Ramoniak, were later criticized for allowing Ireland to drop more than 7 feet to the ground while doing nothing to try to ensure he could be lowered to the ground safely or break his fall. So they just, like, watched as, like, this bloodied... Yeah, there's a video of it. At 2:15, so that's 2 hours and 7 minutes after the shooters have killed themselves, students placed a sign in the window, "One bleeding to death," in order to alert police and medical personnel of Dave Sanders' location in the science room. That's a teacher. Police initially feared it was a ruse by the shooters. So no shots fired in 2 hours, 7 minutes. The shooter has a brilliant idea. We'll put a sign up into the window encouraging them to come in. Genius. A shirt was tied to the doorknob. At 2:30, this was spotted, and by 2:40, SWAT officers evacuated the room of students and called for a paramedic. Hansi and Starkey were reluctant to leave Sanders behind. By 3 o'clock, the SWAT officers had moved Sanders to a storage room, which was more easily accessible. As they did so, a paramedic arrived and found Sanders had no pulse. He had died of his injuries in the storage room before he could receive medical care. So the SWAT team, after seeing the sign, waited. Only then, like 45 minutes after the sign had been placed in the window, did they enter that room and get the guy out, moved him to a storage room. And from the language here, I don't think they applied any kind of medical aid. I don't think they're obligated to in a perceived shooter situation, even though no shots have been fired in hours. So they didn't. They just sort of brought the bleeding guy there and just sort of put him, like, on the ground in the storage room. They just put him in a closet, basically. And the paramedics came and found him dead. He died in that closet, alone. You can read the whole thing if you want. This happens, like, all the time. Didn't this happen in Parkland, too? Police officers are fucking cowards. And the reason they're cowards is because the first rule that police officers are taught in academy is not protect and serve. Obviously, it's not protect and serve. It's make it home at the end of the day. That's the reason why. All the bad behavior that police engage in can be attributed to that. Every act of violence they commit against other people. How often cops are like twitchy fucking raccoons that jump out at you at a bush, you know? You got to play Simon Says with them. Keep your hands right there on the wheel when you're pulled over for a fucking rollover stop at a four-way stop sign, you know? They're twitchy because they're taught in academy. Any person at any time could kill you. They're treated, or they're taught to treat the environments that they're supposed to be protecting, the way that, like, U.S. infantry treated, like, Afghanistan during occupation. Like, anyone could have the improvised explosive device, except, of course, soldiers have rules of engagement that limit the degree of escalation when they, like, begin to fire on people. Cops don't, you know? Like, cops can just open fire and, like, there you go. That happened. They feared for their life because somebody moved their hand a little bit slightly. Whereas, you know, soldiers have, like, there's, like, the list you have to go through it. You can be court-martialed if you don't follow that list and blah-de-blah. They're worse. They're far worse. And I think it's important to understand, like, as long as this is their attitude, cops, not only will a cop not sacrifice themselves to save a child, a cop would rather let 10 children die than even risk their life. In this case, it was 19, or, well, it wasn't 19 children. It was like 17 children and 2 teachers, wasn't it? They would, like, they don't. At the end of the day, their lives are the thing that they care about. And the cops actually do have body armor, unlike the guy they lied about who didn't. Oh, sorry, no, 19 kids and 2 teachers. My bad. I didn't. Yeah, no, 19 kids. While they just, like, waited outside, you know, didn't do anything. Even if they had stormed the place and hadn't been able to protect a single one of those kids, even if all the kids had died before the cops could reasonably have done anything, at least that would have demonstrated on their part willful engagement with the situation, a desire to risk their own lives to protect others. But they didn't. It doesn't really matter how many lives they could or could not have saved in any specific instance. It's about the attitude they have when approaching situations that could threaten them. But cops are pussies, aren't they? What about all those no-knock warrants? You know how they send SWAT teams to do no-knock warrants for, like, drug crimes? Because they're terrified. They don't want to have one cop knock on a door. They don't even want to have 2 cops or 6 cops knock on a door. They want, like, a whole squad of, like, rifle-wielding, flak vest, bulletproof helmet, everything, storming a building with because nothing, any threat to them is so intolerable that they will subject you to death if it means they get a slightly higher chance of coming back home at the end of the day, which is just not the philosophy I think police should subscribe to. In situations of great social tension, of danger, cops should be sorry if this is controversial, the first people to die. That's their job. Isn't that the point of the thin blue line? That's the job that you signed up for. It'd be like soldiers, like soldiers fleeing from a battlefield. And you're like, why are they doing that? And they're like, it's really hard being out there. Why would you expect them to fight there when they could die? It's like, well, that's your fucking job. You signed up for that. That's the main thing. And yes, I know the Supreme Court has ruled police have no obligation to risk their lives to protect you. The legality of their monstrous behavior is not of any concern to me. I don't care what the Supreme Court says about them. If cops aren't there to protect people, because technically, nothing compels police officers to go save children from being gunned down by madmen except for their job requirements. It's not against the law for a cop to quit right there. So if we're talking like, what you're going to be arrested over, their effective desertion is not something like, we're not talking a legal issue. We're talking ethically here. And I think it makes it clear. Cops can have all the resources in the world. It's not going to make you one iota safer. They say, oh yeah, have an armed security guard at schools. That'll protect them. No, shooter will shoot him first. Or maybe that security guard is an ex-cop, in which case they're a fucking pussy and they'll run at the first sign of trouble. Who was the first person to die over at the supermarket in Buffalo? It wasn't the first person. One of the first people to die was the security guard. Got shot. What? You don't need one security guard, you need 2, 3? Columbine had an armed security guard, didn't it? It won't work. This good guy with a gun, bad guy with a gun bullshit is never, ever, 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 ever going to work because, unfortunately, the main group of good guys with a gun that we have, dubious good qualifications, by the way, are gigantic pussies. Yeah, the security guard did actually shoot at the guy, though, so that's something to the security guard, Credit where credit's due. The security guard at the Buffalo, supermarket, yeah, actually did hit an actually armored target, didn't he? The guy at the Buffalo, he actually was armored, wasn't he? Yeah. But he got him. At least it stung. And meanwhile, while the cops are sitting out there doing their drum circle, listening to the sound of gunfire inside, there are teachers in the school who are risking their lives, who, when it comes down to the moment, they actually do put their lives on the line to protect children. This has happened in a number of school shootings. Teachers throwing their lives away to even the slightest chance of protecting students. But cops, armed and armored cops, trained cops. I'm not just saying cops aren't heroes. They're less than normal people. Regular people can be heroes. Those teachers can be heroes. They're paid less to be heroes, trained less, armored less, armed less. They can be heroes. The cops, fearful, quivering cops, trained to fight. But fighting puts you at risk, doesn't it? No. So they are less than normal. They're less than not heroes. They're worthless. Absolute worthless. And by the way, this puts to lie the idea that cop militarization is about police officers responding to like high threat situations. First of all, that's not what SWAT teams are used for. SWAT teams are used in large part to like serve no-knock warrants, to fucking like do drug raids or whatever. Like, it's not like they're being shown up for fucking bank robberies every other day. That's a small portion of what they do. And additionally, like, you know, they want to make every cop a SWAT officer, so you can do what? What threat are you going to address with your rifle and your, you know, armored vest and your like tear gas grenades? What are you going to do? Are you going to sit outside? All you're going to do is sweat more in your heavy clothing while sitting in the Texas heat as children die inside of the school. Okay, that's what you're going to do. The only reason they want cops more militarized is because, yeah, Pigeon? She's also outraged. The militarized cops are more of a threat to ordinary people. That's why. It has nothing to do. All this police militarization is about keeping you in line, not about keeping, you know, the dangerous criminals off the street. I'll tell you a secret, folks. I'll tell you a secret, okay? American criminals, they aren't doing their bank robberies in Abrams tanks. Regular old police officers with their regular old sidearms are capable of handling basically any threat level posed by any criminals in the American streets. That's sufficient for dealing with, I'd say, a significant amount of crime. So when they get their rental APCs donated offhand from the military, they get their rifles, their tear gas, you know, what the fuck are they using that for? They're using it to scare you. Because they're too much of pussies to put that gear into actual use. Remember seeing the grenade launchers donated to cops? Yeah. Disgusting. Genuinely disgusting. Seriously. And by the way, I don't think that the cops at this Texas shooting, I don't even think they're uniquely bad or cowardly or whatever. I think it's a corporate culture, if you will. I think this is how cops are taught to behave. Civilians are all potential threats. Your life matters more than anyone else's. Any measure that you take to protect yourself, even if it puts them in harm's way, is justified because at the end of the day, you need to make it back home, you know, all the time. You know, these fuckers seize up. People become cops so they can be the high school bully twice over. You know, people don't become cops so they can risk their lives saving children being shot at. But this is getting attention. And I genuinely do believe that this is going to produce a lot of significant warranted anti-police discourse, because even the Associated Press is mainlining this information. Onlookers urged police to charge into the Texas grade school where a gunman killed 19 children, 2 teachers. Witness said the rampage lasted upwards of 40 minutes, ending when the 18-year-old shooter was killed by a border patrol team. I didn't even mention that. Yeah, it wasn't even the fucking cops that got him. Yeah. Apparently they're even disputing like the border patrol thing. Like it might have been a suicide and they're just saying it was done by the other people as a way of, I don't know if that's true though. I'm just hearing different stories and you know, this stuff always takes a while to settle out. AP is pretty reliable though. Yeah. Why were the border patrol team there? Oh yeah, ICE showed up. Did I mention that? ICE showed up to the school. Watch the rest of the video linked last night. Zigabis, I don't know why you think I would have a video that you linked last night. Uvalde has a BP checkpoint, yeah. Why you think ICE showed up? I don't know. Go into the ICE thing more. Well, yeah, like Merrick said, you know, call for all units. You know, you bring people there. Also, you know, ICE, they just like being where the action is. You know, they're just moseying on down. When you're evil and you work for ICE, like, you know, you want to be around the school shootings. It's like a human sacrifice for a vampire or something, or for a lich. You know, you just want to be around. You just want to be where the action is. Are you familiar with the cop quote, it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6? Yeah, like, you know. Except they're never really judged by 12, are they? Certainly not convicted. And of course, this has led to a tremendous amount of anti-gun discourse. I don't want it to lead to anti-gun discourse. I think it's less productive than it being anti-cop discourse or Republican discourse or anti-NRA discourse, but whatever. In the grand scheme of things, if I had to choose between two groups, one of which being SDL tier gun-hating liberals and the other group being NRA-loving Republicans, I'll choose the former 100 times out of 100.
Excuse me. Sit down. You're out of line and an embarrassment. Sit down and don't play this stuff.
The next shooting is right now, and you are doing nothing.
No, he needs to get his ass out of here. This isn't the place to talk this over.
This is totally predictable when you...
Sir, you're out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Sir,
Out of line.
You are out of line. Please leave this auditorium. I can't believe you're a sick son of a bitch that would come to a deal like this to make a political issue.
That's the mayor of Uvalde saying that? Well, yeah, of course. Republicans are incredibly fragile. I'm sorry, but this is a publicity stunt. Yeah, of course it's a publicity stunt. But listen, the reason conservatives get so defensive over issues like this is because there's genuinely, like, every time one of these things happens, like, Republicans, like basically, like, they just don't want us to talk about it, I think the funniest evidence that you can see of that is Charlie Kirk. Let me see if I can find... Hello, Pigeon. Wow, Pigeon, we're so involved with Oh, yes. Fantastic. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, okay. Yep. Yep, thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah. Charlie Kirk, let me see if I can find the... Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, this is a brilliant one right here. And people were making fun of it, of course. Right here up top. If you're trying to politicize the senseless murder of 14 innocent children right now, you should probably stop. Pray for the families of the students in the community in Uvalde, Texas. This is before it was learned that the shooter was not a white nationalist. After the shooter was learned to have been a not white person, 40 minutes later, pay close attention to how quickly the media shifts their messaging from potential white supremacy to gun control after learning the last name of the shooter. So he literally, it was 18 minutes apart, lol. Yeah, it was literally like right off the bat. It was, let's not talk politics, guys. And then as soon as he realized the person wasn't white, it's like, all right, game on, baby. Yeah, beyond parody. Truly evil behavior. I'm surprised he just didn't delete the first tweet. Why? What difference would it make to delete the first tweet? Do you think Republicans care about consistency or truth? Do you think the obvious inconsistency in Trump's stories deterred any of his followers? They're anti-empiricists. They think things are true when the people they believe are true say it's true. Evidence has nothing to do with it. All right, cut this damn segment. Oh, Knowing Better quote tweeted me. Nice. Apparently your thing is mad on shoe. Okay, hold on. If you want the prestige of putting your life on the line every day, you need to actually do it when time. Okay, good. He's agreeing with me. Nice. I really like Knowing Better. Does he follow me? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Nick Fuentes got caught with a femboy porn tab. Okay, the fact that Nick Fuentes is gay is like the least hot. If you I don't care. If you found a porn tab of a woman on his phone, I would consider that newsworthy, If it was like an anime girl, it would be like, oh shit, maybe he's bi? Pigeon, we can't keep doing this, Pigeon. You're blocking half of my screen with your giant ears. She defiantly licks her belly. Ricky Gervais. I haven't seen the special. I don't like commenting on comedy specials. Until I've seen them, because I know that comedy has like a different mechanism for the delivery of political points. I mean, obviously it's going to be shit, but snatch her up. Pigeon. 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 Hello, my scrunkly child. There we go. All right, what are people mad about? This show tweet. Hey, can we not kink shame? Obviously, Shoe on Head wants to time warp to a point in the past where she can pretend that the trad wife 1950s advertisement commercial. Come on, don't kink shame. Come on. What's up? I think this is funny. The subreddit was calling it neo-fash. I think... Listen, okay? Oh, hey, Shoe. So anyway, as I was saying, Shoe says retarded shit all the time. However, like, I feel like a lot of people in my community give Shoe less leeway for jokes she makes than they give me for my jokes. Like, you know how I'll make jokes about, like, ah, yes, the glorious revolutionary potential of the Azov Battalion, and all the tankies are like, he admits it! It's not a joke, he keeps saying it! Well, like, Shoe does the same thing. Like, clearly. Where like she'll lean into people accusing her of being like a Nazbol or whatever. I mean, I can tell the difference between when she's joking and when she's not, but I've also like talked to her in person, so you know, whatever. What is American Truck Simulator? Oh, it's a really weird game by Hideo Kojima. Oh, we don't need to watch that, Spicy Lemon. It's because she blocks people with the slightest critique, so it comes off as serious. Oh, well, you know, whatever. It's block policy. You know. How is it 8:30? Well, I started at 7. Most of your audience is autistic. They can't help it. Oh, well. Wait, yeah, I'll believe in the 50s. Yeah. All right, hold on. Was there any other thing I wanted to do here, or should I? I think I just want to turn TTS off and play American Truck Simulator. Vosh going to talk about the shooter as trans psyop. I talked about it a bit yesterday. TTS is on? No, I'll turn TTS on. I want the loner box debate. You found one? Peacekeeper 911, you found one? No shot. Is it from one of those scam websites? The loner box debate is such content? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, you actually found one. So what do you want, a collection fee? Is that what you're here for, Peacekeeper 911? This looks legit. How many magazines? 2 factory mags, manual grip removal tool. Okay, I'll do this right after stream is done. If it disappears by then, that's life. Annie, you're too good to me. You know that, right? You people are too good to me. All right, we're focusing on positivity now. Okay, we'll do the loner box and Bad Empanada. Wait, is it even out there? Like, didn't Loner Box delete the VOD? I don't want to watch Bad Empanada's, It's up on Loner Box's thing? Okay, gotcha. It's out there? Okay, we'll watch that then. Hold on, 1 second. I'm really warm in here. Let me open the window, and then I'll get everything set up for the meme dream. Peacekeeper 911, thank you. And Annie, thank you. God, you people are so nice. I'm very, very excited. I can't show it on stream because hold on. The loner box debate, thank you. Okay, sorry, it's too warm in here. Pigeon, you're radiating warmth. Do you have any idea how much warmth Pigeon radiates, by the way? Do you have any fucking idea how much heat she puts off? It is insane. She doesn't have any fur to insulate both in and out, so she radiates heat constantly. She's always on the lookout for warmth. In fact, I guarantee you that if I get up to open the window and to pee, she's going to jump down and sit right where my butt is because my butt's warm. See if I'm right. I'll scooch back so you can see if she does. We'll see. What a disciplined little chicken nugget. Expected her to make the grab. Why am I trending on Twitter? I didn't even notice. Why am I trending? All these tweets are for me. Why would I? You can't say I'm trending when the only person... Oh, fuck yeah, look at this. My granddad very much enjoying his gift, proving once and for all good taste is heritable and you don't need to know what a Vosh is to appreciate the ageless truth of politics. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. The drippy. Okay, close this. Open this. Pop the window out. Oh, there's so many mechanics. Oh god. Oh, by the way, thanks to... Did I thank them? No, stop. Did I thank them or not? Did I? No, I didn't. Any. Thanks to Any. I fixed the Death Stranding shit. It was just some Steam controller compatibility bullshit. That was the issue. Based and pog-pilled. Okay, starting the thing. Just gonna play some casual American Truck Simulator Spicy Edition. Nope. Nope. Yes.
Pick up the call. What? Oh, he's calling.
What was it? Wait, what was that last note that they hit? Why did that sound so familiar? The last note that Loner Box hit. Jojo. Yep. Thank you, guys.
Oh.
Is that true, SDL?
Hello?
I don't know, Merrick.
Hey, how was your concert for Palestine?
Sorry?
I heard you were playing a concert for Palestine.
Sure.
Excellent, fantastic. Should
Probably from my
Chinese-
chat, more likely.
Should China's imps be banned your opinion.
When did I say that?
You said that. You said that Destiny gets banned, for example, for calling for the white nationalist mass murder of anti-racist protesters. Then it's only fair that tanky China sims should also be banned, right?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
What did I say
did you
30 seconds before that clip?
In your own words.
I'm just asking you, what did I say 30 seconds before that clip?
I want you to tell me what you said. What did you mean?
Right off the bat.
So, what I meant was, okay, before that clip, the question that came up was whether or not Destiny deserved to be banned for bad community policing. I was answering a chatter. And my response was,
bad community policing
and my
entail?
response was that if that's true, then Hassan would have been banned, not for the China simping, but because he brigades LSF threads on his stream. I don't think either of those offenses should be bannable.
Why
I
did you
was
bring
saying-
up the China thing then?
It was a tangent, and I've already addressed this. You've seen the video where I addressed this.
No, I have never
When this debate is closer to the good guy, the guy who's on camera is unquestionably the good guy of this conversation. I'm just listening to the memes, by the way. I'm not even going to guarantee I'm going to give some based commentary or whatever. I just, whatever. Where the golden truck came from. I got a new paint job.
seen any of your videos, and I don't plan to see any.
Didn't you comment
Beep,
on my
beep.
Hassan one? You commented
You
on
don't
it.
need to watch the video to comment on it.
Okay. Well, yeah, in that one, I already took it back. I said that was a dumb point, yeah.
But did you say it was a dumb point because you were blaming him for the actions of his chat, or because it was a dumb point because people shouldn't be banned for liking the Chinese government?
Both.
Okay.
I'm just so
Great.
curious. Would you describe yourself as someone who's good at judging other people's opinions? Do you think you've got a good grasp
Absolutely.
of that? So why do you
Absolutely.
think I'm queer-phobic?
Because you had certain things that you said about how people dressing up in kink gear at pride parades is
Did I
bad
say
for the
kink
children.
gear? Did I say kink gear? What kind of kink gear?
Oh, the
I
King
mean, we
Pride
all know the
discourse.
photos that were being peddled
Which
around.
photo?
Which photo? You want a specific photo? You know
Well,
exactly what I'm talking about.
I only commented on one photo, so
Well,
which photo?
should people at pride parades have to regulate themselves just in case some like right-wing, generic LGBT-phobic person
Which
takes a picture
photo
and is
was
like,
Which photo was I talking about?
You seem to. I don't give a shit which photo you were talking about. That's a reactionary position, from just how it is.
So the
We
photo I
need
was
to think
talking
about
about.
the children. Like LGBT liberation needs to cater to these ridiculous narratives of like.
If
well,
you
think
don't
about
know
the
which
children.
photo I'm talking about, you can just ask. I'm not going to make fun of you for not remembering. It's a long
We're
time
talking
ago.
about multiple. I mean, this is not just one photo we're talking about here.
I
That whole
only
idiotic
commented on one
debate was
photo.
centered around. That whole idiotic debate was centered around not just one.
This is
photo,
gonna be the
like
whole
an entire
convo.
narrative. Okay.
And I only
And
commented
there are
on one
plenty of
photo.
photos that are put forward to further that narrative. Okay, which photo? Link it to me.
The one of the guys who were doing puppy play and having a girl pet them.
Okay.
Do you think puppy play is typically accepted in public by BDSM communities?
Do you think taking one singular photo like that and essentially denouncing the entire idea of the whole concept of people,
Well, it
being
sounds like
kinky
Ban
at a
Empanada's
Did I
backing off the
dismiss
puppy play
entire
photo.
concept of people being kinky at Pride?
I'm
I don't
sure
give a
you
fuck
did.
about people doing kink at Pride. What, bondage? Yeah, I don't give a shit. Of course that's reactionary bullshit. I was commenting
Great.
on
I'm
puppy
glad we
play.
agree.
I was commenting on puppy play in front of kids. Do you think that's
In
acceptable
front
to
of,
do in
isn't
front of
that
kids?
photo like with kids or in front of kids?
It
Because the
was
kids
both.
shouldn't
Well,
fucking be there.
Well, yeah, the kid was there. So you agree? You agree that you shouldn't do puppy play with kids? Yeah.
I think the problem is that someone brought kids there.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
So what? Why do you?
If you
So
bring
why do you think
fucking
I
kids-
said that this was a
If
bad
you bring
idea?
fucking kids to an overtly sexual event, that's your fault. It's not the fault of anyone else who just happens to be there.
Well, why do you think I said it was a bad idea at the time? That
I don't
particular.
fucking know or care.
Because people were defending it.
I really like Ban, or not Ban,
Well,
Zucker, I really
why
like
did you
Lodebar.
were saying-
retweet? Why did you retweet like a straight up settler colonialism advocate?
Are you
taking
dodging
her
the question?
calling
I'm sorry.
someone-
Wait, you called. So do you think I'm a
What do you mean
queerphobic
dodging?
reactionary or
None of
not?
this matters. I'm here to talk about politics, not like personal accusations against you.
Wait, that's what
I
he
honestly
did.
don't
It's a
give shit about
political
personal
exact.
accusations
Wait,
against you.
calling me queerphobic is a political stance, right?
Yeah, and we just went over it, and you clarified that you agree with me on that. What don't we agree on? That's something much more interesting.
So
to
I'm
talk
not
about.
queerphobic, or I am.
At least in that way, no, you're not.
Thanks. Okay. Why do
I
you
don't
think
know,
I'm
I don't know about your
pro-necrophilia?
politics, so I can't really tell.
Why do you think I'm
'Cause it's funny.
pro-necrophilia?
Because it's funny. You're a necrophiliac. Why not?
So, okay. So it's all just a meme, right? You're gonna back off these claims because they're...
I actually I do admire the bravado of the schizo posting there, you know? Like just a man arguing with his own acid like hallucinations, his own like acid trip demons. Yeah. Beep beep. This game's so pretty. I like beep beeping.
They're memes.
You're not gonna back off a single thing that you've said about me. Why should I back off any of this? Do you think like
have I
anyone
said
calls
about
anyone
you?
a necrophiliac seriously?
What have I said about you that I'm not gonna back up?
This is like this thing, like people take everything incredibly fucking seriously. Like people levy the most ridiculous claims against me. I don't take them seriously, like even a little bit, right?
Okay.
You do that
I
to me.
fixed
I
him
don't
up for
take that
Messiah.
shit seriously. I'm much more concerned with the sentiment behind it, right? I'm not so particularly concerned with my own reputation.
I'm just
People are
asking
gonna
you
say whatever the
questions.
fuck they want about you.
I'm just
I'm more
asking you
concerned with the
questions.
actual politics behind these.
Well,
behind
when I
these
get
sorts of
comments
things.
from you people in your community saying I'm really upset about your kink at Pride take because they heard it from you, yeah,
That literally
yeah,
makes
let me
no
clarify.
sense. Where did they hear that from me?
I've got the tweet up on
From
my
like
screen.
a Twitter account with 2,000 followers?
Yeah, I don't know
Those
if you
people
said
need
it
to
more
get a fucking
times.
life.
Wait, is Bad Empanada saying it's okay for him to lie because his Twitter account keeps getting banned, so it's small enough that his followers shouldn't be able to see the lies that he's saying? The bravado, I respect it. Okay.
If anyone comes to me like I'm really fucking
I
I'm
do
really
agree.
worried about
I
this
do
thing
agree
that
that
I heard
people-
about you. Just Jesus, man, you shouldn't care.
I do agree that people who believe what you say about people should not take you seriously. Yeah, I completely agree with that. But anyway.
Okay. I think that no one should take you seriously in general as a
Ah, sweet
so-called
Lois.
political
Schizo-
commentator.
What have I said that is such a big problem?
Highway,
Is
cars.
Carl Rittenhouse a white supremacist spree killer?
I don't think he's a spree killer. Is that a legal term? I think he's
I
probably
know,
a white
it's just-
supremacist. Yeah, if he wasn't back then, he's definitely on his way to becoming
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Why should we feel sympathy for him? Because he cried some crocodile tears in the stand?
I didn't say I should feel sympathy for it. I was making fun of him on my streams when that was happening. I said I said that
okay.
he wasn't that you shouldn't judge whether or not he was fake crying because that's like okay.
Why not?
Because how do you know? There are
I
like
don't
a
give a shit if
million
he's
good
fake crying or if
criticisms.
he's real crying. He should cry. He should cry for the rest of his life, every single day, every single moment, for
There
real.
are a million criticisms you can make of Kyle Rittenhouse. The fake crying was dumb. Like it was like what? Like it's just, how much
is true.
understanding of PTSD do you have to think that someone fake
Oh, he
crying?
has PTSD. He has PTSD from murdering anti-racist protesters.
even if we
Good.
believe,
Fuck yes.
You
Good.
think- okay, wait.
More PTSD for people like him.
do you want to back up the claim that he murdered them? You don't think it was self-defense?
Oh my god.
With Loner Box's arguments here, you know, obviously Bad Empanada's not smart enough to argue like the legality here, but of course Bad Empanada doesn't really care about the legality. I think it would be a little bit more compelling for Loner Box to hit on the like, you know, whether or not you feel like Rittenhouse deserves to cry or have PTSD or whatever. Like it makes you look like a fucking schizoid freak to be like debating him faking crying on the witness stand, which is my thing. Like I don't get like it's not about defending Kyle Rittenhouse. It's just like, why of all the criticisms that you could levy would it be like, here's him looking weird while crying? You know, it doesn't. I don't think it's particularly compelling.
We going full Destiny mode here.
Just
Full
tell me.
fucking Destiny mode.
Do you
Not
think Destiny
surprising
was
that you're
the
a big
only
fan of
person
it.
who thinks he was doing self-defense?
I think everyone who thinks that he's a moronic liberal piece of shit. Yeah.
Do you want to talk to me or do you want to talk to Destiny?
I know that you're essentially like a Destiny suck-up. Like, your whole thing is that you have moderated your opinions to the point where you've become right-wing because you're trying to suck up to right-wing people.
Okay,
Hence, you
okay,
deleted,
change
hence,
what- okay.
hence you deleted your Bolivia video because David Pacman is Destiny's friend, and you didn't want to have a video on your channel.
The
now that
dots
you're
are
trying to get into
connecting.
Destiny sphere. That is too.
Brother,
you
I
know,
deleted
too
that
mid-
video because the
Right,
audio was bad. You think my fucking videos after that are
Oh,
not
I'm
incredibly
sure.
left-wing?
I am sure. Just because the audio was.
I have
bad. Nothing
videos
to do
where
with
I
that.
criticize Destiny. What are you talking about?
No. There's criticism, right?
Huh.
There's criticism, as if someone like Destiny deserves good faith.
Is Pac-Man actually friends with Destiny? I think they're on good terms, but the last time I saw them interact was Destiny like talking with Pac-Man and doing this really weird like Joker mode breakdown about how like all it takes is a little push with and then from the left, and then gravity takes over. While Pac-Man's just sitting there going like, that sounds unhinged, That's I'm sure they've interacted more since then, because that was like a year ago, but that was unironically the last interaction I saw them have, so.
Criticism. He deserves denouncement, okay?
So you're upset that
This
I
is
don't
the
hate
thing.
Destiny
This
enough?
is the thing with the liberals. Yes, absolutely. You should hate
Okay.
people like that. You've heard what he said.
What, about Kyle Rittenhouse not being a murderer? Or do you want to stay on that topic? Because you seem to be running away from it a little bit. Can you prove to me that he wasn't a murderer? If you can, if you want to prove that he was a murderer,
See, this is
go
this
on.
thing. This is this thing that people like you do, right? Where you like say that you agree with people on something, but nonetheless you try and insist on arguing that point, right? And we're not going to do that. This is what you
The
people
problem is that I'm arguing on points. You
You're not
think he's a
arguing on
murderer?
points,
Back it
right?
up. Can you not back that up? If you can, we can move on.
I don't give a shit if he's a murderer or not.
Hey, Dark
Technically,
Gamer here.
legally within the United States legal system.
You can say moral. We can make a moral claim as well.
Okay, what's your opinion of this?
My opinion of Kyle
Hold on,
Rittenhouse.
No, we're gonna play a clip.
Oh, sorry, one quick thing. I know that the whole, oh, whoops, I just fired a bola accidentally. I know that the whole, fuck, what's the thing? The, surrender to the mob memes are like fucking 2 years old at this point, and that it's totally irrelevant. But I can't believe how exonerated I became in that. Like, the main argument that I had is that at the end of the day, like, de-escalation in situations like that is vital, because otherwise you can have, like, violence escalate infinitely as both groups of people think they're acting in legitimate self-defense against the other. And then, like people made fun of me, like Destiny's community made fun of me, but then Legal Eagle came out and made a video agreeing with me. Legal Eagle, you know? Where he said that by current, like, self-defense laws, you could absolutely have situations where, like, innocent people are legally killing each other because neither group has a legal requirement to de-escalate, and both are acting under, like, the perception of a threat from the other. This guy's dead. We gotta take him to the incinerator. The feels. Swap cargo body bag. Oh shit, I can't take my fucking... I'll come back for the cargo, I guess. Just one bola gun. Isn't it supposed to go boom when you die? It's when it touches a fucking ghost. It's weird. Don't worry about it.
I would like to ask you if you think the person who said this deserves you spending 2 hours defending them.
Brother, are you actually, like, running away from the claim now? Again?
I think we said, right? I don't give a shit if Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer or not within the technical U.S. legal system that was
Or morally.
set up by a
I
bunch
don't
of
care about the
settler
fucking law.
colonial
It'll
slaves.
change the
Morally,
landscape if you leave
absolutely.
it.
He went to a fucking protest with a rifle,
Yeah.
an anti-racist protest with a rifle.
Okay, what
And
would have...
intentionally got into a fight
Yep. Oh,
to-
that's
to
tight.
try and justify.
Why do you
technically
think he intentionally got
within-
into a fight? Is
Oh,
there
you
a bit
walk
of
up to
footage
him
that
with
I
a
missed?
rifle? You walk up to a bunch of people with a rifle.
Who did he
What's gonna
walk up
happen?
to with a rifle? Who did he approach with a
Holy
rifle?
shit. Holy shit, Loner Box. You are exactly what I thought you were. Incredible.
Uh-oh.
What?
In fucking credible.
You can tell
Uh-oh.
me.
Throwing the white
In
supremacist
heckin'
free
credible.
murder. Amazing.
What, so
I love you.
you are insisting that he was a murderer now?
You are amazing. I literally was insisting he was a murderer the entire time.
You have no
Hold on.
argument for this. Okay, he wasn't... was he running away or towards?
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes
Is
out there
Bad
mowing
Banana
down
playing this?
dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to
classic.
stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Like
You-
holy
you think-
fuck. The rioting needs to fucking
Oh
stop.
yeah, it's bad, but not playing it. What relevance
Opinions?
is that? Apart from it
Yeah,
being
he got 2 banned for that and he deserved it. Yeah.
Permanently
apart
banned
from it
for
being a Vogue moment, iconic.
Do you think what people who call for the white supremacist mass murder of anti-racist protests deserve you spending 2 hours defending them?
Did I defend him for 2 hours?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
The video is 45 minutes, but okay, I guess accuracy isn't really your strong point.
Who gives a shit? Oh shit, 45
did I-
minutes, man. That's so different.
What was I defending about him?
Well, you compare
What was the ratio
that-
of criticisms
that guy-
to defenses? Do you know? Have you seen this
equated-
video?
Ratio
you
based
equated
Seen this
Keffel's
2-hour
reference.
video where I defend Destiny?
You equated that guy with people who quote unquote simp for China. Do you think that might not be a very proportional comparison?
Do you think I holistically compared him to, like, again, you're just taking a clip. You haven't seen
I
the
don't
video,
give a
have
shit
you?
if you holistically compared him. I'm asking. Like,
Well, you
do
just
think,
said that I did, but you're walking back on that as well. Keep going.
Do you think?
People who simp for China, I really think are morally comparable or arguably worse than a huge number of, like, Rittenhouse simps or whatever. Didn't just yesterday a bunch of documents get leaked about, like, the concentration camps in China? Like, over 1 million people in them or whatever? Like, yeah, sheesh! I haven't even looked through those yet. I plan to. I just, there's just so much going on. I have, like, an emotional... You know, I've got, I'm taking it one day at a time with this news. It's been a busy week. But yeah.
Think that. Yeah, you did say that. You walked it back later, maybe. But I'm asking you now, just to confirm.
What's the question?
Do you think that that guy right there is equivalent to people who like the Chinese government?
No, I think his comments are worse than people who like the Chinese
Okay,
government. Yeah.
thank you. Far worse, right. I'm glad we're on the same page there. Good to know. Now, do you think that aristocracy is a person who merits your defense?
You realize you've walked back on every single claim you've made
I'm
against
interviewing
yourself?
you.
all over.
I'm interviewing you.
Oh, this is an interview
I'm trying
now,
to get some
because you changed the
clarifications
debate
from-
topic
Yeah.
like 7
Oh,
different
it's an
times. But
interview.
okay.
My stream title is interview.
Okay.
This is an interview. I
Why
like
did you
to
change the
know
debate
what
topic
a-
3 different times?
Well, you changed it. I wasn't intending to talk about whatever the fuck that was.
What did I? When did I change the
So-
topic?
We don't have a debate topic, do we? We don't have any topic.
All right, go to the next question then.
Wasn't like the whole thing that got us into this, like, China and Palestine?
Palestine probably more so, right?
Okay.
You got
so,
really fucking mad at that Twitter
Do
thread
you
that I
think
did. So yeah,
that
go on.
she deserves your defense?
Oh yeah, yeah. She's a great voice on
Okay.
Israel Palestine. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Is that sarcastic?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna play another clip, 3 minutes long here. Okay, is that okay with you?
Why don't we just
This
talk
time I'll
about some
ask-
of the sections?
No,
of
no.
her
I
opinions?
want to show you what she said because I
Okay,
think
yeah,
you
yeah.
might
You
change
can
your
do your
mind
out of
after you hear it.
context fucking clip chimp
Rest
bullshit.
in
Okay,
peace,
go
my
for
dude.
it.
Out of 30
on.
second long clips where she states that this is her opinion.
Go
Out
on.
of context
Go
clip
on.
shit bullshit.
Go on.
If you can get 30 seconds of me stating something that isn't obviously a joke like this, right? At that point, you can't call it a clip chimp. It's someone stating their opinion. So let's play this. I think your audience deserves to know that this person, you just said that she's an awesome advocate for Palestine.
Oh yeah.
I know many Palestinians, and none of them have ever said that to me about anything resembling this, okay?
You don't think she has
So let's just
Palestinians in her
play
audience? Just send
Like
the clip.
2
Go
of
on.
them.
Send the clip.
You
Go on.
forgot. Yeah, sure.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear.
You do a population exchange, it's very hard to reverse
maybe
the
SDL.
change because you basically
There's an
just
argument to that.
recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now. I don't think Palestinians can ever get the right of return because, as the Vox mentioned, there's over 7 million. Those 700,000 have now become 7 million in terms of their descendants. I don't think that that's ever. There's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state.
Do
So
not
the
come.
only solution to me is if you think that Israel's the cause of.
Wait, there are like 4 or 5 cuts that I've already heard. This isn't a 3-minute clip. This is literally, like, this is literally like the meme of like, I need to make a person sound bad, so, yeah, it's like a YouTube poop tier editing. Okay, well, it's impossible to know anything about what she means or what she's saying with the cuts being done like this. It's so dishonest.
The refugee problem are financial reparation. And Israel does not actually have as much money as a lot of people think. We'd all love to get to an area where, ethnicity, religion, and all that stuff matters very little. But to me, it's kind of crazy to expect people to be like, well, you guys have to accept everyone, and then watch that majority population turn it into an Arab pan state where Jews become second-class citizens, saying, okay, like you guys should just have to deal with that, right? You could just have to take.
This is her talking to America. Yeah, as I understand it, this clip has, she's basically outlining the arguments that Zionists have, like, against Palestinian right of return, but not all the stuff she's saying is her opinion. She's literally explicitly outlining stuff other people believe while discussing the problem in general, you know? Yeah, like, I don't agree with everything Aristocracy says on the whole Israel-Palestine stuff. Like, there is stuff that she said that's, I think, I wouldn't even say it's apologism. I would just say that it's, like, decidedly less radical solution-wise than what I would be comfortable with. But I don't think that, I don't think that Aristocracy is, like, anti-Palestinian. Yeah, I just don't. I genuinely think that everything Aristocracy does and believes is a, you know, like, an effort in her mind, you know, to the best possible extent to make as many people happy and ethically as way as possible, you know. Good intentions, and I think much better, like, potential outcomes to the vast majority of people who talk on that.
Take the hit so you have the moral, like the moral headway. It makes sense in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? To at least have one for your own where
This
you're
is
safe,
so
at least
fucking
for
chopped,
just
isn't
one
it?
country.
This is like the most chopped
And I
up
think
shit
that
I've
that's
ever
totally
heard.
valid. And this is why I get really scared that Israel is going to become an apartheid state. And all those lefties are going to turn out to be right when they criticize Israel,
This is
calling
so
it
fucking
apartheid.
chopped
Because
up.
if they
Like-
keep building the settlement and more settlements happen, it's going to be a more and larger of a human rights disaster to pull out and to get rid of the Jews from the region and give them back to the Palestinians. That means that the only solution you're going to have is a one-state solution where everything becomes an Israeli state. The big problem with that is that for Israel to continue to exist as Israel and not just, you know, become a non-Jewish state, and that's just a typical Arab country in the Middle East with an Arab majority population, Israel, and to remain with Western values and all those things, Jews need to remain the majority of the population. It's a hard place to live, especially when compared to other Western countries. It's very expensive, and there's very little space. The idea of like a 3-bedroom house, you don't get that shit in Israel. You do not get a 3-bedroom house in Israel. That is something that is only allowed for the rich, the very, very rich. In Israel, the most you will get is a shitty apartment. Everyone lives in shitty apartments. Okay? So the only place you're going to get a house, if you want a house and you want your kids to be able to have green space and be able to run, is in the settlements.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so opinions. Do you agree with that?
Do you want to break down those points? Like, I can hear the clips within that. That's not like a singular clip, right?
Break down those points. One,
I can hear where you
Israel-
broke up the clips. Why did you do that?
why? Because these are different, you know, different states.
So I don't
Remember
know.
when he
So
was
in
like,
each
you
of those
can't accuse it
clips,
of
I don't know
flint
what
shipping
you
if
said
it's a
30
3-minute
seconds
clip,
before
and then it's
after.
literally like
You're
50
just
clips cut
yeah,
together?
right? You're saying that I took different like
Yes.
sentence structures and put them together.
Yeah.
No, that's just her microphone having like a mute threshold, right?
Okay.
Like mine does.
I don't
right now.
believe you.
Most of those are 40 seconds. You don't believe? Have you watched the video?
Yeah.
You don't believe?
No, I
so
haven't watched the
wait.
video,
Your
actually.
defense
Fuck
here is
that. I've
that
watched it in one of them, but
these
not that
clips
one.
are not actually 40, 30-second long clips of her talking. Is that your defense?
That was more than. Was that 40 seconds?
Oh boy.
Each of those was about 30, 35 seconds long.
And then spliced together, right?
They were not spliced together at all. We've been over this a million times.
So this is actually like a 2 or 3 minute clip that you just showed me, right?
Each of those is about 30 to 35 seconds long.
Okay.
A different state.
Let's just. Do you want to just break this up one thing at a time? There were a few topics I covered there, right? Right of return, apartheid.
We said, okay, do you think that
I'm dead.
Palestinian refugees should not be allowed to return to their homes because there is no room?
That's not Aristocracy's position. I spoke to her yesterday
what
about
she
this.
That's what she said.
Do you
That's
think?
what she said.
Do you think she might have been saying that it's inactionable but is still morally right, which is the opinion of
She
quite a lot of
wasn't saying that.
Palestinians?
She said they can't come here. There's no room.
Do you think
understand
that's
what
her
the understanding
opinion
of
or her
rhetoric is?
characterizing
Death
other
Stranding
people's
time.
opinions?
That's her opinion. She literally said, "I think." To me, that's what people say when it's their opinion.
Okay, given the fact that you haven't been able to characterize a single one of my positions, why the fuck would I believe what you have to say about her?
I mean, this is literally her in her own words saying
don't-
that.
you
Why
backed-
wouldn't you?
you've already backed
literally
off-
just heard her stating it in her own words.
You've already backed
You
off on me
heard
being
her stating that in
queerphobic.
her own words.
You've already backed off on me being a necrophile. You've already
I
backed
don't
on
give
on
a
me
shit.
fucking defending
no,
a
no,
murderer.
You are a
Look at-
necrophile. I never backed off of that. You're my favorite British necrophile.
Why don't given that Eris is not in the room with us right now? Why don't we talk about yours and my opinions of Israel Palestine?
No. I want to know because you being a responsible advocate for Palestine
okay.
requires you denouncing these absolutely abhorrent fucking Nazi-like positions.
Listen.
So why don't you?
Maybe I'll have a chat with her later if she believes those things that she was, which I think is her characterizing other people's opinions. Yeah, I won't retweet her again.
How is it her characterizing her own opinions when she says I think to me?
She said I think in like one of those statements.
You quite literally retweeted me quoting her saying that it's anti-Semitic for me to quote her. You retweeted that. Is it anti-Semitic?
Wait.
to quote
Why did
colonialism?
I call you anti-Semitic?
You quoted her calling me anti-Semitic.
Wasn't it because
and her evidence of me being anti-Semitic was me quoting her? Literally,
listen, don't worry, okay? If I ever call you anti-Semitic, it's because you say things like responding to someone who says, "I was born in Israel and never left. What should be done to me?" And you respond with "wall." Colonizers get the wall.
Yeah,
I
and
think that sounds anti-Semitic to me. Yeah.
that guy is how is that anti-Semitic in the first place? For one, a settler colonialist automatically is colonizer?
Do you
is
think
that
everyone who was born in Israel is a settler colonialist?
Everyone who is born in Israel as part of the settler colonial Israeli state and its ethno-nationalist project is obviously a settler colonialist. Question for you: is Israel a settler colonial state?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so it's a settler colonial state with no settlers. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I
Sorry,
just don't think
4-year-old
everyone in
should have
Israel is a
chosen to be
settler.
born
No.
in America.
How did you find it?
in
Can you just tell me?
Israel-
So everyone born in Israel, okay? That's what you're giving me right now.
I have you read anything on settler
Say like a
colonialism
Jewish
before, what it
refugee
is?
who came over in like 1918. Is that like a settler colonialist?
The idea of the Jews being a nationality that needs to colonize this one specific place.
That's the state of
Yeah, that was
Israel you're
obviously a
characterizing.
settler
You're not
project.
characterizing the people who live there. You're characterizing the state of Israel when you say that.
Yeah, it is. This is. Do you not realize that there was an entire movement of settler colonialism in the late 19th century, right? That led to the creation of the state of Israel, right? So
Never
many
heard
of the
it.
people.
Go on. I'm joking. Go on.
You've never heard of it. Yeah, I know you haven't. I know you're joking, but I already know you don't really know much about it, right?
Okay.
So this was from the very beginning. This was the intention of this movement, right? There were Jews who were already there beforehand, but the intention of this movement was always to go there to misplace the original population and to form their own ethno-state. Okay.
Okay.
Sure, there were people who moved there before that who didn't really give a shit about that, but regardless, once the actual act of creating.
There have always been Jewish people in that reason. This is straight up anti-Semitism. Yeah, and well, even if that wasn't the case, you can't hold a person accountable for the crimes of their government. That's insane. Like you can't, like you're born. It doesn't matter whether or not you were there before or after. You could be born into the most colonial government in the universe. You're just born there. You know, you have to impugn people for shit they actually do. Hot take. No, it's incredibly insane. Yeah.
In the state of Israel happened, they ended up becoming Israeli settlers regardless because they're a part of the settler colonial state. They uphold it.
So just by virtue of as like a Palestinian who lives in Israel, would you like? I'm so curious actually then because
Palestinians in Israel
is,
do not consider themselves Israelis. Israel doesn't even consider there to be an Israeli nationality.
Yeah, so they call themselves, Palestinian as like a solidarity,
Exactly.
but they are Israeli citizens, right?
I mean, indigenous people all over the world accept the citizenship of the country they happen to live in. It's just because they're taking whatever limited rights are available to them. It's not because they're like saying, "Oh, I'm a settler" or whatever. I uphold this state. It's not the same thing.
So, but the Jewish people who lived in Israel since the Arab Wars and just stayed there and their families stayed there, but because they live in Israel by virtue of them
Wait,
staying in
Arab
Israel.
Wars, in 1948.
Sure, yeah. Or whatever
I mean,
the fucking.
Palestinians themselves make a distinction between people who trace their lineage to this. I don't give a shit about really lineage. I think you need to understand that this distinction between settler and colonized.
Would you say, Vosh, if someone was born in Israel and never left, there's a certain age where they'd be morally obligated to remove themselves from the colonialist structures by leaving the colonized territory? No. For two reasons. One, I don't believe the burden of leaving the home that you live in is like an acceptable thing to expect of like an ordinary person. It like for the crime of because that area like general existence is bad. I don't think that's an acceptable like threshold for expected behavior. And secondly, as well, that has never worked. Like there's never been a colonialist project that failed because like a bunch of people like changed their mind and left. You know, like it's never been like, ah, well, the ethnic cleansing was stopped and colonialism ended because the people who were born into the colonizing society, they thought the vibes were off and they all left and then it all fell apart. Like that just doesn't happen. So to me it just seems like a fucking virtue signal. Is Bad Empanada's logic very essentialist and ethno-nationalist-y? Yeah, Bad Empanada's a conservative. Like again, it's just another one of those like lefty because the groups you hate with a reactionary fervor are like white people and Americans and stuff. Like yeah, that's yeah. Oh my fucking god, Pigeon just spooked the shit out of me. I completely forgot you were behind me. Hi. Yes, my shoulder is a perfectly acceptable place to demonstrate the fact that you have claws. Oh wow, you can extend them. That's so cool. It is insane how friendly she is being today. We're climbing onto my lap. Stupid little chicken.
They're indigenous or whatever. It's not
Yes,
a moral
block my
distinction.
monitor.
I'm
Very
an
good.
Australian settler, right?
Okay.
It's not a moral distinction. It's a material one. It's like saying, oh, you can't call this guy a bourgeois because
Bitch,
he's
and I
far,
need to
you know,
see.
he inherited a factory from his dad. Yeah, you can actually.
So I'm curious, if we're talking about like tracing, so I guess your right of return kind of thing starts what, like 1948, right? Like basically.
Well, that's when people started to be expelled.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the Sheikh Jarrah decision? Do you think that was the correct decision?
It's literally just like the colonial power, you know, imposing a random laws in its
answer
own,
to that
its own
specific
legal
point,
system
please?
that it created to justify. It's just. Do you think that I need to make an evaluation over like Israeli land tenure laws or whatever? I don't give a shit.
It wasn't about
Israel-
land laws. Can you like? Do you know the specific? If you don't know the specific case, it's okay. I can just tell you.
Sheikh Jarrah was justified on the basis that Jews bought the land like 100 years ago, and then the Israeli state gave them the right to this land under its legal system. Whereas the people who
Wait,
lived there
that's-
had been living there continuously.
That's not what happened. They found wasn't it with the case with a couple of families? They
I
found
don't know
out
anything
that
about this.
the house was originally a Jewish home that was where they were evicted during the Nakba.
I'm sure there was probably at least one or two of those, but the thing is, we're talking about Jerusalem here.
Yes, Easter. So, do you think that was the right decision then, given that it was a right of return from 1948 to a Jewish family?
I mean, it really depends on which house we're talking about. We're talking about a bunch of different houses in Sheikh Jarrah.
Okay.
If that specific house, then sure.
So the Palestinians deserve to be kicked out of those places because of what happened in 1948.
I mean, it really depends.
Yeah.
Do you think that I
No,
think that
wait.
all
Did the
all Jews
Palestinians
should
who
be
lived
kicked out
in
of
Sheikh Jarrah
Israel?
deserve to be kicked out because there were
Are
Jews
you
living there in 48?
trying to justify settler colonialism based on this little one example?
No, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm asking you what you think because I'm asking about your concept of right
Well,
of return.
is this one little Palestinian house? Is this one little Palestinian house part of a much broader project of settler colonialism of forming an ethno-state for one people?
I'm
and
asking
excluding the people
you
who lived there
about
beforehand?
how you action right of return.
What I'm saying here is very relevant to this because we're talking about two different things here. I'm talking about projects of settler colonialism. You're talking about like the most basic like capitalist land rights. Okay, you're trying to.
It's not
draw an
capitalist land
equivalence between
rights. They
things
were
that aren't the
driven
same.
out by the same mechanisms that the Palestinians were driven out of.
The same mechanisms.
Or at the same time.
The
Well, yeah.
Palestinians were never trying to form an ethno-state there. The Palestinians did not migrate there en masse with the specific intention of displacing the original inhabitants and forming their own society on the ruins.
All the same.
You're
they
equating
were,
two things that are not even remotely
I'm
the
not
same.
equating. They were
You consider
kicked
yourself
out.
a responsible advocate for Palestine?
They were kicked out.
Kicking people, you know, there's a difference between kicking people out, right?
Mm.
Kicking people out in a war incited by a settler colonial ethno-state, okay? And kicking people out in the name of forming that settler colonial ethno-state. These are two very different things. It's like complaining that, you know, white settlers on a homestead, which was appropriated from Native Americans, were kicked out of that homestead. Is that bad? Maybe. But is it part of a wider project of settler colonization? Absolutely not. These aren't two things. These aren't the same sorts of things. And I'm not going to let you equate them.
I'm just asking you what you think. Do you think it was the right decision to kick those Palestinian families out?
No.
Why?
I don't think that it's you're trying to equate it. You're doing this debate bro bullshit, right? Where you just ask questions for things that you yourself have an opinion on. So what's your own opinion here? What are you trying to lead to?
The point that what you're calling right of return, like full unconditional right of return, is inactionable and would result in Palestinians getting kicked out
You're
as well.
against right of return.
I
You're
love
against right of
stealing
return. You're
content.
against
Oh,
right of
yeah,
return.
sub to
Holy
Lunderbox.
shit, I'd love for you to talk to a Palestinian about this.
I am very in favor of right of return. I'm asking you how
you're
you
clearly
think it's
not.
actionable.
You're clearly not.
Do you think there's a difference between being for something morally and deciding whether or not it's actionable?
Actionable, like literally right now. These are goals to work towards. These aren't things that we literally are going to do literally immediately.
I agree.
Do you think like if someone advocates for the one-state solution, they need to be doing it like you're going to be like, oh, you can't do it literally right now, therefore owned or something?
You know what's really funny? So wait, so for example, okay, let's just say hypothetically, you're offered like two-state solution with right of two-state solution, 67, 48 borders, whatever, and then on top of that,
I don't care what I'm offered. I care what
I'm asking you a
Palestinians want, and they don't want
hypothetical.
that.
I'm asking you. Well, polling is kind of like up and down on two-state solution, right?
Not really.
It's been in the decline because of the settlements in West Bank, but it's still there, right?
Do most Palestinians consider all of the land of Palestine to be theirs? They do.
But when they talk about policy and what to do now, they support two-state solution, right? There's
don't.
still a substantial
Maybe
number of
20,
people in the
30
polls.
years ago when that was a thing that might have been possible. Right now, the compromise is, the most recent poll that I saw was like from last year, the compromise position was like 25%, 33% or something like that. And the majority was for essentially waiting it out. Now,
You got
it
to
doesn't
root and
really
toot,
matter,
folks.
Because what I wanted to get
That's
into
not what
with
I've got
quoting that
here, but-
aristocracy thing,
Sure.
you realize she's using Nazi rhetoric. Straight up Nazi rhetoric. Of space, of room.
No, I'd rather you just spoke to me because I don't think you're capable of accurately
No,
characterizing people's
I think it's
positions.
very important that someone who tries to hold themselves up as some sort of beacon of Palestinian advocacy is actually a responsible advocate for Palestine and rightfully fucking ostracizes people like this.
Wait, if that's
Okay?
the case, then why does
Palestine is non-negotiable.
why
It's very
does
simple. You can't be friends with people like this. You can't invite them into their communities. You can't raid them while they're trying to smear. Another advocate for Palestine is an anti-Semite.
You know what's really interesting is that like when I was so I only watched one Eris video, it was like 20 minutes long. She was asked by one of her chatters recommending authors to speak about it. One of the main authors she recommended was Ilan Pape. Why the fuck would
the main
a
author she
Nazi settler
recommended-
recommend Ilan Pape?
In the video that I watched, the one that I quote, all those quotes were from, she literally said, don't read Ilan Pape, read Benny Morris instead.
She did not say that. She's always recommended Ilan Pape. And for Benny Morris, she says he was good in the past, but is not anymore. You've got your clip.
No, she says
all
his
right.
politics are bad, but his history is great. I haven't cut the clip. I'm just going straight to it.
Okay.
Wacky.
Do you think this might have been in a particular topic?
It was on the Nakba.
Okay. Isn't that because Ilan Pape doesn't consider some of the villages to be ethnic cleansings?
She said it was because he doesn't ground his statements in evidence or whatever, even though he's constantly being proven right.
Yeah, no,
Just
Pape
in
was
retrospect.
criticized for the Nakba because he didn't, apparently he didn't go far enough, didn't he? My memory's a bit scattered, but like apparently
As far as I
it's
know,
because he...
Benny Morris was criticized for the Nakba for saying that it was ethnic cleansing and also it was good.
Okay. You're still not
Regardless, yeah, I'm
answering my
not going to go
question.
for 2
Why
hours
would,
through this, but my
why would she
question for
recommend
you is-
Ilan Pape if she was... Because Ilan Pape is
I think you're
full-on
diverting
one-state
here, right?
solution.
You
No, I'm
understand
not.
there
I'm
are
asking you
very,
about something
very
she
liberal-
said.
You can recommend someone's historiography without agreeing with their political opinion. She doesn't want the one-state solution.
Ilan
She doesn't want that.
Poopy.
She wants a Jewish
Well, she
ethnic
told
state.
me
She's
last
stated
night that
multiple
she's in
times.
favor of one-state solution, just not
Oh, I'm sure
immediately the
she's
same
told
way
you
you
all
are.
of these things.
Wait, do you think
I'm
she's
sure
lying
she's
to me?
told
Do you think she's
all of
deceiving
these
me?
Things, right?
Do
Oh
you
yeah,
think
she's absolutely. She's the kind of person who adapts her
Oh.
opinions to what she thinks her audience wants. When she sees backlash, she changes immediately.
Oh, that's because,
Right?
yeah, okay.
That's what happened here.
Just, yeah, duplicitous. Yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah, she literally stated that in that video. She didn't seem to think that any of it was bad or wrong.
Okay.
Until she was called out
So
on it. And
we
then she just says,
clearly-
oh, I'm being taken out of context.
So
blah,
we
blah, blah.
clearly don't agree on what her position is. That's fine. She's not here. Maybe you should just talk to me.
I want to know, do you think that someone talking about how there's no space, no room, etc., might be using Nazi rhetoric?
Do you know there's no space in Israel for like the entire population of New York Jews to go there? That would be the same
no
problem,
space.
right?
No space. There's no space, so they must take more space from the Palestinians. That's why settlers
Well,
take
that's
the
a
space
bit
so
of
that they can get
inference, isn't
a
it?
nice 3-bedroom house with open space.
That's a
That's
little
what she
bit of
said.
inference, isn't it?
That's what she said.
But you haven't said whether or
This
not.
is
Did she say "I think"
Hitler
before that one?
Lebensraum
Did she
rhetoric.
say "This is my opinion" before that?
Yeah, she did. She said, "I think this is my opinion." She said this multiple times. Like, to me, they can't return because
Do you
then it
think?
would have been enough space for Israelis.
Do you think if like the entire population of New York Jews, nearly 2 million of them, wanted to go to Israel tomorrow, do you think there would be space for that?
Should I be? I know. I don't think that they should be able to go there because
No, do
being
you
able
think
to
there's
migrate
space for
somewhere
that?
because the state there thinks that you're of the right ethnicity to do so.
You can't answer a single fucking question. It's fucking exhausting. Oh my god. Is there space
Is
for them or
there
not
space?
in Israel?
Is there space?
Yeah.
Absolutely, there's absolutely space.
You
There's
think
space
2
in
million
Palestine.
New York Jews could arrive in Israel tomorrow and that would be fine? That would be actionable, right?
We
Do
got
you
a
think they
root
would
and two
arrive
point and
tomorrow?
shoot.
Do you think this?
That's
Do
wh-
you think
that's
that
the
all 6
context of the
million
quote.
refugees would arrive immediately, or would even want to? All 6 million would arrive immediately, all at once. And if you don't think that they could all arrive immediately, all at once, then you've been destroyed.
Well,
There's
that's
clearly
why.
no space.
That's why because like I think only 5% of Palestinians were polled, and they said that they would go to an equally nice home in Israel rather than stay in Palestine. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. What?
What's your point?
My point is that when you talk
And by
about
the way,
right of
Israel is
return,
Palestine.
when you talk
So
about
I think you use these terms differently to how Palestinians use them.
because I used the word Israel. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. Do you think like
Palestinians consider Israel to be
do you think like
Palestine.
Abbas and like Arafat are like Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists? Like,
I think that Palestinians consider a lot of them to be
do
essentially
you
comfort or
think
traitors.
that Arafat and Abbas are being Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Abbas is practically
Do you think he's a Zionist?
like unanimously recognized among Palestinians as a traitor.
I know, but I'm asking you, do you think he's a Zionist? for
Yeah,
believing that?
exactly. So shut the fuck up. Why
Do
are you
you-
citing him?
Do you think he's
Oh,
a
yeah, bro,
Zionist
like, he's
for believing
insane.
that?
I think he's a collaborator.
Why do you have to
with
be a Jew to
Israel,
be a
and
Zionist?
his
Is that
opinions
the
do
only
not matter
difference?
at all.
Like,
Who said you have to be a Jew?
well, because Abbas is holding like a similar Abbas's position on two-state solution is not that far off of Erris's in the immediate, right? Because
Abbas is a
only
corrupt piece of shit who will say whatever the fuck he thinks he needs to say in order to maintain his own power and keep the Palestinian people down.
and this is also
Okay?
like a sizable number of Palestinians who still want to save the two-state solution, right?
Good, Andy.
Palestinians do not want to save the two-state solutions. There is a small minority group of Palestinians, around 33% right now, who think essentially that they can never defeat Israel, right? And do you think that like Israel essentially being merciful in victory is the right thing to aim for here? Because I think a beaten down population is obviously going to be at least a little bit likely to like just accept whatever scraps they can get. That doesn't mean that that is the good thing that we should be aiming for, or they should be aiming for.
I agree. What?
Yeah. So why bring this up? What's your overarching point?
Because when you say right, you've moved away from right of return pretty far. Like, what kind of right of return do you mean then? There are like 4 different meanings of right of return. Like, what do you mean? What do you want to do in this situation, like right now?
Well, any refugee who can prove, or in some way prove that they had some sort of, or their family had some sort of, abode in Palestine should be able to return.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
And as in like, so obviously this is not inactionable anytime soon. We both know that.
How is
Most
it
Palestinians know that.
inactionable? Do you understand these things are processes? It's not like
Yeah.
you just open the borders, come in right now.
Yeah, which is why there's like different.
The formation of
There's
Israel was
different-
also a process.
So there are different
forming
degrees.
Forming
there are
one
different.
state will also be a process.
So
These
there
are
are
things that
different-
will take place over decades, not like
So
literally immediately.
so there are different versions of right of return, right? There's like, there's this symbolic that was offered at Camp David. There's like the internal/external. There's the Geneva version, which is where you get Israel to recognize right of return, and then you accept also that it's
I don't
going to be a long
particularly care about
process.
Israel
And then there's
recognizing or whatever.
oh, so you just want to like, I suppose like muscle Israel into accepting right of return and all, and I guess abolishing
I
itself.
think
or
first you
what?
muscle Israel into not existing.
Okay, you want Israel to not
Absolutely.
exist. How do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Fucking
How?
LARPers,
Absolutely.
man.
How?
Well, the same international pressure that makes Israel exist can
Okay.
also be levied against it to make it not exist.
To make it
Very
not,
simple.
yeah.
Right. So you want a nuclear power that believes it has God's right to be on
I
that
have a-
land
I
is
have
going
a-
to be
a very-
convinced by the international community. Given that Israel has like been very gradually moving itself out of American dependence, right? Can you just elaborate on that? I just want to hear this plan. Go on.
Very gradually moving itself. Israel is not only propped up by the USA for one; it's propped up by all.
But I
all
think
of
the
Europe,
USA's
all of the
propping
EU,
up kind of
even
helps,
China,
right?
even China. The thing
Okay.
is, in order for this to happen, it's going to take a very long time of first convince. And this is why we are important. This is why you are important, and why it's very disappointing that you prop up people like aristocracy. Because we need to be, gradually working towards this. And the way that we do that is by changing the positions of our own governments first. Because the only way that it's going to happen without like a massive fucking war is through international pressure.
Yeah,
through
that's
changing
why
the
I
positions
think
of our
advocacy
government.
is a lot more easily done when you don't run on Twitter puffing your chest about how all Israelis are colonizers who deserve the wall. Yeah.
Do you
yeah.
think that me denouncing a guy who's straight up was
You're not
endorsing
denouncing,
the
you're calling him a-
IDF and shit? Yeah, he's a colonizer. He's a colonizer. All Israelis are colonizers.
So he does.
That's a
So
moral and neutral statement.
all Israelis deserve the wall.
If they support
You can't say that.
settler colonialism
Okay.
and the terrorist IDF, yeah,
Uh-huh.
sure, why not?
They just deserve the wall.
Yeah, sure, why not? If they support the fucking literal IDF, the SS of our age,
Wait,
absolutely.
you said all Israelis. Now we're saying ones who support the IDF. You realize these are different people, right?
the guy who you're referring to here, was straight up defending the fucking IDF and advocating for Israeli settler
Okay,
colonialism.
so they
and you're
don't-
focusing on my tone, right? You're just trying to tone police me.
Oh.
Tone policing.
That's
the
not
terms
a
in which I
tone. That's a
denounce
moral
the
statement that
fucking
you've
abhorrent
changed.
person.
First it was all Israelis. Now it's Israelis who support the IDF. Which one is it?
Who said all Israelis?
You said colonizers get the wall. I guess if Israelis are colonizers, right?
I'm
That's what
allowed
you
to.
think?
I'm allowed to say anything, in whatever superlative terms I feel like, when I see someone with absolutely fucking awful views.
And I'm allowed to
okay?
ask you to justify your claims. Is it Israelis deserve the wall, or is it supporters of the IDF who deserve the wall?
Well, here's what I think is going to happen, right? Or it should happen.
Hmm.
There needs to be an absolutely
Terrorist
massive cultural
boots.
shift in Israeli society.
Mm-hmm.
And anyone, I mean, we can use the liberal framework of human rights. For this, it works. Any human rights violator, any human rights abuser, anyone even remotely
Oh, boy.
connected to that gets tried and put into prison for life. Sounds great to me. Does it sound good to
Remotely
you?
connected to that. That is
Yeah,
just like,
absolutely.
So an Israeli who criticizes the IDF but still lives there for whatever reason, that would be complicit, right?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Do you?
I thought you
do
said that
think
that's what
I
they were doing.
want
They're
all
propping up the
Israelis
state.
to
They're
leave?
paying
Do you think
taxes.
that when some guy shows up on fucking Twitter or whatever, and he's like, "Oh man, I love the IDF. I love settler colonialism," then
That's
I'm not
me.
allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck
It's
out of here.
not that you called
Get
him a
against the
piece
law,
of
you
shit. It's that
Get
you
the fuck
said he
out.
deserves the wall.
He does.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But
Just
not
like
all Israelis deserve the wall,
Anyone
right?
advocates for Nazi settler colonialism deserves the wall too. What's
But
the meaningful difference
People
here?
who do you think Eris deserves the wall?
Is she an advocate for settler colonialism? Is she colonizing land? Does she support continuing to colonize this land?
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there. Honestly, I'm not even sure if.
But you think she's supporting them? You think she's supporting a Jewish ethno
She's a
state in
fucking
Israel?
anime.
You
She's
think
literally
she's
an anime. Her name's not even Eris.
Don't walk away from the fucking claim.
You're complaining about me bullying
Beep,
a
beep.
fucking ventriloquist dummy.
You
me
said
a break.
I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
I think
According
she
to your
deserves
rules, she probably-
intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education
Absolutely.
in a camp?
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison. Denazification was a thing, you understand.
Sure.
What was that bad?
In
I think you
Finland.
didn't go far enough.
Okay.
Denazification.
I fucking love Ben Avenatti, dude. He's so like he's actually so unwell that in the same convo he can go from saying that Eris has Nazi views to saying that she needs to be re-educated in a camp. Like he's so open, you know. He's like a dissection, you know, like all you can see all the organs and stuff. There's nothing is hidden from you. It's phenomenal.
So
didn't go far enough.
just to be clear,
And in
you
settler
do
colonial
believe
societies-
Beep, beep.
you do believe that aristocracy deserves the wall, right?
No.
Or re-education.
It really depends.
Yeah?
I think she's already being bullied pretty well into dialing back all of her actual beliefs. Sounds
Okay.
good enough for me.
Nice. All right. How do we action the right of return or the abolition of Israel? How do we do that?
Didn't we just go over this?
What, BDS? Like what? What? A nuclear power?
Well, BDS is like individualistic, consumeristic boycott. right? It obviously
doesn't
does
have
also
to be consumeristic.
lobby
You can do it from a
governments and stuff.
university. You can,
Yeah, but I'm saying what BDS amounts to now is that. So
I'm a truck.
you know, it doesn't matter if every
I'm a
single
fire
fucking one of us
truck.
stops buying, you know, Israeli products or whatever, or
Look, I'll show
we
you.
stop giving or we, you know, pressure people into not giving constants in Israel. The only thing that's going to matter is pressuring the most powerful governments in the world to do something, to not even really do something about it, just to withdraw support from Israel. To start actually denouncing it rather than just denouncing it, you know, every now and again. Oh, you know, like shit, is Israel killed a journalist? We are very concerned with the human rights, whatever. Blah 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 blah. That's nowhere near good enough. That's not, you know, that's nothing, right? You can be like,
I'm just going to ask you the same
Israel did a
question when
bad
you're done,
thing
by
and
the
that's
way.
bad. Yeah, okay, then you're not listening at all. You're just going to ask if you're just going to ask me the same question. You're not going to adapt it. You're not going to think about what I'm saying. Then it's obvious.
Well, it's because
where
you
you're
don't have
coming from.
it's because you don't have an answer. It's because you
think,
know
like-
that getting a nuclear
Does
power
Letterboxd have that
to
as a
abolish
sub noise?
itself is not going to happen.
Are you
That's
aware
awesome.
that's literally happened?
How?
The
When?
USSR.
Okay.
South Africa.
Right.
Like, did you think that was a gotcha?
I'm still asking you how you expect Israel to do it. How do you expect Israel to do it?
Like, what do you mean? How do you expect Israel to do it? Do you think they're gonna like Israel is gonna be the same as it is now, and they're gonna go down bombing everyone?
I mean, given that they're kind of run by religious fanatics, probably. Yeah.
They're not actually run by quote unquote religious fanatics. A lot of them are secular fanatics.
Okay.
But South Africa was run by the same sorts of racial fanatics. International pressure brought down apartheid. Now a black government is in power. Why can't we do the same thing here?
Did South Africa have? I actually know this. You can tell me. I thought South Africa
South
ended
Africa
its
was a
nuclear
nuclear
program
state.
in 1989.
South Africa ended. No, yeah, they ended the nuclear program
Okay.
before allowing black people the right to vote for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But the fact is, they didn't go down launching nukes as you were sort of implying they would there. So there's an example. There's examples of international pressure, right? South Africa went from like massive support across like the EU, the US held that until the end, but across like most of the most powerful countries in the world over the course of like 20, 30 years to essentially being bullied into giving up power.
So we probably have
Why
to.
can't
so
that
we
hap-
have
why
to.
can't that happen in
so we have
Israel?
to disarm Israel probably before getting the.
We didn't disarm South Africa.
Well, they ended their
They
weapon
agreed to
program.
end apartheid.
Okay.
They ended the weapon program during the end of the white supremacist regime.
Do you think there might be a
Because they didn't want
difference?
black people to have weapons.
Do you think there might be a difference between a state giving equal rights to abolishing itself? That these might be different standards.
Yeah, there is. That's why this is much better because the civil rights framework of like ending apartheid didn't work. It's not going to work in Palestine either.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just literally say, oh, you have equal rights now without rectifying any of the actual material actions that made Palestinians as oppressed and downtrodden as they are today. The same thing didn't work in the US either. Didn't work in South Africa.
So neither
you're
the
saying-
USSR nor South Africa are entire like countries
The USSR
abolishing
abolished
themselves.
the state, though.
It's
The
state,
USSR was an entire country
the
that
state
abolished itself.
and the country are different things, though, right? Like the
I
country
mean,
of Russia
it's
state.
like saying the UK, right, is an estate. Obviously, the UK is also.
This
a
is
country. You
so
can put whatever
fucking
you want.
stupid.
You can nitpick however the fuck you want.
So it's not just
right?
Israel as a
The fact is
state. It's not like
there are actually
The
examples.
USSR didn't
from
abolish itself;
history,
it collapsed.
right? So you're against the one-state solution because you think it's like, do you think the only possible one-state solution is one where, like, Israel is still in power or something?
No, I'm in favor of a binational one-state solution.
Okay,
That
then
seems to be the
you-
most
you
convincing one I've
yourself-
heard of.
You yourself are in favor of exactly what I'm advocating for here, the abolishment of Israel. Because a binational state obviously wouldn't be Israel.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the state of Israel, but it would still be like a place
Exactly.
that's kind of like Israel, right? Like there'd still be a place. Like it's binational, like two nations. That's probably going to be like, I don't know the details.
Binational
but like,
refers to binationality.
okay, yeah.
Not so much this is Israel, this is Palestine. Because what's the point of having two states that are nominally united if they're essentially still two separate states?
Well, that's where you get like a million different versions, but okay, yeah, binational, fine. And I'm just curious though, like if you hear people advocating for two-state solutions, do you just think that's like basically them being as good as Zionists then? Because I don't see why,
I think
like someone like Eris,
you
who
have-
advocates for a two-state solution plus reparations.
She advocates for a two-state solution
Plus-
because she
plus
believes
reparations.
in Israel, the existence of Israel as a Jewish ethno-state.
She does
That's
not
why
believe
she
in it
advocates
as a
for that.
Jewish ethno-state.
Do you want me to play the clip again where she said that?
The 3 minutes spliced
See what you're
between
out of
18
context
takes.
clip, Champ. Yeah, go for it.
How is it out of
I
context?
am Erit stock
Because I
receipt,
told
and
you
I
about
believe
I've
that
watched her
The
videos.
reason why she
Palestinians
wants a
are
two-state
bad.
solution is because she wants Israel to remain as a Jewish ethno-state. That was what she said multiple times.
So she said
she
the
might
exact
have dialed
words.
back her opinion in
She
a
said the
private
exact
conversation with you.
words. I want Israel to remain a Jewish ethno-state. Those are the exact words.
She
If they're
said,
anything different than
if
that, I'm just going to ignore
Israel-
you.
If Israel is to remain a majority state, meaning majority Jewish state,
this is the one about
with
the
Western
oh, yeah,
values.
Yeah. This is the argument where she's characterizing the problem with the settlements. That's 30 seconds before that clip.
No,
she's
that was
talking
nothing
about
to do with the
settlements.
settlements.
It
She was
is,
stating
yeah.
that the only reason that she's against settlements is because it will dilute the Jewish character of Israel.
Do you know who made?
And there are a lot of right-wing Israelis with this opinion. She's in complete agreement with them there. Settlements aren't bad because we're stealing land, because they're unjust. They're bad because they're going to dilute the ethnic character of our country, and eventually we're going to have no option but to annex all of Palestine. And then it won't be a Jewish ethnic state anymore. We're going to be outnumbered. They're going to vote us out. That is that position.
I'm sorry, like you're making shit up. Like she's
I'm not
characterizing
making shit
another
up.
position.
She's not characterizing other positions. I think, to me, you got to be fucking with me.
That is actually a good reason, by the way,
You
given
what?
that Israel is pretty right wing. If you want to like say the problems with a one state, I mean, this is you know what's really fucked up about that clip is that I heard an almost identical argument coming from Chomsky, saying that this is the inevitable.
Yeah,
one
Chomsky
state.
is also a two-statist.
Pigeons purring on my
Well,
And I'm pretty sure
he's-
he's a two-statist. And I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons too. So he's a piece of shit as well.
I don't
What, you
think he's a
I-
two-statist
you
for
think I'm
ethnic
We hate
emotionally
Chomsky
attached
now,
to
boys.
I
He's
don't think he's a
anti-Ukraine. Let's
two-statist for
go.
ethnic reasons.
Well, maybe not. But either way,
Kissinger.
Why did you say
Chomsky
that?
can be wrong. Chomsky
And,
is wrong about
Chomsky
like,
have the
Zionism
same
and-
I
take,
know he's wrong
basically.
about that, but I wouldn't call him like a pro-Zionist for believing that, especially since he also believes one-state solution long-term. Like believing in two-state solution doesn't mean that one-state solution isn't also possible in the future, right? I feel like a one-state solution is probably easier to achieve if there was like peace, right? Given that you have areas, especially like in the Galilee Valley, where there's already very intertwined communities. I feel like it's easier to advocate for
Oh, the highway
dissolving the
goes this
borders
way?
further when there aren't fucking troops all
Oh,
over
that's
the place,
so much
right?
easier.
You still there?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Hello.
I'm not against these little band-aid solutions to start with,
Good.
right?
So you agree with Aris?
fact-
Carry on.
The fact of the matter is, if you frame it like, for example, as, oh, we just need to end the occupation, we just need to, quote unquote, apartheid. You're not really getting to the root of the problem at all. You're not getting to the crux of the problem, which is Israeli settler colonialism. Right? All of these things, these little gradual steps, these are steps towards ending Israeli settler colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that we should just retreat from the position of accurately characterizing Israel as what it is, from advocating for these longer term, far better solutions.
Mm-hmm. So you agree with Aris? That's interesting. That's refreshing.
Opinion. I can play her opinion again if you're trying to say that I agree with her.
Yeah, you can play her out of context bullshit. It's her characterizing someone else's position
Out of
because she's
context
actually
bullshit.
like a measured person. Yeah, go
Her
on.
characterizing someone else's opinion, which she never said that she was doing at any moment in a 2-hour-long reaction that she did. Her prefacing multiple. Why are you so attached to like defending this person who's clearly a massive piece of shit?
I'm not
It's so
attached to
weird.
defending her. You're the one who keeps bringing her up. I thought I could just talk to
it's-
you.
I think, yeah, I'm bringing.
Yeah,
her
all
up
he's
on
wanted
bringing
to do
up
was
her
talk about
important
other
You
people.
are the one. This is
Someone who
entirely your
considers
choice.
themselves an advocate
Just so
in
you know,
Palestine
this is
doesn't
entirely
prop
your
up
choice,
people.
right? Just so you know,
Doesn't
this is
prop up
entirely your
people like
choice.
this.
Huh?
Yeah, and so what?
Okay. So don't get upset when I defend her if you're the one who keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, you're defending her with complete bullshit, complete dumb bullshit that doesn't actually sit with the facts.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
actually sit with the things that she said.
so you're okay.
She was
with-
characterizing someone else's
Let's
position.
just,
Yeah,
let's
I'm
just-
sure that's why she
let's
said,
just
in my opinion.
get like a little summary just so we can catch up, right? So you're okay with a two-state solution, band-aid solution right now because it might provide more breathing space or room for progress in the future. Eventually, you'd
Two-state
like to
solution is
see.
impossible.
Eventually, you'd like to see a one-state solution.
State solution is completely impossible.
But getting the state of Israel to abolish itself is not impossible, apparently. Okay.
To abolish itself, that doesn't really make sense. Do you think that this hasn't happened in the past, that international pressure cannot force incredibly radical changes in societies, that there do not exist prior examples of this happening? I went over them, and you're
I
still
just wonder if we can barely.
I really don't know what he's going on about. I can't think of a single example of a state stopping something like this because of, like, public pressure from other countries. I'm trying to think, like, if you backed it up with, like, massive real threats, like the U.S. threatening to cut off their fucking Dosh supply or whatever, then okay. But the idea of, like, if we all wish upon a star, we can make Israel not... I don't even... Like, what are you gonna do? I don't get it. He's dog whistling. I do think he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, didn't he say that, like, knowing Hebrew makes you a Zionist or some shit? Yeah, Loner Box. That's the issue. Loner Box. Unironically, the reason why like, I've kind of fallen off the research document a bit, even though I want to pick it back up for, like, trans stuff because I want to make, like, a better doc, is that, like, research doesn't matter when you talk to conservatives because you're entering retard land anyway, You're entering the clown car with a one trip stop at the circus. What the fuck does research matter, Like, it never comes up. You're arguing vibes with these people the whole fucking time. Speaking of clown cars, this fucked up truck, is that a joke? Are you talking shit to my goddamn gold-plated fucking ballermobile? My goddamn drip dumpy?
Get international pressure for a two-state solution. How are we going to get it for a one-state with no Israel?
Have you heard of something like us doing things?
Well, I used to do activism
of
for
our government.
Yeah. Oh, so what? You want to BDS Israel out of existence? Is that where we're at now?
Have you heard of doing
South
things?
Africa? Why wouldn't it work here?
South Africa didn't abolish itself as a country. It didn't stop existing.
South Africa essentially abolished itself entirely in all practical terms. South Africa abolished minority government.
What?
Has a new constitution.
It had a democratic reform. It didn't abolish the fucking state. Jesus Christ.
It's been ruled by black majority governments ever since. In terms of, like, the character of the state is so completely radically different that to call it, like, the exact same thing as if it's just the same state just because it has, like, a certain lineage, it's like calling Russia the continuation of the Soviet Union.
Don't people... One of the big criticisms about South Africa is that apartheid ended, but then the same economic stratification stayed barely moved, didn't it? Isn't that one of the big problems?
The economic stratification doesn't particularly mean that the state was not essentially replaced with something radically different.
Okay, but South Africa still exists, right? Like, this is not the same as a state getting abolished by international pressure.
It has the same name. Okay, huge deal.
So you're like,
Russia has the same name.
Did we shift?
Russia
did we just erode all
inherited a lot of the positions of the Soviet Union?
Yeah. So did we
for example, its position on the UN, is Russia the same state as the Soviet Union? Is it the exact same? Do you think, like, there needs to be, like, some sort of ceremonial abolishment of Israel, the Israel abolishment ceremony or something?
I don't
give a fuck.
Okay, how do we do it then? Without a BDS, we're going to BDS Israel, a nuclear power, into just giving up all its borders and all its, like, crazy, wacky,
You're just restating the
Jewish
same
ethno-state
position
dreams.
that I've already responded to.
It's just because it's ridiculous. It's not a solution. It's not advocacy.
Ridiculous.
You're LARPing.
My man,
you're just standing on a hill, beating your chest into the void.
I'm like, buddy, 60% of Palestinians are LARPers, according to you. Interesting position. This is liberalism.
Curious.
Right? You're trying to regulate the acceptable spectrum of opinion by framing anything that really goes...
You liberal, you're trying to frame the acceptable spectrum of opinion to exclusively non-retarded suggestions. How dare you? How dare you try to suppress my bold range of suggestions? Like, did you know people can do things? And A constitutional reform is the same as abolishing a country. God.
Goes radically out of the status quo, even like a little bit outside of what you deem to be the acceptable positions of the status quo, as like unrealistic. It's just LARPing. So by doing this is exactly what I said you do. This is what you and everyone in your sphere does. You try to reframe essentially like the most bog standard basic leftist positions as completely unrealistic, impossible. It's liberals do the exact same thing. This would be nice, but it's impossible. So
wait, you're conceding yourself that this can't be done immediately. If we both
I'm not conceding you said that
yes,
because
you are.
I
You
said
just
it can't be
did.
done literally immediately right now. And then you said that I'm LARPing because I advocate for it being worked towards over time.
But that's why I'm asking you, if you're saying we both agree morally with a one-state solution, and we both agree that international pressure should push that.
Yeah, that's how it goes,
And,
funny
no, but I
rhetorician.
said we both agree with that. We agree. Oh yeah, you think we should do it like, I don't know, but yeah, I think it's like practical as well, right? Just more long term. But
so why did you just say that then? If you think it's impossible when you clearly just said you think it's possible?
Because you take people who advocate for two-state solutions like Eris and call them liberals who are just narrowing
Nazis.
the lenses of what's possible, which is not what they're doing.
I was calling you that. But her as well.
Me as well. Okay. Even though you agree that
it's because I based her position off what she said. Okay?
So we can't
said she wants a two-state solution because she thinks that there needs to be a Jewish ethno-state where Jews can be safe.
What did she say? A Jewish ethno-state where Jews can be safe. Why are you adding in the word ethno-state for that?
Because she wants it to be an ethno-state, right? That's why she was worried about the majority Jewish character of the
She has
state.
never said she wants it to be an ethno-state. You're lying. You're just making shit up.
Okay, let's play the clips again.
Let's play the clip again.
Let's play the clip again.
Where we have no idea.
She's never said
We have
that.
no idea what the context is. Yeah, go on.
She's never said that. Okay, let's find out.
Are we gonna
Has she said that?
wait before you play
Who
the
knows?
clip? Before you play the clip,
We
are we
can't-
gonna
we
before
can't
you
flame
before you
her
play the
saying
clip? Are we gonna hear the words "I believe Israel should be a Jewish ethno-state"?
Just because she doesn't say the ethno-state doesn't mean that she doesn't think it should be an ethno-state.
Look, you don't
She said
have
it
it.
should be
Okay,
a
that's
majority
fine.
state.
That's fine. You don't-
Majority
yeah.
Jewish state.
You don't have it. Wait,
Do they need to use the word literally ethno-state?
is she gonna wait? Does she say "I believe Israel should be a"?
Does Likud use the word ethno-state? No, they don't.
Does she say "I believe Israel should be a majority Jewish state"?
Yeah.
She says "I
absolutely.
believe."
She needs to preface it like, let's see, bud. You think she's not stating? She said, I think it's totally fine for Israel to be a Jewish state where Jews can be safe. Blah blah blah.
That's different.
And she also said,
That's
she also
different.
said that we can't allow Arabs to essentially dilute the Jewish character of this state. We can't let them become the
She said
the
we
majority
can't
because
let
then they'll
them?
oppress us or whatever.
She okay.
She
And
has
this
to
is the one
literally
where she
phrase
says, "I
it in the
think," yeah.
exact terms that I'm summarizing, right?
Well, because this is
You-
the
you're just
problem.
gonna
You're
try and- 'cause you
incapable
can't
of
defend
assessing
it.
people's opinions. You can't
defend
do
it.
it.
Holy shit, you're just denying reality here.
Wait,
Let's play the clips again. I'll play each one individually,
never
right? And then I'll
ends.
stop after each one, and we
I've
can
heard the
assess them
clip.
together. Okay?
Okay, go for
Well,
it.
you apparently couldn't tell which one was which, so let's do that. The fake nervous laughing doesn't work, dude.
It's real laughter. You are very funny to me.
You do a population exchange, it's very hard to reverse the change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now.
We're stopping that one.
Okay, that's the first clip. What do you think about that?
Okay, so she said if you do a population exchange, the effects are sometimes worse, right? Then
Wait, nothing about that was inaccurate at all. Like, yeah, obviously there would be civic problems if you brought millions and millions of Palestinians back and and the population was like fucking like swamp like that. Of course there'd be civic problems. Yeah, like obviously, the trick would be dealing with them. Pigeon, I love you, but I'm gonna have to have my lap back, okay? Can I rest you? It's not like I don't play with you all the time every day. You've 3 human housemates who all work inside We don't even leave the house to get groceries. We order them because you're not starved for attention. Oh, God. Do you ever get sun? Fuck no. Oh, yeah, for sure, Liz squared.
Yeah, and she's using
Okay.
that as an argument for
Okay.
right of return.
Okay, so that's again, we're talking about a hypothetical where right of return means like potentially like 1 million plus people from Palestine come to
And why
Israel.
does she not want them to come?
And then what
There's
happens?
no space.
Do not come.
There's also.
Do you understand where the there's no space argument comes from? For one, a fellow named Frederick Ratzel.
Okay, wait.
He
Remind
coined
me.
the term Lebensraum.
Wait, hold on. Friedrich Lapsel invented the argument millions of people entering this small territory would be civically difficult. You know, the famous concept that Nazis invented, an acknowledgement of density, population density as a concept. Before them, you know, it was a mystery.
Remind me when it comes to space. Then let's say that right of return happens, and like say like 1 million Palestinian refugees want to go back. What happens to the people who live there? So some of these people might be like third generation, right? Like what happens to them? Do we just evict
Do you
them?
think that you steal a house, it's not stolen anymore, if like you give it to your kids? Is that how things work anywhere in the world?
Well, most refugees don't get generational right for return. That's just for Palestinians. I'm just asking you, what do we do? How do we do that?
Most refugees can just return because that country hasn't literally been obliterated.
So I'm asking you then, let's say many millions of Palestinians, or even a few 100,000, decide they're going to go back. They're going to go and live in
Beep, beep.
where they were kicked out of, whatever, or their families. And the people who live there don't want to. What happens? What do we do?
What happens in any other situation in the world where this happens? Question for you, my
Well,
friend.
we kick them out, right?
Question for you, my
You
friend.
boot them out with nowhere to go, right?
Was it wrong
And then
to
you get a
kick
war.
German settlers out of Poland after World War II? Yes or no?
German, and like what? Like troops?
German settlers who literally settled Poland.
So they would have been there for
Was
a
it
few
wrong to
years?
kick German settlers out of? Were there how many German settlers? You can tell me about this. Go on, elaborate.
About 800,000 in Poland.
Okay. And how long were they there for?
They went there. They went there. Okay, let's change it then. If you want to make it something about length, because apparently settler colonialism just stops, after an arbitrary length of time. Okay, let's say
I'm not asking.
Well, to be fair, yeah. There's not a patch of Earth on this planet that's currently controlled by people who have had uncontested control over it since the beginning of humanity. Yeah, obviously. Every, yeah, like clearly, there's nowhere on Earth is that the case. There's always some older group.
Asking you about
the
what's
Nazis.
moral.
The
I'm
Nazis
asking
want,
you about
no, I'm
how you
framing
do
this
it.
in the correct terms. Okay?
Also, isn't that literally the Zionist argument? Because the Jews held Israel like 4,000 years ago, so they should have like uncontested, like it's like their 100% like total right to go back there. If you don't believe it expands after some arbitrary length of time, then you should be the first advocate for the fucking, Israel resettlement. Jesus. Is that a Nazi argument? My opinion, I personally agree with the one guy that we heard speak at the UN delegation where they condemned Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. I forget which country it was from. It was from one of the African countries. I'm sorry, I don't remember the 50 country names of Africa. Was it Kenya? Yeah, his based-ass speech where he talked about how, like, if you want to make a country work in this day and age, you can't constantly be carving up border lines off of, like, old ethnicities, because if you do, like, the fighting will never end. And that's so true.
The Nazis win World War II.
Okay.
Their settlers have babies who take over their houses. Are the houses now theirs?
I would say that you get to a point where time passes and you get to a point where reversing history isn't actionable. This was clearly actionable because the Nazis lost the war, right?
Is Crimea Russian? It's been 8 years now.
I would say it's been. Yeah, I would say honestly, if the exchange was peace in exchange for Crimea, yeah, unfortunately, I think it's already becoming a reality that Crimea has to go. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying like morally.
Wait, also, even if Crimea isn't Russian, I don't think that means you should be kicking out all the ethnically Russian people if Ukraine did reconquer Crimea. No, I would be against that. If there are people in Crimea who like settled after 2014, after Russia annexed the territory and Ukraine took Crimea back, I would not support the like forced deportation of like ethnically Russian people who settled there. I think that'd be really, really fucked up.
Morally, right? Not
Of course not. Morally, we agree. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Morally, Crimea
So
should
if
go
we
back to
agree-
Ukraine, but practically, I don't know how likely is that. The Tatars are fucked. Okay, but like what? Do you think like Ukraine's
Yeah.
gonna fight a war over Crimea? Like, if that's like the last
what
territory.
a lot of people in this political opinion sphere seem to think that they should, and I
Yeah.
don't think they even want to.
Well, I mean, they're managing to get Kharkiv back right now, so that's like there are some
Yeah,
areas
but,
where
you
it
know, I
seems
don't wanna go off on a
realistic.
tangent,
fought it
but I
back
think
for
we
them.
agree on this.
Yeah. So the question
But-
is, you've got like a lot of Israelis who you consider
Curious,
who are
Letterboxd.
settlers in Israel. I would agree.
Also, howdy.
The people who get right for return decide to go back. The settlers say, no, we live here. What happens?
Well, generally, when people occupy your land, right, and you try to take it back, and they say no, you use violence
Yeah, so you want a war.
to get rid of them.
But that's what will happen, right? That's will happen.
I don't want a war. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is that accommodations are going to need to be made for the returning Palestinians that do not involve that happening.
What do you mean? So what? They build different houses?
Build different houses, perhaps selectively, when there's like some more direct proof
okay.
of, them owning this particular land or whatever, that they should be able to get it back.
So the
But
settlers do
aside
get
from
to
that,
stay. To avoid a war, the
there's a
settlers
difference
get to
between-
stay.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. I mean, it's pretty
Do
similar
you
to
think that
Aristotle's position. Okay,
decolonization
fair.
involves like mass deportation of literally every single person?
Well, that's the argument when it comes to right of return, is that like there's a lot of circumstances that you have to consider, because some people would consider right of return is they get to go back to their houses. I don't know if you know about like
I think
I'm
it
sure you do,
depends
but
on
like when
what
it comes
is
to
achievable.
like Palestine, yeah, of course, I agree, and that's why like when there are people in like Lebanon who are refugees from Palestine, they've still kept the keys to their old houses. I've seen
Yeah,
the big rusty
exactly,
keys,
right?
and like they expect, and a lot of them expect to go back to their old homes, right?
Yeah, that's the
But
thing.
how
There's
actionable
people
is
going to
that?
have actual proof that this was theirs. The fact of the matter is, though, that a lot of them probably aren't, because the way that land ownership and shit worked in the Ottoman Empire was incredibly, very loose. Most people didn't
What?
really have any technical right to the land, so proving.
Can you imagine in the modern day, like trying to make an argument ethically and legally about who should go where, and you're trying to discuss like law in the Ottoman Empire or something? I don't know. I feel like past a certain point, you really have to put away the ancestry and get over it. Like you just can't do that forever, you know? You can't. Yeah. I'm pretty consistent about this. I hold the same position for like land back with like Native American shit, you know? I believe in like the adherence to existing treaties and giving Native people way more rights with like land use and crap like that and reparations and a bunch of stuff like that. But I've never believed in the argument that like because Native American people had the land first, that means they get it back or whatever. Because honestly, I think that's pretty dumb. I think there are better ways around these arguments. And then you get into this like permanent reciprocal. Okay, here's the real woke lib brain puzzler. Okay, imagine if the American government, for some reason, is like, all right, guys, we're doing land back, but like the meme version. Okay, we're gonna make like all but the original 13 colonies native land again. Have fun. Okay, and then it's like, okay, but which native tribes get which areas? Like, they're not all the same tribe, right? And then all the tribes start, like, suing each other? Or whatever? Like, and then immediately it's like, well, this tribe was here when the Americans came here, but this tribe was here before then, and our tribe was here before even that, And then it turns into the same goddamn problem. It's not the same situation at all. It's not the same situation. I'm only demonstrating, like, the degree of arbitrarity here. You know what I mean? Like the pointlessness in fighting over ancestral claims. Yeah, all land is conquered land. The question is, how do you divvy it up in a way that maximizes the happiness of the greatest amount of people? That's it. You know, it's ancestral claims are only one piece of a larger puzzle. One thing to be accounted for in an analysis of a bunch of factors.
Anything is going to be very difficult, but a lot of them can still prove it. And in that case, yeah, I think they should be able to get their homes back. Why not?
But that means we do kick out the people who live there now.
We do
By
that all the
force.
time anyway. What's the difference here?
It's just whether
There
or
are
not you think
evictions
that's...
all over the time, all around the world.
Well, it's just...
Why not here?
It's just whether or not you think it's the best
Why is
solution.
it a special case?
I don't think it's a special... It's just whether or not you think it's the best solution in this case.
I absolutely think it's the best solution. It's the only righteous solution. It's the only just solution.
Even if it means a war.
I don't think it would start a war, because to get to this point in the first place, war would already have to be off the table.
How do you get war off the table when Israel is like armed to the fucking teeth with nuclear weapons? Like
South Africa was armed to the fucking teeth with nuclear weapons.
Okay,
But
so
they
how do you
didn't.
make sure there's
People
not
didn't
war?
go to war to make
Do you
South
think, like,
Africa
you're just gonna,
end
like,
apartheid.
start immediately evicting people like all in one day? I don't understand how you.
Well, the thing is that your rhetoric has
Kapega
gotten
clap
a lot
indeed.
softer.
The thing
since
is,
speaking to you on
I
Twitter.
think. Here's the thing that I think, right? Your entire being seems to be advocated to.
Seems to be.
Essentially saying, paying lip service to leftist positions, like the most bog standard leftist positions imaginable, and then saying this is not possible.
But you agree that it's not currently possible. There's no disagreement.
Literally immediately not possible, obviously not.
Okay, so we agree.
We don't agree, because
What
I
do we
think
not agree
eventually
on?
this could absolutely happen.
I said that too. Were you listening? I've
Like,
said that like
You
8
just
times
said
now.
that like Israelis living in stolen houses shouldn't be evicted.
Yeah, I don't. Well, like en masse or like no, I don't think people should be evicted. No,
Well, I think if
got
Palestinians
plans.
can
I don't think you're
prove
going to get into
that
Israel
their
and evict
family
them without
lived in these
violence.
places, we're not getting Israel to evict them. This would happen like after the state is already, a single state is already established
Okay.
with a judicial system that can handle this sort of thing.
Mhm.
It's not just like, oh, I'm here. I say this is mine. Give me it. So it should be absolutely.
Okay. So it sounds like the people who live in Israel now and I guess the IDF and the government and all that need to basically lose what? Like their military strength, their will to like, if they know this is going to happen, if part of abolishing Israel means people are going to come in and evict them, like, yeah, this is the thing people will fight to the death over. So like,
South
how do you
Africa.
not want a war?
Yeah,
I've got it. Guys, the only thing that can defeat an ancestral claim to land is an even more ancient ancestral claim to land. Who was in Israel before the Israelites, before the Hebrews? Is there some like ancient Sumerian? History people? Can we find some ancient dinosaurs? The Canaanites? Is it them? We need to find them. Are they still around? Probably not. Neanderthal tribes. Get him. Go. We just need to land back harder. We give it to Joe Rogan. Somehow that feels like the best timeline. Giving the Holy Land to Joe Rogan, just like privately as an individual, somehow feels like a good timeline. I don't know how. It's probably not. It just feels like, yeah, the best ending. Like the secret good ending. God.
There were whites in South Africa who fought to the death over the end of apartheid too. I don't care.
Okay. So you're okay with the war?
It's not going to be a war.
Okay.
It's going to be a crushing of a pathetic little civil insurrection, just like it was in South Africa.
Wow.
Do you think I'm supposed to have mercy for these people? Do you think I give a fucking shit if some white supremacist is like, oh, you can't appropriate my farm that I fucking stole from your family? Oh no, shut the fuck up.
Well, it's not giving a shit about people who think they deserve to be living on stolen land or whatever. Although, again, like second, third generation, I don't really know how far you can go with the blame there. But
It's not about blame. It's not. This has nothing to do with blame. We're not.
Okay.
We're not like saying, "Oh, you're morally wrong for happening to be born in this house." Okay.
Okay.
This is not about moral blame. It's about material circumstances. This is what happened. The house was stolen from them. Materially, it was stolen from them. Okay.
So if we
There's
do,
no moralization there at all.
but you understand, if we do action this, then in parts of the country as well, Palestinians are going to get kicked out because of in exchange for Jewish families who were kicked out in '48, right?
Basically, any Palestinian who lives in these areas.
Okay, go on.
Oh yeah, you totally got. Any Palestinian who lives in these areas, practically the majority of them are there because they've been forced there. And the reason why Jews were expelled from these areas in the first place is essentially as a result of the state of Israel being formed. It was a reaction.
So.
Okay. What?
I didn't hear a yes or a no there.
What? The only reason they were expelled
no.
from those areas is because
So the
things happen.
Palestinians
You see,
who
causality
lived on
exists.
stolen
Liberal.
land gained in 1948, given to them by Jordan, don't get kicked out.
There it is.
Well, the Palestinians who live on this supposed quote-unquote stolen land, for one, it was mostly taken from settlers in the first place. For two, the entire reason
Wait.
why this
That's it.
in the
Wasn't
first
not
place
in
is
every
because
case. Not in
Israel-
every case. It wasn't just taken from settlers. It was taken from people who
I
lived there for thousands of
honestly
years. Okay.
don't
like-
give a shit. This land is not part of a settler colonial state. Okay?
Okay.
I'm sure you can point to like some example of like a
Guys, you know what's really funny? I'm pretty sure the only reason that Bad Empanada and other like inadequate lefties use the term settler colonial is specifically because other lefties do. You know? Like, all before I learned about online leftism and got embroiled in the culture, it was all like colonialist country. They engaged in colonialism. They were colonists. This was a colony. But then, like, at some point, the term settler colonialism, like, infected the minds of lefties. And now, like, every single thing is a settler colonialist. They call it a project, too. Settler colonialist project. They say that about America. Like, oh, yeah, dude. The state of the relationship between modern-day America and Native Americans can best be described as an ongoing project. It's definitely something that the leaders in the American government think about, like, day to day. You know, yes, how do we maintain the demographic, you know, displacement of Native Americans? They don't have to. It already happened. What even is settler colonialism? Settler colonialism is distinguished as forms of colonialism which are characterized by, like, you know, you actually setting up colonies to live there. Like, you're not just, like, setting up a military base in India and telling them to, like, ship you more spices. You're actually, like, getting people to live there. You know what I mean? But the way they talk about it, they just don't... They don't know anything. And, like, at this point, that's not really descriptive of what's happening in America, because America isn't a colony being set up in Native American land in order to displace Native American people. America is America. That fight is over. Maybe it was at some point. Actually, I feel like, for the most part, what happened in America isn't even the, the initial stages of, the genocide of the natives were definitely a form of settler colonialism after the Americas, like the American colonies were begun. What Christopher Columbus and shit did, or like the conquistadors and stuff, wouldn't be so much settler colonialism as more traditional colonialism, because it's not like they were trying to get people from like Spain over to like go live in Aztec, you know, like, yeah, so that was more traditional colonialism. What Israel is doing is a settler colonialist project. I just feel like the term gets abused so often. It is a bit complicated. It's all it's all variable descriptions for like a wide spectrum of, you know, different shit.
native person stealing land from some white person which wasn't originally theirs or whatever in the US.
The Spanish did bring settlers over. Not with the original conquistadors, no? Didn't they do it later with settlements? They did it with like Christopher Columbus had settlements set up with... Oh, they did with the original conquistadors? With like the 50 guys in Montezuma's Curse and shit? They did it later. Okay, later. That's what... Yeah, like eventually they did. Yeah, yeah, you wouldn't explore with settlers. And there were settlers in British-controlled India But like for the most part, it wasn't about that. It was mostly about just trying to like militarily suppress Indian people and shit.
On the border structure.
But it would happen though, right?
Settler
If we're talking
colonialism
about
is when you
building
have
the
belt
right-
buckle hats.
So okay,
True.
like, if you don't want to answer, it's fine. But if
I
we're
just gave you an
applying
answer.
your logic to the right to get your stolen
Yeah,
land
if,
back,
if we apply this logic to something that's totally different, not even remotely the same thing,
it's like in the same
this is what you
country.
guys always do.
It's in the same city. Like, what are you talking about?
These, right now, they're definitely not the same country.
Well, we're talking about this was like I think this specifically happens in East Jerusalem, right? Like more so than other places.
I really don't give a shit because one of these quote unquote countries is a settler colonial state formed for the specific reason of excluding the people who already lived there beforehand and, you know, forming an ethno state for one specific ethnicity.
Okay, so if you're a Jew who gets kicked out of their land by Jordan in 1948, and that land is given to a Palestinian,
No problem.
You don't
No
have
problem. You went and moved into a Palestinian's house anyway.
You don't.
No big
Well,
deal.
no. There are Jews who've been living there since like the 7th century. Okay, maybe even earlier. Okay, this isn't always.
It's
settlers.
no problem because they went and
This
lived in a stolen Palestinian house in Israel.
They didn't.
What?
Wait. That.
Wait, since the 7th century? Listen up, my guy. All right, your great grandfather, like 5 million years ago, had like a sword fight with some guy on this land. Anyway, we're gonna kill you. No, yeah, Jews have been there for ages. I mean, for a really long time. But like, obviously, the Israel thing, that it's modern incarnation's pretty new. But yeah, fix your rusty truck. Sorry, the time rain makes it rust. Let me get this goddamn package.
Yeah, they did. Where
necessarily
did they
happen.
go?
Some of them might have left the country,
they were
right?
expelled. They went to they were expelled. Most of them went to Israel. They got the keys to a nice Palestinian house.
Okay, or new houses were built. Okay.
Yeah, but someone else owned that land
Okay, so
beforehand.
someone who doesn't get a stolen Palestinian house is kicked out by Jordan.
Okay, wait, hold on. Shocker, what Bad Empanada is saying here is really, really dumb. One of the reasons that Jews in the Palestinian territories who were there before the formation of the modern state of Israel moved over to Israel, the displaced land, is because there was a great threat of retaliatory violence against those Jews. If you're a Jewish family and you live in like the Palestinian area, and then without any power to do anything about it, the Israeli state is formed near you, and the Palestinians around you who are not in the Israeli state get real fucking angry with you. Like, yeah, no shit you're gonna move into Israel, you know? Obviously, like, ethnic conflict was pretty much a guaranteed fucking consequence of Israel being formed over there, but that doesn't mean that it's the fault of every single Jewish person who, like, tries to keep their family safe under those circumstances.
Jordan 1948 doesn't get the
Who
right to
didn't get a
return to
stolen
their
Palestinian
house.
Who in Israel doesn't live in a stolen Palestinian house?
I'm
There were
sure.
houses in Israel before that the Jews lived in before the Nakba, right?
Yeah, most of them were bought on the lines of Herzl's plan for these quote-unquote
Okay,
Jewish
but
states.
you're saying most of them. I'm asking you about these examples, which happen. They seem to happen fairly like high profile as well. But you're just saying right of return for Palestinians who had their land stolen in
See, the
1948,
thing
but
is,
not
yeah,
for Jews.
you are comparing like these individualistic examples to a systemic structure of settler
Well,
colonialism.
I'm trying
that
to
doesn't
apply your
at all.
logic, and that's why your logic.
Yeah, you're
is
trying.
dog
You're
shit.
trying to
Yeah, that's
apply
why.
my logic to something where it doesn't apply at all. You're trying to apply these individualistic cases of ideas of like, oh, if this guy owns this house, this guy owns this house. That's not what it's about at all. It's about a settler colonial state. It's about the
It's
whole
about
state.
vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about one person and their rights to land. It's not about one person being evicted from land or whatever. It's about the structure of a settler colonial state being dismantled.
Okay, let's make it simple then. The settler colonial state's gone. All right, it's all Palestine. We're just seeing who gets to return where. Right? We find out.
Anyone in this state
We
can go
find
live
out.
wherever the fuck they want.
We find out that a Jewish family was kicked out of East Jerusalem in 1948, but there's a Palestinian living there now. Do the Palestinians have to get kicked out so the Jews can return, assuming the settler colonial state's gone?
No.
Why not?
One of these parties did settler colonialism, the other didn't. Very simple.
So they're all guilty by association.
This is nothing. This is not individualistic. You're trying to make this an
It's all
individualistic.
so
idea.
they're guilty by association. They're just
It's
guilty.
not about guilt, not about individual guilt.
The argument here is literally like you're part of the ethnic group that did the thing that I don't like. Therefore, it's bad when you do X thing, but when the ethnic group that I don't have a problem with does the same thing, then it's fine. That's literally the argument here. There's no other interpretation of the argument. That's explicitly what he's saying. So
It's about the material circumstances, okay?
So-
We're not talking here about, oh, this person is guilty of this person.
also, I like how to some leftists the term material circumstances is literally like it's like they're saying bazinga or like abracadabra or something. What the fuck are you saying? Dude, I didn't slap your wife's ass, okay? When you were out getting drinks and my hand touched her ass really hard on purpose, okay? It's material condition. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What?
Person is guilty of this.
So Jews
Settler
don't
isn't-
get right of
settler
return
colonist
because
isn't a moral distinction. It's a material one.
so Jews don't get
You-
right of return.
I have a question for you, Lorna Bucks. If I own a factory that I inherited from my parents, is it wrong for you to appropriate it from me?
To appropriate a factory that you inherited from your parents.
So the difference here is that materially speaking, if you inherited that factory, you would then be the owner of the factory, and in a material sense, you would be the same as your father in terms of what you hold, your relationship to the means production. What Bad Empanada is doing is saying that because of your ethnicity, you are more, it's bad when you do a thing as opposed to when another ethnicity does the same thing. Like that, like it's critically different. There's no relationship here.
Yeah, is it?
Why?
I
Wait, can you
inherited
explain
it from my
the?
parents.
Can you? Okay, I
Is it
don't.
my fault?
Can you
Is it my
explain
fault that I own this factory?
Wait, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Jewish people who were moved off of land that they lived on for like that their families lived on for over 1,000 years.
You're making a bunch of random analogies. I'm making.
Oh, by the way, one other thing. Unironically, this is pretty close to Nazi rhetoric. Using the rhetorical framework of class warfare when ascribing people's ethnicities is incredibly yikesy. He's literally, like, the logic of material analysis of class differences is that, like, action can be provoked against the bourgeois because they're the material holders of powers over the proletariat. But he's applying that to an ethnic lens. The critical difference here being, of course, that ethnicity is something you're associated with, something ascribed to you, whereas you owning a factory is something you can change. You have control over it. You can decide to give away the factory. You can decide to, I don't know, be a super progressive cool dude that people don't want to fucking take the factory. You know, you can do shit about that. But your ethnicity? Nope. That's, I've got you on that one.
Making one too. Is it okay?
Your analogy doesn't apply.
I'm trying to get you to understand.
Your analogy doesn't make sense. It doesn't apply to right of
You're making
return.
moralistic arguments here. Your argument here is essentially that these people aren't guilty. Who gives a shit if they're not guilty?
If you can you just
It's not about
okay, wait.
guilt. It's not about
can you just
them
own the
doing
position?
something
I'm
bad.
evil.
Can you just own the position then that even if the settler colonial state of Israel is gone, even if you accept that, you don't think Jews would deserve right of return, even if they their land was stolen from them?
They would deserve right of return to the Arab countries that they were expelled from, but not to
the house.
literal Palestinian victims who are forced to live in the essentially what is a fucking reservation.
Even
okay?
though the Palestinians are allowed to go back.
I'm
okay.
laying claim to the reservation land, the little bit of reservation land that they still have. Oh, boo fucking who? I don't give a shit.
Okay, so the
problem
Jews,
is the structure of the settler colonial state.
the
of
structure,
Israel.
because Jews are guilty by association, right?
You're trying. Oh my God, you are. You would be fucking awesome in the Blairite wing of the Labour Party, dude. You've got it down pat.
Yeah, because some people,
Straight-
because unfortunately, some people on the very far left are pretty anti-Semitic. Yeah, I don't know if you realize it, but it's coming through pretty fucking hard.
You fucking my man. Keir Starmer needs you on his PR team.
I hate
Good
Keir
job.
Starmer, but
That's excellent. Oh yeah, I'm sure you do. I am sure you fucking do, my man.
Okay, is there anything else that you want to talk about?
Yeah.
I left. Oh God. Oh, that was fucking crazy. Holy
memes.
shit.
Good memes.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, law? What are you, a
Fucking liberal? Hey, Poco, thanks for the prime sub.
Classic.
Dare to beam, thank you.
Wait, law? What are you, a fucking liberal?
Wash reference.
Rev Dork with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much.
Very good. Very, very good. I have no doubt that his post-debate commentary is insightful. Very, very good. Fuentes got caught looking at transport. Yeah, I saw. Hold on. I haven't actually seen the image. I've just seen people in chat saying it. Wait, somebody in chat said it was femboy porn. This isn't femboy porn. The title of this is T-girl sucking a femboy's dick, then he jerks until cum. That's the specific title. That's not... when you said femboy porn, I assumed you meant some, like, hentai catboy drawing. This is exclusively... Okay. Yeah, Fuentes is gayer than me. This happened with Alex Jones too. Yeah, they all fucking jerk off to transporn. Delinky? No. Could transitioning have saved her? Maybe. Can we look at this vid now? No! Hold on. Fuck. Let me read donos super quick, then I'm gonna turn TTS on for the short length of time during which I'll be continuing the stream. I didn't really intend to be streaming tonight. I kind of wanted to chill today, but I really like streaming, so I still have chores. I still have to spackle the holes in the wall that I cut to move the Ethernet cable between floors. Duvid Tunet, Schleppenlife, Fabsta, Linkman, and Linkman. Thank you all for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the $10. Yeah, we're getting close. Your friend Jen, thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. I'll try to keep being based, and I will cut my hair soon, okay? Mr. King and Greenwich, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Look into spiral dynamics integral theory in a future stream. Maybe. It sounds like some fancy shit. Neptune32, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Neptune was giving PayPal was giving me a hard time, so I brawled it. I think I just won. Keep making dope content. You did win. Congratulations. And thank you. Bender with the $10. Thank you very much. After a long hiatus of not being able to give, here's some dollars. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Fuck. Here, hold on 1 second. It's too warm in here. I'll stream for later than I expected to. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a stream boy. But we're going to need to do some stuff to make that viable. Okay? First of all, I need to turn the AC on, even though I hate having it on while I stream. It's just too warm in here. I have to be a good stream boy. Give me 1 second. The post-debate talk was really good. I'm set for now. Can you hear the AC? Hopefully not. Even though I have it on maximum. Open a window. There's no breeze. I thought you said you had stuff to do later. Look, just give me a sec. Let me pee. 1 sec. I'll turn TTS on. I'll finish reading the donos. No, I'll finish reading the donos, then I'll turn TTS on. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be okay, folks. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Hello, Ricky the Freak. Happy to have you here. Eddie, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Compensation, no doubt, for finding me a gun. Sake, thank you for the very kind $10. Can't wait till we find out the police personally killed some of the kids. Yeah, fucking Texas. Sigabiz, the $5. After you cut the video, the cop trainee says, I'd hesitate because I'd have to live with being wrong, and the trainer says, if that bugs you, you need a new job. Holy shit. Now I know what you mean. Yeah, Neonium, unfortunately, you're right on the money. But Chungus and Zumak, thank you for the $5 both. Anything to say with regards to the SPLC Hate Watch article that came out today about the Mises Caucus? Yeah, it's so funny. The Libertarian Party caucus that hates me and got me kicked from the Texas Libertarian debate, the Libertarian Party debate, they're on the fucking SPLC hate watch list now. Jesus Christ. You're right, Sake Tanuki. I need to be inspired by the maximalist design choices of Death Stranding. Reza Sutra, thanks to 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Pulse, thank you for the $10 on the recommendation. I have no idea what Spiral Dynamics is, but I can give it a look sometime. Dingledorf, thanks to tier 2 sub. Will you react to Donut Operator during some content dry spell? Maybe one day. Nuclear Nautilus. What do you think about Davy Jones from the pirate movies? I actually genuinely believe that Davy Jones from the second and third Pirates of the Caribbean movies is maybe the single best CG monster guy ever committed to movies. I actually, like, genuinely, whatever you think of the movies, I actually think, like, it doesn't just hold up. You can read so much emotion.
Your son was fortunate enough to find a ship.
Like, that, like looking at, like, it, like, I believe it, you know? Like, I believe that. Oh, guys, that's not a Brit Bonger voice, really. That's like a super thick. Is that a British voice? I don't know. It's. Yeah? What? Oh yeah, sure. Quoteth, I'm not against CGI usage. His tentacles have coded personalities. Yeah.
And introduce yourself as Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, Quoteth, I feel like if you can't make me feel the emotions of the CGI Monster Man with the same range and depth of a real actor giving it their all, then I don't think there's a point in making them like a character with speaking lines, frankly.
Was fortunate enough to find.
Where's that one shot of him like looking like he's about to break out into tears? Think the same about Thanos. Thanos doesn't have a tenth of the range of emotion of Davy Jones. Like, not even close. Like, not even remotely. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. No. Not getting into this. Nope. When his heart is brought onto the ship. Hold on. Okay. Wow, this holds up so fucking well. This is his dying scene. That, I feel like that holds up so well. It's from like a decade ago. This scene cost so much money. Oh god, those movies were so expensive, but like they held up really well then. You know, I mean, new freaking show. Thank you for the $5. I'm very sorry for ruining Marvel for you. Sake, thank you for the $10. Best iteration of Spider-Man. Oh, right.
Help! Please! Someone! I'm going to die.
Fuck, that's good. David Jones sad. Oh, the holding a tear at the end of his tentacle was cheesy to me, even at the time. But that apart, the actual, like, the face and the tentacles themselves are really fucking good. Nah, I love it. You know, it could be a personal preference thing. It's not even that unrealistic. What about Gollum? Gollum is also a phenomenal job. Leafar, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Anya Daystar, thank you for the incredible kind $15. I'm a published Columbine historian, and I believe that after Columbine, it should be clear cops in schools only serve the school-to-prison pipeline. Yeah, like, the only thing cops in schools do is whenever black kids get, like, slightly rowdy in class, they get arrested instead of sent to detention. Fucked up. Me Informer, thank you for the $10. Yeah. Yeah, Gollum doesn't hold up in terms of fidelity, but does in terms of emotiveness. Which, by the way, I'll take that anytime. Even if, like, a CG character doesn't look as realistic or looks a bit out of place in the world, I'm okay with that if the effort went into making them look like real with, like, the emotion, you know? Like, you can really read what they're... like, you guys can go watch Endgame if you want, but, like, the problem with Marvel movies is that everything is so done by committee that, like, the artists were never given the chance to do anything even, like, slightly daring with regards to, like, design stuff. I guarantee you they had an incredibly strict, like reference sheet for how Thanos could be depicted, and, like, they could not deviate from it, you know? They probably want to avoid it, any, like, individual screen grabs looking goofy. I don't, Ray1KD, I don't think that Thanos is, like, the worst job ever. Like, it's pretty good. I'm holding it to a higher standard because it's in, like, you know, Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. You know, I'm holding it to a higher standard because it's, like, the premier movie, the most movie to ever movie. Don't feed Phil, thank you for the $10. I think that Valve's abandonment of TF2 is disgusting. If you're not willing to fucking keep your game together, your game with a loving community, then turn it over to other people who will. I think it's disgusting the way they just hold on to it and just let it rot. Like, they could literally... It's not like they're, like, you know, incapable of outsourcing. They could literally just get another team. Just, they hired, like, people from modding teams so many times before. Just, hire a bunch of super passionate people, be like, hey, listen, you guys are all talented, it's your job to keep this game alive, now good luck. And I guarantee you that they do an amazing job, or at least a better one than Valve is doing with its negligence. I'm turning TTS on. It should work for the website now, hopefully. I'll double check to make sure that it does. Or just make it public. Yeah, just anything. All right, let me see. Test site donation.
This is a test.
Sweet. All right, we're good. Voshla, please. Ah! See, this is why we need talented, unique. All right. We're chilling. Bing chilling, as a matter of fact. Bonerbox asked not to pause his post-debate rant. What? I'm already, but I... Fine. Audio only. I'm turning off the donos again. TTS is not on.
Hey, Poco. Thanks for the Prime sub. Dare to beam. Thank you.
Wait, law? What are you, a fucking liberal?
Rev Dork with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Are you going to post this on YouTube? Yeah, sure. Nice one. Oh, he's trying to call me again.
What?
Okay, tell you what. Since there's 750 of you here, right?
Oh, nice. Good numbers.
The Israeli occupation of Palestine is fucking disgusting, okay? I think if someone wanted to describe it, the behavior in Gaza as like an incremental genocide, of course, yeah, it's fucking horrible. The settlements are disgusting. I don't even think, you know what? I think it's insulting to call it apartheid. It's worse than apartheid. If you call it apartheid, no, it's an occupation. If you call it apartheid, what you're basically doing is conceding to Zionists. You know that? You know that there are like far-right Israelis who actually kind of like it being called apartheid because apartheid implies that it's their country, right? Fuck that. No. Like, it's a disgusting occupation. And you know what? There are things that international pressure can do that have worked. That have worked at least with like undermining the confidence in the regime and wanting Israelis to push for a more peaceful solution, one of which involves not calling every Israeli a blood and soil Nazi settler. But anyway, I can maybe tell you my story. If you want to get involved in putting pressure on the state of Israel, there's a very popular thing called BDS, right? This is like a big thing that individual activists can do. It's like very tangible. We did it in my university, actually, when I was studying. We did a BDS campaign because our university was connected to a few Israeli universities. But there's a few things you have to consider, right? The problem is pro-Israel propaganda is fucking insane. People will call you like anti-Semitic over nothing, but you can make it difficult for them. So one thing that's really interesting in BDS is not just boycott all of Israel, okay? There are parts of Israel that like Haifa, where there's like just as many Palestinians as there are Jews and Christians. Like it's a very multi-ethnic community, right? You don't want to target like all of Israel, but what you can do is if you target very specific points of the regime. So a really good example of BDS actually having an effect was the boycott of the Jordan Valley, because currently, for a few years, the Jordan Valley has been slowly being colonized and taken over by Israeli settlers, and boycotting products from the Jordan Valley slows that process down and actually even like stops it from being able to go further, because they like Israel doesn't actually have that much money to do what it's doing, right? It's an expensive, like self-consuming operation, right? Now, when it comes to BDS as a university, there's even more possibilities. So what you can do for the university, there's a few mistakes you can make. One mistake that you make in BDS as a university is cutting off all ties with Israel as like any academic ties, right? Like the American Students Association, I think they were called, American Studies Association, did like a boycott Israel campaign, like full on boycott all of Israel. And the problem there was that, you know, well, what if there's like a Palestinian student who goes to Haifa University, right? They can't do an exchange anymore. They can't, like, yeah, this is really fucking dumb, right? So obviously the discussion became about academic freedom and like anti-Semitism. But what you can do is there are specific universities in Israel that are very aggressively tied into the IDF, right? So what we did at my university was, our university was connected to Bar Ilan. And Bar Ilan explicitly engages in the development of military vehicles.
Or like fart Elon.
So they are full, like knee deep into the occupation. So if you boycott them, it's very easy to justify to people. So you like boycott Bar Ilan or Hebrew University or Ariel Campus, and then they can be like, well, why these places? And then it's like, well, because they're this one's connected to the IDF in this way, this one in this way, and all that, right? These are like tangible things that you can sell to the public, because political reality is that most people don't know fucking anything about Israel. And if they see someone saying boycott all of Israel, then they might well call you anti-Semitic and all that. It's harder to defend, right? So, yeah, that's like, those are my two recommendations, is like either consumer BDS or like through your university. Because I imagine a lot of your students, there almost definitely will be like a Free Palestine movement in your, there will almost definitely be a Free Palestine movement in your university. You should join them. See how they feel about like the rhetoric and, you know, all the things to advocate for and how to pressure the governments and things like that. Third thing, actually, if you want to stop Israel, is fucking vote, right? Biden is shit on Israel. He basically goes with this whole, we should recognize Israel as a Jewish state, which is basically pro-colonialism. But what you can do is you can say, well, Biden wouldn't have recognized Jerusalem. Very unlikely that he would have made the first move there, right? And we have very pro-Israel voices in the Democratic Party. Ilhan Omar is like long-term one-state solution. She's said that in the past. So, yeah, I think that's absolutely something that you can get involved with. So those are three things you can do. What you don't do is go on Twitter and call people fucking colonizers because they have Hebrew in their Twitter bios. Maybe don't do that. Yeah, definitely don't call people colonizers because they have Hebrew in their names. You can be anti-Zionist and have Hebrew and speak Hebrew. My dad can speak a wee bit of Hebrew because it sounds really close to like Arabic. So yeah, isn't Talib Palestinian? I didn't know that. You mean we shouldn't go on Twitter and call Jewish people Zionists? You know what? Like, two-state solution would imply like an old meaning of Zionism, like that Israel exists. Yeah, that would be a version of Zionism. It's not one that exists anymore to any great degree. That is the position that Eris subscribes to, short term. I'm pretty sure she's like a no borders advocate, but okay. Yeah. Oh well, that was fun. He tried to say he never said all this.
IDF and shit. Yeah, he's a colonizer. He's a colonizer. All Israelis are colonizers.
So he does.
That's
all Israelis deserve the wall.
If they support
you can't say that.
settler colonialism and the terrorist IDF, yeah, sure, why not?
I said worse and got away with it.
Yeah, sure, why not? If they support the fucking literal IDF, the SS of our age,
wait,
absolutely.
You said all Israelis, now we're saying ones who support the IDF. You realize these are different people,
The guy who you're referring to here, was straight up defending...
Yeah, I mean, he's got tweets where he said all Israelis are blood and soil Nazi settlers, so, like, yeah, he's just a bit fucking Weasley Deasley.
He's a bit fucking knackered,
all Israelis
Ned.
are blood and soil, yeah. Very, grumble, grumble, grumble. Very sussy-wussy. Curious.
Beep beep.
Even if you disagree with the IDF, even if you... Yeah, this self-contained tweet is out of context. True.
What does a one-state solution mean? It means Palestinians and Israelis live together in a single state that democratically represents both groups' interests. Have Eris on stream talk about Israel? I've talked with Eris about Israel before. Fuck! I think I have a fucking Israel debate coming up. Oh god, I don't want to have to do research for that shit. I fucking hate the Israel. It's so boring. I'm Israel. I'm engaging in genocide. Great, wow, good for you, Israel. Okay, I see why Lonerbox wanted us to watch this, because this was the only part of the entire video that was informative in any way. That's good. Okay, I turned TTS back on. Beep beep. Oh, I guess I'll turn the game volume up now that we're not listening to other people. Rose Rich just debated Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. I want to react briefly. No, we just listened to a react. This is 3 hours of a politically provoked debate. No. Of course, Lonerbox, you're very good at what you do. Dude, I'm so bored of the ultra far-right Nazi whatevers. It's so boring. I hope Rose Wrist did well in his 1v4. Yeah, TTS is on. Don't get stuck. Boing. Oh yeah, this is a Boing truck. Did you all know that? Boing. 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 Were you debating on Israel? I've been super fucking rude because I keep forgetting to respond to his email. Then I go to bed and then I forget the next time and so on and so forth. Kendon Farr, the person from TikTok I had a debate with like a year ago, where we had a pretty cool convo, even though he was, like, conservative. And one of the topics he wants to talk about is, whether or not Israel is committing a genocide. Is it that guy who looks like you? To you people, yes, he looks like me. Is gravity fucked up in this game? Maybe a little bit.
Do you think Elon Musk watches trains porn?
Oh, because he publicly advocates against them but secretly likes them? Maybe. Trains are pretty hot. They're like big dicks. Yeah, Paul DSSB, hit me up. And also, what are trains if not horses of metal? Am I right? Also, trains are on a track. What do horses run on? A track. Do we really need the ride hitbot command when it's just 3 emote? Like, it takes the same amount of time to just hit V tab enter, V tab enter, V tab enter as it does to hit exclamation point ride. But you can only do the pitbot command once per every few seconds. Oh yeah, true, it's a sub-only emote. Damn, guess you better sub. Sake Tanuki's out here gifting subs, huh? He cares. 1,000 metal. Oh, shit. Do I care enough? No, I don't. Let me just finish up the goddamn cosplayer area. Why is so much ship and abandoned here? What the fuck? Can I just go finish the cosplayer one right now? How close are we? We're pretty close.
Have you been keeping up with the Owl House? The latest episode was pretty based, and had a representation of capitalists siding with fascists to make a profit.
Yeah, that show got super rushed, though. I have a lot of problems with the pacing of Owl House. There's a lot of stuff narratively in there that was done wrong. There's a lot of stuff in the Owl House that I like, but that show... A lot of that show really feels like it was made... It was made by, like, artists with cool ideas, but, like, not like, some real, like, you know... broad-shouldered fucking narrative chads to hunker everyone down and get everything put together, you know? Not the fault of the creators. Well, there's stuff in there that's the fault of the creators, but I acknowledge that a lot of this is on Disney. Beep beep. Where cosplayer?
Can you do more segments on how to interact with people? I'm autistic and your other videos have helped some.
I'm autistic. This is a blind leading the blind situation, my friend.
Be free of your white name.
See? Sake is blessing all of you. I don't really talk about, like...
Hi Vosh, it's my first time giving a dono or being on v.gg, and I
Hi.
just want to say I love your content, even though I get roasted for being one of 7 Black Vosh fans.
That's alright, you're one of the good ones. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm just kidding. I don't really do segments just on how to talk to people. There's usually some kind of contextual lead up that, what are some issues you have with Outhouse? I can't get into it without doing a bunch of spoilers. Don't worry about it. I'm also one. Wait, are you called Yosuke because you're also black? Like this, like the Black Samurai? The Blemurai? Have you finished Amphibia? No, but I watched one more episode today, and it's still pretty juvenile. What do you think of my leftist meme? Holy shit, I'm not reading that. Guys, pause the VOD if you want to read that. Good luck.
D's so big they need rails.
That's true. I love you. Read it, it's funny. No, I'm tired. Let me chill. No links. Have you seen Spy X Family? It's so good. I've seen one episode. I enjoyed it. I've read the manga. Beauty 53 kilograms of beauty products. What the fuck is this bitch putting on her face?
I love the Golden Sun series on GBA. Have you played those before?
It sounds familiar. But I don't know. I don't know. I paused as an epic pro-electoralism Marx quote meme. DM it to me. Let me chill.
Come for Daddy Biden and he will set you free. Let Sky Papa rain his cummy wummies all over you.
That's true. Any interest in Twin Peaks? I'll probably watch it one day. Okay, we gotta go to the cosplayer. Thoughts on Spy Family? It's a cute comedy thing. I also want to fuck the spy lady, of course. Oh, sorry, assassin, not a spy. As one does, yeah. I'd watch Spy X Family, but the sussies online are too weird. No, actually, Spy X Family is a uniquely non-creepy... At least, from what I read in the manga, they don't ever, I don't think they do any weird sexualization stuff. I think it's pretty fine, you know? There's pretty minimal sexualization, and one of the main characters that's sexualized is like a mid-20s woman who's, like, cool. So, you know, like, fine, you know, whatever, yeah. It's been super clean in the anime. Nice, okay, we might have a not... Guys, we did it, we passed the incredibly high bar of not being pedophiles in anime. We're fucking living the dream life. Let me drive. Yeah, we did it. We finally accomplished something good, folks. I love playing American Truck Simulator Spicy Edition.
Context always matters. Unless you're a conservative.
True. Then it usually makes them look worse.
Howdy Vosh. Thank you for converting to a leftist and a communist. I was a Dim Tool fan, till your first appearance on introduced me to your channel.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that, you know? A lot of people give me shit, you know? They're like, nobody gets brought over. But I think people do get brought over. Thank you. And thank you for the dono. Oh, earlier, Subpar Pork Loin donated 5 and said, wanted to thank you for bringing me to the left, making me realize a lot of my views were founded in self-hate, and helping me realize I'm trans. I'm happier now. You're very welcome, and thank you.
Objectively speaking, boobs are better than butts.
Retarded, kill yourself. In a Minecraft. In a video game. They know about Minecraft? Fuck, in Roblox. Beep beep. Yeah, get telefragged in TF2.
Hi Bosch in chat. Today is my birthday and I just wanted to say that oopsa. Oh. Right. Whoever is listening to this is cute flushed.
Yay. Happy birthday. Boobs are absolutely better ass. Well, asses are really improved by the fact that you can fuck them. And oh, hold on.
I'm gonna head out. Need to write a cover letter for a manager position that opened up at my work. Wish me luck, chat.
Good luck. That's awesome. I hope it goes well. You can get a boob job. Okay, I know you can fuck tits, but like, come on. You guys know what I mean. Like, fucking tits is nothing at all like fucking a vagina or an asshole or whatever. Fucking, you can fuck tits in the same way that you can fuck like the thigh gap or whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, and it doesn't feel bad. Like it's fun, you know, but it's not the same.
Big tits with no ass will fill your hands, but big ass with no tits will fill your heart.
That's true. Yeah, but bouncy boobs are better to look at. I think a fat ass is pretty good to look at. Tit fucking doesn't feel special, it just looks cool. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah. I feel like tit fucking would only really work if the tits and the dick were both way larger than humans have them mostly, you know?
My sleep schedule is trash lately. I'm either worried and or excited to be moving into an apartment soon.
Well, that'll probably fuck your
Jesse,
sleep schedule
we need
even
to
more.
cook.
Jesse! Jesse!
Muscles don't belong on women, and no matter how many selfies you show me of pretty muscle women, I will never change my mind. DMs open BTW.
A clever ploy, my friend.
Hey Vaush, right now in my home country New Zealand the hot debate topic is lowering the voting age to 16. What do you think of lowering the voting age?
I'm fine with it. I used to be against it because I thought that people should be well informed on issues before voting, but nobody is anyway at any age, so I don't think it matters. Fuck it. Let 12-year-olds vote. I don't care. I don't care. I legitimately feel like if you just let, like, 6-year-olds vote, like you gave them crayons and just let them into the booth or whatever, or, like, you let 2-year-olds, like, finger paint their answer, like they just a big bucket of paint, they just, bah, and they, like, poke something. I feel like you'd get basically political outcomes about as dumb as what we already have. Oh, then politicians would have to cater to, like, the young kid vote? Like Fortnite dancing or some shit? Oh, that'd be funny.
Did you hear Ethan Ralph was on tour? He's trying really hard to get beat up in every country. It's going quite well.
Oh, thankfully his body is heavily armored with redundant fat tissue, so he'll be safe. What about obligatory voting? Obligatory voting for babies. Absolutely. No notes.
Imagine using YouTube chat instead of Bosch Pit chat.
True.
Pepe laugh.
Absolutely true. Especially when you could put the app on your homepage and get improved outcomes.
I work in weed in generic Oiltown, Canada, and if people are transphobic, I'll sell them a First Nation weed brand to funnel money to the more deserving Conyerskemen.
Very good. Real ones will know that emote by its name.
Do you think being quoted out of context by the far right exposes you to more people on the right, and helps push them left?
I think it helps maintain my, like, notorious nature, I guess, which is
Thoughts on
fun.
Betro confronting Abbott during the press conference today?
I think it was good memes. I think that, I think Beto actually is a pretty decent shot because of some of this stuff, you know? Like, I feel like there might be a real avenue for political opportunism here. Which, you know, good luck. We'll see.
Have you heard of Awaken with JP? He seems to be large and influential in the conservative conspiracy side of the internet, but I haven't heard you mention him.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Some people just feel like they're too crazy to respond to, you know?
I dislike OK Buddy V, so this is your reminder to push it back another 37.5 hours.
Well, that still puts me below the June 1st deadline, so sure. Yeah, I will say one thing, though. That Beto O'Rourke showing up to, like, harass those guys at the conference is so fucking based. Why don't more politicians do that? Like, seriously, lefty politicians should be showing up at places like that, like, fucking all the time. And, like, calling them out. I don't know why they don't. Well, I do know why. I just think they should. Why don't you fast travel more? I'm carrying stuff. This should finish off the cosplayer. Do you think it was performative all? Of course. It always would be. 5 stars. Give me 5 stars. Through the perilous night. What so proudly we... Yes! Ooh, you can rest in the shelter. And fuck that cosplayer. Here's a hot tip, lads. I know all of you are busted nuts imagining having a hot cosplayer GF, but they generally, overwhelmingly, do not want to fucking cosplay. Because it's a lot of work to assemble an outfit. Not just makeup or whatever, but like if the outfit gets damaged, you know? Which, I mean, fucking, right? Like, yeah. So if you're, yeah, it's wanting to fuck a cosplayer in cosplay is like wanting to fuck a drag queen in drag. It's like, nah, they worked pretty hard in that outfit. I don't think, yeah, I don't think they're gonna. You do sex naked? Well, mostly. I do think it's pretty hot. You know when they bend over and they're wearing the thong that's so skinny that you can see their asshole through it, like on both sides? Like it's not, the string of the thong isn't wide enough to even cover the hole or whatever, and then you pull it aside and fuck them. I think that's hot. But that's like barely wearing any clothing. That's like a very, very, very minimal. Oh, but they're really horny in hotel con after parties? Yeah, but that's usually, like, specific to the event. Cosplayers love fucking, in the hotel rooms nearby. Yeah, exactly, Kat. Aren't there orgies at Comic-Cons? Yeah. But again, that's like very specific to the event, you know? Also, the vibes at those con fuck parties can vary tremendously. Not to say there aren't good ones, but sometimes the situation you'll have is you'll get like these antisocial like weeb nerd types who really want to fuck hot cosplayers. So they'll go around, and they have lots of money, like they're rich, and they'll like go around, they'll be like, you look good, want to join my party after? And they'll like basically try to like manufacture an orgy. The real effective way to, listen, okay? Oh wait, I'll share the secret soon. Hold on.
Hi chat, you should know there is a battle happening on Twitch right now to keep live streams of Morbius going faster than they can be banned. It's Morbin time.
That fucking movie. God. If you ever want like to fuck in a hot cosplay orgy, and you're like just a regular looking guy, like not even a super hot guy, but like a regular looking guy, okay? Are you guys ready for the hot tip? First of all, get good at cosplay. Second of all, be good at illustration. Third of all, in the convention center. Oh god, hold on.
May I ask for a pistol ammo ranking?
Nope.
9mm Ruger, .22 LR, .25
This is gonna take a while.
ACP, .45 Auto.
I haven't fired all of these.
.380, .40 S&W, .357 Mag, .4.
How'd that stop? Did a mod stop that? How'd you do that? How'd that happen? Look, the only ones that I've fired are 22 LR, 9mm, 45 ACP, and 357. Those are the only ones that I've fired. Limited characters? No, it should have kept going. I don't know why that stopped. Okay, anyway, listen up, alright? I'm gonna give you all the hot cosplay orgy getting in secrets, okay? First of all, learn how to cosplay. It's really not that hard. Just put in a little bit of effort, you fucking degenerate. Okay, we're talking about cosplayer pussy here. This is gold that you need to work for, alright? Don't be lazy. So first of all, learn how to cosplay. Second of all, be decent at illustration. Third of all, sit in the hallways outside of the exhibition rooms in the convention center and be drawing something on a big sketch pad in one of the areas where people sit down to eat. Which is everywhere because they never have enough, like, seating at any of the fucking anime expos where people cosplay at, okay? People are gonna sit next to you, and a lot of them are gonna be hot-ass chicks, okay? Then strike up conversation, okay? You're doing great so far. Now, and here's the... No, hold on.
Do you have a favorite dinosaur? P.S. Pterosaurs and marine reptiles are not dinosaurs.
Triceratops. Now here's the critical point, okay? Are you ready for it? Okay? You need to identify which of the people you're talking to are desperately horny. I understand this sounds like a cartoon suggestion, but it's not. If you are at an anime expo, sitting down talking to people, there are going to be people who are normal, and there are going to be people who look like the human personification of a person drawing a horny Wojak or whatever.
80% of us can't even get a mid. What makes you think we have a remote chance at fucking a hot cosplayer? MFs think a fedora as a costume.
I am trying to help you. Also, thank you. God damn it.
I am interrupting you right now, interruption.
That's true. Okay. You're hot, you can't help us, Uggos. No. Listen, okay? Do you got... Okay, for those of you who have been to conventions, you know what I'm talking about, right? Conventions are absolutely fucking full of people who are desperately horny and get few opportunities for socializing, men and women. It happens all the time, all over the place, at all conventions where people cosplay, okay? So, yeah, if you're there, learn to identify the signs, okay? When talking to people. Just strike up casual conversation, alright? And once you have identified the ultra horny people, okay? Talk to them about whatever piece of media they're cosplaying from. You can ask them what it's from, okay? You don't have to, know everything all the time, okay? And then you're in. If you're talking to a desperately horny person while sitting down, eating food, and having a conversation about the thing they're cosplaying, you're basically hovering. You're basically on one of those scissor lifts that have you 10 feet in the air, and you're standing with the ball in hand in front of the hoop, okay? You just need to drop it into the hoop. Oh, also, you need to have money for, like, an ultra fucking super overpriced hotel room nearby, okay? Good luck. Be cosplaying as the person they're in a relationship with? Look, anyone who goes to these things to get dicked, I mean, whatever the state of their relationship is, you know, I don't know if they're poly or whatever, but, you know. Bosch, make sure to tell them to shower first. Yeah, shower first, you fucking degenerates.
Oops, did I walk in front of the stream? Was streamer talking? Oh, my bad. Gosh darn, I am just so unmindful. I'll be more careful next time not to interrupt.
I can just turn TTS off in a moment. It doesn't take me any time at all. I can just mute it.
Does your advice generalize to furry conventions?
No, because in furry conventions you don't have to do anything to get in the horny cons. In anime cosplay conventions you have to do a bit of work. In furry cons, I'm pretty sure you can literally just like walk up to people and just grab their junk or something. Don't do that. That's assault. But I feel like that's how, like that's the vibe there. Don't do that. It's called glumping. Sorry. Do you know about Rainforest? Yep. Have I ever been to a furry convention? I've never been to, like, I've never, like, attended one, but when we were, like, years and years ago, when we were, like, apartment scoping in, Seattle, we were, like, between housing appointments, like, which place to look at, and, we saw there were people in furry costumes walking around downtown.
True. I went to a furry con with furry friends and had multiple offers to get my dick sucked.
Yeah, literally, they're, like, crazy horny. It's, like, all fucking gays, too. But anyway, we were driving around. We had some time before our next apartment, like, walkthrough. And we saw a bunch of furries walking around, like, downtown. So we parked nearby, and we saw they were congregating around a hotel. So we just went in, and I went in the main area, and somebody recognized me.
Boosh brushed his beard. He's a groomer confirmed.
I actually got fucking recognized, like, immediately walking in there. So I guess I know my audience. I love my gold truck.
As a self-described furry, I'm surprised at how many furries get upset at the idea that the fandom is closely linked to the perpetual horny posting and porn.
I just think some furries get, like, self-conscious about it because they don't want the non-sexual elements of the furry stuff they do to be, like, roped in with the sexual stuff, because that kind of, like, implicates them. You know what I mean? It's like, then it's like, oh, you're doing some perverted stuff, but in that moment, they're not doing anything perverted. But, like, yeah, furry community and identity is, like, fucking 90% horny shit. Yeah, Miss Moon, but I'm talking about quality cosplay anime convention pussy.
Can you give advice on how to make friends generally?
That is an extremely broad, difficult thing to handle.
Grugs in the chat if you want to turn Vaush's canvassing event into an orgy.
No, no coming while we're canvassing. No cheese wheel if you come. I don't know if I can offer such general advice on making friends. It's pretty all over. Right now, all I can really do is talk about quality cosplay pussy. Because people who cosplay are all freaks, you know. I don't think anyone... Nobody who cosplays... Yeah, do mini golf, exactly, Kat. Nobody who cosplays doesn't throw it back... Boing. Nobody who cosplays doesn't throw it back with a vengeance. It's a subset of nussy, or a nerd pussy.
As an autistic guy, you just gotta fake confidence. Make small talk and make eye contact every once in a while. Trust me, it works.
It does help a lot.
Vosh, any advice on how to completely handle my life, financially, emotionally, and interpersonally? Thanks in advance, Heart.
You joke, but you could probably benefit from it, couldn't you? Doctor Who cosplayers don't put out because they're all asexual. Haha, true! Except for those freaks that are super into the 11th Doctor.
As a cosplayer, the drama at conventions between cosplayers isn't worth the hotel room sex, to be completely honest.
You just gotta rise above the drama. If you're talented like me, you can do that.
Should Israelis in one area agree to keep paying ethnic, or national,
What?
Palestinians an increasing amount until enough ethnicities move out? Or vice versa?
What does this have to do with anime, pussy? What? Yes. Or no. Whatever answer is better. What? I don't know. That's complicated. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if you're with a group of people or like some fucking convention orgy or whatever, here's the secret: if there's drama, just fucking ignore it. Literally, that's all you got to do. Just be like, if you're there and your fucking dick's out and people are arguing or whatever, or people are being fucking weird, just go like, yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. Put your pants on, go get some food, and maybe later you can come back. And if they're there, they're all good, and if they're not, they're not. You know. People get so invested. Oh god, and don't ever get involved in drama when you're horny. Because when you get involved with drama when you're horny, all the positions you're gonna take and sides you're gonna defend are just you being horny. Like you trying to like get your nut taken care of, you know? Like you're gonna hear people arguing, you're like your brain will do one thing, okay, but your dick is gonna be like, all right, listen, okay, now this bitch is right, but this other bitch, I'm pretty sure she's closer to sucking your dick if you agree with her, so don't do it. Yeah, always debate post-nut. Always nut. Rub one out before you argue with the cosplay chicks. Or guys, you know, I'm not trying to be cis heteronormative here, okay? Always masturbate. Always be coming. Unless we're canvassing.
Hey Vosh, have you ever played any of the games in the Devil May Cry series?
No, I'm not a huge fan of the spectacle fighter genre. But I've always wanted to play Bayonetta. Maybe that'll get my foot in the door. I didn't like the original God of War games. That's fine, Nuts. It's just a personal preference thing. Beep beep.
Normalize being a little guy. Flushed just a wee lad. Flushed a small fellow, as they say. Flushed.
So true.
Vosh canvassing orgy will have the bussy. Also consider the following. PP poo you.
If you all think I'm having an orgy with my fans, are you fucking kidding me? I'm not even letting you people touch me. I'll be wearing one of those big Amogus breath
Vosh,
shields.
do you debate solely while in post-nut clarity?
Yes, every time. I always nut before streams where I know there will be a debate. I'm not crazy. Safer to ride on this side of the hill. God damn, that's steep. Beep beep. For real, though. This shit about, like, jerk off before...
I'm Argentinian and there's a Trump-like candidate running for president here.
Beep, beep.
I encourage you to look it up. It's looking grim for us. Love you.
Good, it's looking grim for us, too. Suffer in solidarity. I love you, too. I'll look into it. Can we have some traction, please? Thank you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the ancient wisdom. God damn it. Why you ask list questions? They take forever to answer.
What are your favorite bosses in Elden Ring? Mines are Godfrey, Malekith, Morgott, and Radin. Also fuck Elden Beast, the worst boss in the game.
Elden Beast is pretty bad. I think my favorite boss is probably Godfrey. Godfrey and Moog are probably my top tiers. I'm gonna do a full boss ranking of Elden Ring and the 3 Dark Souls games once I'm done soul level 1ing all of them, which I'm almost done with, and I'll ramble about it. But Godfrey's super based, yeah. So is Moog. Can you put the bosses on a diversity chart? Oh, that would be fucking funny. Oh, well.
You've now become aware of your manual breathing pattern, the placement of your tongue in your mouth,
This doesn't work
where
on
your
me.
eyes are looking, or if your butt cheeks numb evil smiley face.
It doesn't work on me. Mind over matter.
I know you just said you're not into spectacle fighters, but this gay earth needs to see you play Metal Gear Rising.
I will!
Incidentally the same devs as Bayonetta.
I will! Anyway, like I was trying to say several times over, okay? It's very important to jerk off before you ever talk to anyone you're attracted to.
Who else is gooning right now? I love gooning while watching Vosh. Where my fellow goons at? If you love gooning and getting your goon on 24/7, Peppy's in chat.
I still don't know what gooning is. I think it's like a slur or something. I haven't
Rugs
even...
in the chat if you think Caleb Maupin and Haz should be in the Voshite orgy.
Yes. Okay. Please. I think it's about porn addiction. Oh, okay. Based. Armor plate level 4. Holy shit. Stack me up. Gird me. Give me a good boy sticker.
Putin is still the undisputed champion of school shootings, with over 333 confirmed kills. Russia just opened with flamethrowers on kids in a hostage situation.
Hello, Horseman. Is that true? That sounds insane, but I trust you. It's true, yes? Jesus Christ. Wait, do you come before dates too? I feel like if it's a date where there's a decent chance of fucking, then no. But if it's a date where it's unlikely to happen for whatever reason, then sure, why not? That way you can think about more shit than just nuttin' and ruttin'. Well, you can anyway, but you know, it helps. Yeah, it ups your stamina. Well, I can last a while before coming anyway, even with my balls full. Thank you. Thanks. Just a casual 4 hours of Kegels every day. Thanks. You know, I can pee right over a 3-story townhouse in an arc.
I'm gooning. I'm gooning. I'm gooning. I'm gooning. I'm gooning. I'm gooning.
There you go. You all really don't deserve TTS, you know that? I do 5,000 jokes a day, based. Is Kegel that one trans girl on Twitch? Yeah, Kegels is when you ratio someone on Twitter. You know, you love that TTS money. Oh, I love the money. What if post nut doesn't help? Not again, I guess. You know, when I was young, like a teenager, I thought the whole, like, Ah, yeah, dude, jerk off before you do talk with a girl, because, like, yeah, male sexuality is so uncontrollable. But then, hold on.
Manga gun. Wide Gooner's manga gun. Mirror. Wide.
True. Gun him down. Oh, God, I can't, I forgot TTS streams. Like, if you ever have anything to say in a TTS stream.
TFW, you're over 30. Have a culinary degree. Have an engineering degree. Are of better than average wealth. And still have only 3 dates to your name.
I'll say something's for sure, Sake Tanuki, and it's that the likelihood of you getting a date goes up every time you complain about it in my donations. We're rooting for you, brother. Show her the okay buddy Vosh content. Bitches love that. Definitely better than average wealth, that's for fucking sure. You care what your audience likes, you just do what you want. I just do what I want. Like, listen, being a streamer is like the most blessed job in the fucking universe. Why ruin it? Like, especially when you're at my position and you can just do whatever you want and people will show up by the thousands. Like, if you're in my position, why ruin it with a schedule and with, like, you know, hyper fastidious adherence to certain content types? Fuck that. No. No. It's a dream job, and I'm not gonna pretend that it's not. Where is this? Where is the next? Anyway, when I was young, I thought the whole jerk off before doing X thing was like super base, because haha, that's how guys are. And then when I got older, I kind of thought it was misogynistic. But then I got a little older than that, and now I realize that it's based in true wisdom, and it's only misogynistic if you let it be misogynistic. You know what I mean? It's like it's one of those things where it can be problematic with the wrong attitude, but if you have the right attitude about it, I feel like it's fine and dandy. You guys, you know what I mean, right? Orgasms are good for everyone. No. It's not just that. It's just being horny makes you retarded. Like, it just does. It doesn't matter how smart you are. Like, we're talking about very fundamental brain wiring here, you know? It just makes you really dumb. And yeah, like, you know, and if you could acknowledge that, I feel like a lot of people can get, like, really prideful about it. Like, they'll be, like, they won't have, like, fucking nutted in 2 or 3 days. And they'll be like, yeah, well, I won't let it affect my behavior. And then they do some stupid shit, or, like, desperately text an ex or whatever. And then afterwards, they're like, oh god, why didn't I nut beforehand? But, like, they keep doing that. You know what I mean?
Serious question. Do you ask first or do you let them ask first, for like a date, with a woman? How do you show interest without scaring them off?
Well, pretty much all the people that I date are either from Tinder or in social contexts where I can be very upfront with them. So I don't know if my opinion here is universally applicable, but, like, in my case, like, for the most part, I can basically just say, you're cool, do you want to, like, meet up and fuck sometime, or, like, maybe get coffee first and then fuck. Like, you can... I can be pretty direct about it, but I'm not exactly asking out coworkers here. If I was asking out coworkers, then... I feel like, listen, okay? There's nothing wrong with the classics, alright? You know what you need to do? If you're trying to ask someone out where you can't... Nope, never mind.
Have you seen my latest meme on Oak Buddy Vouch? Works 99% of the time. Every time.
True! Chicks love that. Or at least trans girls do, with how many of them are in my audience. What the fuck was I saying? Okay. If it's like a situation where you can't just be super directly autistically upfront or whatever, like you're not from Tinder or something, there's nothing wrong with the classic, okay? All you have to do is say, All you have to do is say like, hey, you know, I have a really good time hanging out with you. Would you be interested in like going and getting a coffee sometime, or maybe like hanging out some other thing? Or if there's some specific interest that you both have, or like a thing one of you has mentioned you have at your place that's really cool. Like, oh, hey, you know, I heard you have like these cool Warhammer figurines. Like, do you think I could come over see them sometime? Or if they like something you have, yeah, would you be interested in seeing blah, blah, blah? Like, just open with that, you know? The main thing, and I've said this before, but like, the main thing that you need to remember, especially if you're a guy dating girls, is you need to remember that women are terrified of feeling like they're not being given an out for a wide variety of extremely legitimate reasons. So the main thing that you want to do is always give them an out. Never make them feel like they'll be disappointing you or potentially angering you if they decline, you know? Every question, every inquiry, every invitation should be framed like this totally nonchalant thing, and you're totally okay with whatever answer they give either way. You can go even further than that. When you're talking with them, give them outs in the conversation, like non-verbal outs, you know? Like don't prompt a question at the end of your latest response, and see if they continue talking without your prompting. If they do, they're interested in talking to you. If they don't, that might have meant they were just waiting for you to stop talking. Doing stuff like that can make you feel a lot more comfortable and like assured in their feelings towards you, which is really, really important, of course, because you don't want to be uncertain about something like that. Oh yeah, and don't be weird if they're not interested in you. Most people aren't interested in most people. Yes, Ava Dilaloon, the lesbian community has its own issues, but just because you give people outs doesn't mean you shouldn't be direct. So I like to blend extreme autistic directness with giving people outs. I think it's very possible to like simultaneously like not open with like a fucking coworker or whatever, but like say you've been talking for a little bit and being like, you know, yeah, I actually find you super hot. Do you want to like get to know each other a bit better or hang out sometime at one of our places? And
Can you please react to Wheat Waffles on YouTube?
Okay.
He does black pill videos, and it's important that people know that looks are what's most important.
Send me an email with that. I'll never remember just off a dono, but I'm not necessarily opposed. I'm always down to critique incel content.
What's your Tinder starter?
Witty comment about something in their bio, or if their bios are empty, and I usually swipe left on people with empty bios, but if their bio is empty, I usually just say, you've given me nothing to talk about except your looks, so you're hot. I think I've said that exact sentence like dozens of times. Level 4. Hold on.
If you don't get an honorary degree in psychology by the end of the year, it'll be a crime against humanity with all the therapy you've provided.
I feel like being autistic has made me a little bit more like self-aware about how I interact with people, along with many mistakes that I've made along the way. So I just think more about stuff that I do, which can be helpful for like
I was gonna donate
teaching.
to interrupt, but as a trans woman that was unironically great advice, so I couldn't. Not having an out makes me feel socially claustrophobic.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I knew you were a trans woman from how you were being annoying earlier. That was really the only thing you could be. Oh, speaking of, another trans woman.
TERF last stream. Galadriel's hair was denied to Fainor, the greatest elf craftsman, yet given to Gimli in friendship. Lady doesn't know shit about LOTR.
Neither do I, apparently. I really gotta rewatch the trilogy. Thank you, though, for the clarification that I'll maybe one day put to use. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, anyway, like, it's, like, being super direct, like, you can be super direct while also giving people outs, and I think that's actually the best way to go about it, you know? Because, honest to God, like, you get the ambiguity over with. There's nothing I hate more than ambiguity in a social interaction. It's so fucking anxiety-inducing. Does this person actually like me? Are they interested in this? Are they interested in that? Just, like, you can just be direct about it. If they don't like the directness, that's totally fine. You know, they can perish. I don't care. Wait, hold on. Antimatter bomb delivery. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
In rock hard day, in throbbing night, no pre-cum shall escape my sight.
This is true.
Let those who worship cummy's blight, beware my edging, gooning's might.
Fucking weirdos. We need more Hermetic grenades, I think. I'll get 2 more. By the way, I also think even a lot of, like, shy chicks kind of appreciate it when you're up front, right? Like that. Because I really... getting interrupted by the game.
The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate.
I would never match with a Greek cat.
Driving an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off...
Okay. I won't blow up the universe, thank you. Load onto the vehicle, please. Fuck, what was I trying to say? I keep trying to say shit. Oh, never mind.
I dink my oiter sip 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 asterisk flushed burps haha oopsie flushed.
Thank you for your contribution to the discourse. But even if a chick is, like, really shy, or not that confrontational or direct or whatever, I feel like oftentimes people really appreciate the direct approach, because one thing that girls have to deal with a lot is people fake being their friend to get pussy, you know, or ass or whatever. That happens a lot. Where like there'll be. I think for the most part, like even with normie chicks, I don't think normie chicks have an issue with like casual sex hook. Like not all of them, of course, but a lot of them. I don't think they have an issue with casual sex hookups, like people being directly flirtatious or whatever. I think what a lot of them have an issue with is the duplicity of people who are unclear about their intentions or who react poorly when their intentions are rebuked. But if you're direct and honest and straightforward and also like decent about it, I feel like you're not going to go wrong.
Going to pick up V Rising anytime soon?
I have no idea what you mean by V Rising. Oh, $50. Thank you.
Offline chat, best chat.
That is also true. Wait, what is V Rising? New vampire game? Wait, is it a meme? I don't know if it's a meme. I'm not trying to be mean. It was $50. Clearly it was a sincerely intent dono. It's a recent early access game. Oh, I can give it a look. I'm just following the road along real patient-like. We're snaking our way down to here. Is Valheim but top-down like Diablo 3? It's really good. Oh, wait, that actually sounds super good. That might be a genre, like, preference for me.
Here's money. I love you. I'm
Love you
going
too.
to protest the NRA conference in Houston on Friday. What should I put on my sign? Don't say ameliorate.
Vosh when trying to say a word that's not ameliorate. Say, don't, by ameliorate, oh, shit. Don't, no, fuck. Unironically. Wait, ameliorate that, wait, fuck. Huh. Yeah. Oh, wait, shit, we're about to get, what's the word, gooned? Oh, God, they're right there, hold on. Hold on, these guys use guns, like guns. We need to zip it. And come back with our own guns.
Hey Vunchy Wunchy, have you heard of Code Vein? It's a Souls like that is for weebs.
No shot. Sorry, no shot. I've seen that game. Not a chance in the world. They're gonna throw a spear. Nah, at this point they use fucking guns. They just try to kill you. Oh, red redstone. Jesus.
Call me your dono daddy. I'll F you like Nicholas J. Fuentes wants to be F'd.
Nice try, but I have... First of all, that's very hard. And second of all, I'm very selective with my tops. So selective that I've never been top. So, unlikely, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Describe your ideal top. There was actually a girl... Damaged by vibration? Oh my god, that's all it takes? To disrupt the antimatter bomb? Where's the... 12% damage. Holy shit. Alright. Yeah, I'll get out and walk. They said don't drive in rough terrain. Okay, well, obviously, you know, there are, like, thresholds for acceptable roughness. Much like with many bottoms. Anyway, there was a cute chick nearby, with a nice dick, who actually enjoys topping. And, you know, I'm not, like, I don't, like, wake up every day and think, like, I can't wait to be bottoms. But, like, it seems fair to be... Hold on.
How much we gotta pay to hear a story about a major L you took when being direct?
Hey, Cat. I'll think if I've ever had one. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I don't, like, wake up every morning thinking, like, oh, yeah, you know, let's, I can't wait to one day get top. But, you know, with all the asses that I've fucked, it only feels fair that I fuck somebody else's ass, right? Or wait, no, sorry, that somebody fucks my ass at some point, right? Like otherwise, like, I feel like I'm being kind of a hypocrite. So I'm getting distracted. Why can I not find the organic fertilizer is what I'm delivering, right? Yeah, okay, carry on, backpack. Jesus. Yeah, for karmic balance, you know, just simple like that. Are you sleepy? No, okay. Anyway, that girl ended up moving away. L that I've taken while being direct. Well, I've told that awful story when I tried to hook up with my roommate, but that wasn't... Directness wasn't the issue there. L that I've taken while being direct. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I ever have. I don't think I've ever regretted being direct, you know? Like, so obviously people's preferences are going to vary for something like this, and there's not really an objective answer. But I don't really think it's disrespectful to be direct, as long as you're not being presumptuous or...
Quick question, Vaush. Why do they call it an oven when you have in cold food, but out of hot the food you eat out of with the food?
White people and Yakub. They just said no and it was fine. Well, there have been a couple of times that people have gotten, like, snippy with me. No. Just time to be asked more things if I've done this or...
Hey, Vaush, have you heard of the FBAR game series or the Cry of Fear game? If so, what did you think? Also, would you be willing to play either on stream?
Maybe. I've never played them. Sorry. I'm being so cunty right now. It being interrupted. It's not even your fault. Especially because the donos don't come in immediately when I'm talking. Like, you can't know. Yeah, let's get back here. Real sensitive, like. Yeah, fuck you for giving me money and sincerely demonstrating an interest in my content by asking me. How dare you be an amazing fan who I appreciate. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying not to be cunty. I just, yeah. Just chalk it up to autism, okay? Let's get back here and get some guns. Okay. Anyway, there have been a few times that people, like on Tinder, have gotten a bit snippy at me being direct, but I don't feel like I was ever disrespectful in doing so.
This dono message is to be interrupted and talked over and degraded hard. I shall continue typing to give you more time to do so.
It's always a sex thing. It's always... No, wait, these are rocks! Okay, the bomb is fine. God almighty. Oh god, there are too many rocks. Get back on the road. But the worst snippiness I've ever gotten is something like, you shouldn't ask stuff like that up front, when the stuff that's being asked up front is like on Tinder. And it's something like, so do you use this app to fuck, or are you just making friends? Which I think is a question you can ask, like, first thing on Tinder.
I watched your mental health playlist, and not only was I called out on my bullshit, but your making friends video has honestly helped me with online friends.
I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't think that I'm uniquely good at making friends. I actually don't have many. I just think I'm pretty good at conveying, like, The theory. Huh. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah, Anonyman, that's one of the first things that I ask everyone on Tinder. I don't want to waste my time. Like, do you want to fuck? Now, I'm totally down.
Exploding sounds kind of cool, TBH.
As long as it happens quickly. I'm totally down to make friends off Tinder or whatever, but like I want friends that I can fuck, you know? If I find someone hot on Tinder and I match with them and we talk and we get along and they're hot, and then after a first date they're like, "Yeah, I'm just looking for friends." Like, fuck no, absolutely fuck that. Don't fuck you. Don't do that, you know? Who uses Tinder to find friends? Well, I do, but I want them to be friends that I want to fuck. For me, the ideal like relationship status is to have like one committed romantic partner and like a loose circle of close friends who I hang out with and like rail casually, you know? That for me has always been sort of the platonic ideal of my you know.
It also sounds like you take things as they are, and wouldn't see something as an L, that people here might. Wanting to fuck, but not, equals an L.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't let people rejecting me, like, get me down or whatever. That should happen. Dude, like, I've turned people down. Other people have turned it. That happens to everyone, you know? It's no reason in taking it as, like, some weird eco thing. Hold on. Let's get some non-lethal assault weapons. Vosh will not befriend asexuals. I have asexual friends. I don't fuck them. I'm just saying if I'm on Tinder, I would not want to make an asexual friend. That is true.
There's a video going around Twitter of the local cops outside of the school in Texas telling bystanders that they were too busy gooning to engage the shooter.
Probably is the reason why they didn't do it. That doesn't work like that for straight people except for Giga Chad. I'll admit that if you're purely heterosexual, it's harder to have the relationship fuck friend circle that I've described, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Like, you mostly just have to be, like, left-leaning. That's the thing. Like, even if you're straight, there are tons of, like, queer chicks who want a friend who will just casually, like, fucking rail them. It's not uncommon. Obviously, being queer yourself helps, but... Also, the PC police will cancel me for this, but obviously, being in and around trans circles will probably help you, because trans people are fucking horny demons.
Yeah, cool story. More importantly, is Tacoma still weeping?
Oh yeah, to this day. I've seen Briston miss. Yeah, it is deranged. Your chat is proof of that. There's... Oh god, battery is running out. Wait. Oh, I thought... Wait, oh, I didn't charge it. I'm stupid. Hold on, we gotta get back in the chiral network.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You are never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You are never gonna keep me down.
That's so wise. The main problem, this has always been the problem with non-monogamy or polyamory or whatever, is that people are really bad. Primarchs are nerds.
Who's your favorite Primarch in 40k? And stop being horny, chat pogo.
Primarch. I don't know, the fucking green dude. I haven't engaged with 40k stuff in a while. Primarch. What was I saying?
This looks like the way to go.
What was I saying? Check the bomb integrity. It's still, it's fine. Poly issues? Oh yeah, people are really, really bad at figuring out what level of seriousness they want with a person they're fucking, you know? This happens all the time with non-monogamy, where, like, people will start out as friends, and, like, they'll fuck, and then, like, the fucking the dick will slide out and like the nut will pour down the leg and like the fucking guy will roll over and you'll look at each other and your stupid fucking idiot brain chemistry will tell you that you two are in love. This is very dangerous. It's very dangerous business. Okay, you have to be ready to avoid these feelings. You have to be very disciplined in how you handle these feelings. Because if you have like 4 or 5 friends like who are like hooking up with each other kind of like casually, which is not that uncommon, you know, just sort of on the side, all it takes is 1 or 2 people catching feelings irresponsibly to like ruin the whole thing. And the thing is, like, catching feelings is something you can prevent.
I have a second date with a super cute, hot and brilliant girl this weekend, but I don't know if I am ready to bring a U-Haul. Can I really call myself a lesbian?
No. Lesbians are categorically desperate. Find another title. How do you find hookups when you can't drive, live with your parents? Gotta put some goddamn work in. I was on the goddamn Los Angeles Metro getting pussy back in my day. Before I had a car. Live with my parents. Oh yeah, are you ready for the fucking amazing tip that I have for avoiding catching feelings? I don't know if this would work for everyone, but it works for me, so maybe it'll work for some people who are watching, you know? Like, it'll work for, you know, even a little, like, a few people. You need, I think, in my opinion, it really helps to understand strong positive feelings for another person, whether you call that love or friendship or whatever else, to think of it as a single feeling that you have that exists on a spectrum with different degrees of intensity depending on how close you feel to a person. I.e., love that you have for a partner being like a very similar feeling to a strong friendship connection, just framed through like a different lens and the ability to have sex with that person, be physically intimate. But I feel like they're very similar. And if you think of them as similar, then I think it's easier to understand the feelings that you develop for your, like, the friends you fuck as being, like, a kind of close friendship. Which is way easier to deal with in terms of social dynamics than... Oh, God. Than like, fucking treating it like you're falling in love with someone. It's like true love. The kick on this gun, man. Oh, God, hold on. Do I have another stun grenade? No, I do not. That's gonna hit us, huh? It hit us. Maybe using the car containing an antimatter bomb as a, Ow. Real? Oh, we're fucked. Wait, are we being shot from behind? No, that's just a little beacon. We're super fucked anyway. Holy shit, wait! Man, if they want to run you down, they just run you the fuck down, don't they? I'm just gonna reload. Do you, I mishandled that, and I also forgot to get stun grenades for the car. That was my fault. So you've never caught romantic feelings for people you fucked on the side while still being in a relationship? No, that's not happened for me. I have had, like, close friendships or whatever. I just don't... Like, if you really like a person that you're fucking, I just think it's okay to feel strongly about your feelings towards them without framing it as some necessary romantic thing.
The Egyptian pharaohs would only date people who could do addition. They were summy gummy yummy dummy cummy bummy mummies. Nailed it.
Thank you, Far Eastern Myth. Your wisdom blesses us all. Fuck, it's midnight. I have to go to bed soon. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. It's been a solid 5-hour stream. I don't feel as though I've, I wasn't even supposed to stream today. I feel like I've done you all due diligence. How do you figure out if the feelings are romantic? I think a lot of whether or not they're romantic has to do with how you interpret them, you know? Like, think of it this way. You know how, like, super sheltered girls might, like, fall in love with the first guy who's nice to them? and like they're super duper in love, but like they're really just appreciative of being treated nicely for the first time in their life and being given some attention. And as a product of that, the strong feelings they have, they interpret as love. Maybe those feelings develop into love eventually.
I just want to see how TTS says my name. PFFT La Cakes.
Sorry. Like, just because you interpret those feelings as love, that doesn't mean they're like inherently love. Like a lot of that is how you choose to interpret them or how you frame them through your experiences. Maybe you're in a relationship, like a romantic one, and it's not monogamous and you fuck people on the side and you're fucking someone new and you're like super, super into them. And I think a lot of people kind of freak out internally and they're like, oh my God, I'm so into this new person. They're so hot. I'm so interested in them. I keep responding to their texts in like 3 nanoseconds. Like, this is love. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to be love, my dude. It could just be you just like them a lot, and also you're super interested in them at the moment because they're like a new thing, you know? Like it doesn't have to be that. You know? Like you can have them in your life. You can feel strongly about a person. Do you think it's possible you can start to fall in love with the person you're fucking on the side while falling out of love with your partner? Yeah, of course. I'm not saying you could like totally master your feelings. I'm only saying that it's possible to responsibly process strong feelings that you have for other people, you know? And it's like cognitive behavioral therapy. All right. Listen up, you goobers and you gooners. I love you all very much. I'm probably streaming tomorrow. I suspect I'll be streaming tomorrow. I have good reason to stream tomorrow. We'll see if I stream tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I'm going to raid Canoe. How could I not? What do we say to Canoe? There we go.